Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, akhyarta, Dadwin, y'all. Everyone, Iwarama, back again. You know what time it is. This Wednesday, it's topic. And this topic, well, I manifested the other day through, the video. If anyone didn't understand, a lot of the people, a lot of my non-Somali audience, say, Khalid, do some subtitles. Yes, we are planning to work on that soon, my peoples. And it was to do with obviously Brother Hassan and a couple of us, different generations and different people starting to come on the channel now. There's a lot the elderly folk. I wouldn't say elderly folk, I'd say that a lot of uncles and older brothers are starting to pop up on the channel. And obviously I felt like as we had the conversation, if you guys didn't understand, it was totally about recent other incidences as well. Recent other incidences that's been keeping up. So yeah, I wanted to dive into that. So I wanted to talk about couple of main aspects about bridging the generation gap. So let me flip it up. Let me try it the other way around. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. Yes, all for those more my brother in the building. And yeah, so I wanted to let me do the magic trick. The magic trick. ضدوني يا صادق أخيارتا. واحد دول انتوا وموضوع صار برنامج Wednesday دايما تكوري. So please والله يا subscribe للمسارة like ونقول بفطا. And yeah, so برنامجكم waxaa maanta ku xidhan tahay if hadday maanta ku horeyso gebigeena Somali speakers baa la ilaa waxaan nahay channel laganayso mainly awareness and activism and waxa ka dhacda adduunka, the ones oo la socona home and abroad, the ones. And one of the main subjects that maanta ka hadalnay every arbaca walba iyo sabti waa open mic cidii garanayso. So arbaca walba I like to keep it as topic aan ka hadalno. Topic maanta waxay ku xirsan tahay generation I'd say generation waa qeyrkaada, I think qeyrkaada card qeyrkaada garanayso, qeyrkaada qanigaada. I don't know how to say it in Somali. Generation. So please, anyone that knows, I know I'm gonna get slaughtered. They're gonna be like, I've always figured it's player color. I don't know if I'm wrong or right. So bear in mind, let me know. And so yeah, that's a couple of points that we're gonna be looking at. So yeah, hopefully the show we could get on the road, and that's about it. And a couple of brothers suggested this program segment. They want to really speak about it. Say, what, we need to really do something to bridge. Or is there a problem? That's what I like to, tell a lot of people as well. Is there a problem? So just bear with me while I just sort out one or two things. Yes, my brother, big man in the building. Yeah, sorry guys, I was just sending out one or two something to someone, and yeah, hopefully I was trying to find this video that I wanted to quickly play it while I break into it. But generation gap. I feel like even me myself, all of that don't care. I feel like even sometimes I feel like what the fuck are they stuff? Like yeah, it's part of my language. What are they on nowadays as well? Especially this day and age that we live in. Social sort of social networking. So I don't know what to call it. Cyber world. We live in some cyber world. But even this nowadays, this is the norm. Like people communicating. I feel like some of the like one of the parents, I think Big Bro Hassan brought that up as well. I think recently in the video where he wanted to speak about what's it, like even the online sort of thing where it is a new phenomenon. A lot of parents, especially in Woodland Ken, I don't think even we lost on that, innit? That's an aspect I wanted to look at, and especially Qabil, looking at the Qabil wise, especially in generations as well. How do they see the Qabil and um, and stuff like that, basically. Hopefully, so just bear with me while I get this little video up. Get the procedures in warm, and just give me a second, my brothers and sisters. There's a video that I wanted to put up as well. Yeah, just bear with me 1 second, my people. I just got a little video that someone sent me about this relating to a subject. So hopefully, yeah. I see you. I see you. My Ahmed, I see you. I see you. The boy Mav's in the building. I see you. I see you. Can't even still say salam, but salam in your own different way. I see you. I see you. سمير يعني مريم الحمد لله والله I'm alright, I'm alright, I can't complain. Let's do this. You thought I would have organized everything by now, but sometimes your boy runs a bit late, so just give me a second.
aan ahaasto ingiriiska ilaa hadda adiga roughly waxaan joognaa umaleynaa since the civil war until now probably 30 years camal waa 30 sano camal waaye so 30 sano dad qaar 30 sano ay joogaan dad qaar 25 dad qaar 20 sano ay joogaan adiga laakiin problemkeena aad u badan yahay wadankan so adiga waxyaalahaas amalan aan ka hadlayno insha Allah So maalintii koowaad waaye waxaan kasoo bilaabeynaa from the beginning, how life was back in Somalia, so that we could actually sidaan isku fahanno better. So xaaladda hadda anakana haasto, is it something oo Somalia dadka oo markay joogaan oo kusoo haastay miya ama wax cusub waaye hadda waxaasan ka hadlayna insha allah. So su-aashan aan weydiina Sheekh Cabdiraxmaan asiga insha allah asiga oo noogu soo jawaabayo saasan ku wadina insha allah. So Cabdiraxmaan, and first of all kusoo dhawaaba insha allah. And su-aasha aan ku weydiinayo ko waxaa waaye hadda oo for example anaga rabna inaan isfahmno problemkana haasto inta, we will try to go back to the past in Somalia. So before the civil war, for example, hadda iga sheegi kartid Somalida youthka in Somalia say ahead in terms of education, waxbarashada iyo employment, crime iyo waxaas sheegtay. So haddaan ka bilaabno kow, adiga dhalinyarada Soomaali marka oo adiga Soomaali markaad joogtay noloshiina say ahead in terms of education. So Somali educationka oo habkiisa oo waxbarashada say ahead kaasna kanoo bilaab first.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. بارك الله فيك، جزاك الله خير. horta maanta ilaahay giyo waxa tahay waa maalin ilaahay xaqiisi ka weyn oo Ramadaan ilaahay waxa ka tuugeena adoomakii ilaahay aqbalay oo Ramadaankooda aqbalay ilaahay anaga dhigo. ilaahay giyo waxa tahay adoomaka as dambigooda dhaafaayo wa awwaluhu rahma, tawanka beri ugu horeyso naxariista ilaahay noogu daro, wa awsaduhu maghfira dhaxdana tawanka ilaahay giyo waxa tahay dambi dhaaf ilaahay noogu daro, wa aakhiru cidqu min an-naar, tawanka ugu dambeeyo oo naarta adoomaka ilaahay giyo waxa tahay ku xoreeyaha ilaahay noogu daro. ليلة القدر الله نوافجه. بارك الله فيك، جزاك الله خيرا. أما بعد الدعاء أما بعد السلام هرت دي أنك هذا النوع صوماليا مركان جوكني أنت لسو سفرين أما سيفل وور أنت سدعين كهر هدان فيدباك ير عن صوماليا أو نغضو هدان سو حسوستو لايف كصوماليا باسم صوماليا كاتلا صوماليا دو horta Soomaalida oo dhan waxay ahaayeen dad hal diin leh oo diintooda boqol muslimiin hal dhaqan leh iyo hal luqad leh. marka waa dareemi kartaa markay dad hal diin ay leeyihiin, hal dhaqan ay leeyihiin, hal luqad ay ku hadlayaan, wax la isku khilaafayaba ma lahan. marka ilmaha xataa meesha ku soo koraayeen waxbarasho fiican ay haysteen maasha Allah. hadda dawladda oo Soomaaliya oo kale qofaan Soomaali joogin oo aan wax baranin aad u yaray. dhibka hadda oo Ingiriiska yaal Soomaali ma jirin waxa keenayeen waxa waaye waxa saaciday wax kala ma ahan Soomaaliya qofka adi ka weyn oo jidka maraayo waxa amalas ahay waalidkaaga kale hadis arko wax xun adoo ku taagan hadis arko waa ku canaanin jiray. markii arintaas fiirisid waxaad dareemi kartaa dhaqanka oo Soomaali ay qabeen waa dhaqan aad u sareeyo. maxaa dhacay wiilad adiga dhalin haddaad ku aragtid qalad oo isaga ku saxaayo, isagan waxaas aaminsan yahay inaa isaga wiilkiisiyo kala tiid mana ah. jidkaasa iska aragteen soo meesha soo maraayo, meeshaas ku kulanteen biismi Soomaali ahaan aad isku jeclahay. marka dhaqankaas oo saas u fiican aniga hadda Soomaali waxaan mooganahay 23 sano mooganahay runtii waa dhaqan laga soo shaqeeyay inay Soomaaliya dhaqankaas yeeshtaan.
yaa ka soo shaqeeyay?
wallahi waxaan ka soo shaqeeyay aniga waxaan aaminsanahay culimada ka soo shaqeeyay. maxaa dhacay hadda fiirsid Soomaaliya culimada qayb weyn ka qaateen. Soomaaliya waxay qayb weyn ugu qaateen 2 mar oo Ingiriiska yimid iyo 1 mar oo Talyaaniga yimid. waxaas rabay xataa Soomaaliya dhinaca dhaqanka iyo dhinaca diinta in iska bedelas rabay, laakiin dadka hor joogsaday oo Soomaaliya sabab noqdeen inay 100% ay noqdaan muslimiin noqdaan culumadaas xataa dadkii waalidiinta anaga aan soo gaarna waxay dhihi jireen markay arkeen inay isku xiran yihiin dadka culumada iyo dadka akhyaarta iyo caamta oo isku xiranoo hal oo dhammaantooda waxay u hoggaansan yihiin culimada u hoggaansan yihiin meesha waxaa kasoo dhex baxay marka dhaqan suuban oo xataa dadka caamta ku dhaqmayaan ilmahana waxaa markay soo weynaadaan ilmaha laftirkooda waxay ku daysan jireen waalidiinta dhaqankii intaasana soo socday oo Soomaaliya badbaadiyey oo soo barqaday culimadaas ka badbaadiyeen diin ahaan ilaan dad la rabay in brainwash lagu suubiyo karashtaan la rabay laga dhigo ay ka badbaadiyeen iyaga markay ogaadeen waa quusteen marka xataa waxay sameyn jireen waalidiinta waxaan ka maqli jirnay xataa talyaaniga iyo dadkii markaas oo gaalada Soomaaliya haysta waxay sameyn jireen markay arkeen Soomaaliya inay aad u adkeeyeen dhinaca diinta iyo dhaqanka waxay go'aansadeen inay sidooda ku dhaafaan culimada aanu dhiibi jirin markii wax walba ku saabsan for example sharciga oo wadanka iyagaa loo dhiibi jiray qaaliyaala jiri marka qaaliyaalkaas Soomaaliya waa kasoo shaqeeyeen waxay kasoo shaqeeyeen wax kale ma ahan inay dhaqankoodna hal ay ka dhigaan diintoodna hal ay ka dhigaan luqadoodna hal ay ahaan jirtay xataa ma dhahay Soomaaliya dhexdiisa ma dhahay ilaa gaarsii East Africa gaarsii culimadaas marka waa culimo aad u adag oo Soomaaliya dhanka soo shaqeeyeen marka waxaan dhihi karaa problemka marka waxaas ka soo bilaabtay markii oo civil war ka dhacay
maya horta ko meesha intaan aadin waxaan rabaa inaan ku weydiiyo waxbarashada adiga waxaa dhahday waxbarasho fiican jirtay Soomaaliya so waxbarashada markaaseeti xagga iskoolka da'dee lagu bilaawi jiray primary school ma qabteen ama secondary school colleges from what age adiga da'dees ka bilaawan jiray
horta laba qeyb ay ahayd qeybna waxa waa dhinaca diinta waaye dhinaca diinta waxay ahayd
ma iskoolada oo dowladda diinta dugsiga waa malena
iskoolada waxay ahayd for example ilmaha waxay sameyn jireen kii subaxdii dugsi aadayo galabtii waxaa aadi jiray iskoolkaas aadi jiray iskoolka marka waxaa arkay nin waxaa aadaa subaxdii iskool aadaa subaxdii markii iskool aado ka bacdi galabtii kii waxa aadayo waxaa aadaa dugsi idan markaad fiirisid dhinaca maadadana waa ka dhisnaayeen iskoolaadaa jiray anaga for example iskool subaxley iyo galabley la kala dhihi jiray laba qeybaa qaadan jirta marka ama subaxley naqiyey dadka subaxdii aadayana iskoolka aadaysaa iskoolkana marka primary secondary college kulli waa jira Soomaaliya educationka Soomaaliya siyaad bar waqtigiisii free ahay waxbarashadana aad u fiicneed qofka marka oo for example waxbarashada heer sare ka soo gaaro waa soo bixi jiray meelahana soo geli jiray qaar waxay aadi jireen ruushka wax soo bari jireen qaar waxay aadi jireen Itaaliya wax soo bari jireen iyagoo markaas degree ay Soomaaliya soo noqon jireen shaqada meesha ka soo dhinaca waxbarashada Soomaaliya toobay ahayd dhinaca maadada
okay so adiga waxaa dhahday waxbarashada I mean iskoolka ayda subaxdii ama galabtii so full day iskool ma jirin miya
maya Soomaaliya systemka u shaqeeyaan waxa waaye subaxdii meeqsa subaxdii aad waxaad bilaabay 8 o'clock doortii waa soo dhamaahay doortii markii guriga la imaanay
subaxdii 8 ilaa doortii iskoolka
waa dhamaaday shaqada asaas ahayd shaqada doortii hadii la soo gaaro guriga loo soo naqaa ka bilaaw doortii ilaa iyo galabtii deeday ahaa jirtay magaalada waa la jiifi jiray ilaan systemka usubsan tahay waxay siyahay from doortii ilaa iyo galabtii qof walbo ama shaqaala ahaado ama wax ha barto wixii salab ha barto timekaas guriga loo soo naqanaa waa la qadeynaa markii la qadeeyo waa la jiifaa haddana waxaa bilaabaya galabtii galabtii marka qofkii haddana shaqad galaa qofkii iskool aadaa iskoolas aadaa marka iskoolka marka laba ay kala qaatanaayeen subaxley iyo galabley la kala dhihi jiray
so da'da oo iskoolka lagu bilaabay da'da maashiis ay markaas
5 sano ma bilaabeysi 5
5
sano ilmaha iskoola lagu geeyay
so 5 sano waxaa umaleynaa primary school camal waa
primary ingiriiska primary
maxaa dhahay jirtay
5 years 5 years ma
Ah.
iyagana sidaas oo kale sahay waa sucahay marka hadi primary secondary college
so primary
university.
ilaa meeqa sano waa ilaa 5 to
adiga aniga si fiican u xasuusto runtii laakiin waxaa jiray primary ahaan muddan waa mooganahay markii primary la dhaho waxa waaye waxay ka bilaabi jirtay aniga macalin jaamaca dhigan jiray runtii macalin jaamaca dhigan jiray macalin jaamaca waa iskool oo macalin jaamaca dhihi jiray
okay
dugsiga koowaad dugsiga dhexe dugsiga sare system oo sidaasaa jiray marka systemkaasaa jiray systemkaasaa wax lagu soo bartay anaa for example dugsiga dhexe markii soo martid kabacdi dan waxaa gelaysaa dugsiga saraa gelay dharjaalo aan dhihi jiray dharjaalaha intii soo dhigatay dharjaala markii soo dhigatay dan waa bixiyey haddana dharkaada waa bedelma laakiin inta
so dharjaalahay waxaas waxaa umaleynaa da isku xiran yahay so that's right. Okay, so meesha dan kusoo gudubno and adiga for example from your knowledge what you know the number of people or scholar added jiran in the population meeq amal ay ahaayeen
kulli iskoolada aadi jiray qofaan iskool aadi jirin male
so literacy ratingina aad u yaraa
kulli qofaan iskool aadi jirin
adiga muqdisho ma ka hadlaysa ama maxamed ab Soomaali weyn
aniga waxaan ka hadlaa kabitaashan ka hadlaa okay so qofaan iskool aadi jirin male
so qof walba oo muqdisho degan
free sahayna
iskool aadi
jirin
okay so education waxaas ahay markaas wax oo aad loo qiimeeyo in Somalia
education anaga toban ku haajir
maxaa qiimeyn jirteen educationka oo secular education ama diiniyan maxaa xoog ahay
labada baa la qiimeyn jiray waxa isku xiran yahay cunuga isku xiran yahay iyo waxbarashadiisii isku xiran yahay cunug oo aan diin soo barahaynin dugsi la gelihaynin oo qur'aan la soo baraynin ma jirin cunug walba markaa dugsi la geliyo qur'aan la soo bari jiray dugsigan waxa waaye laba qayb ah jirto waxay u badnaa jirtay dad loox wax ku baran jiray looxaas marka quraanka markaas waa lagu soo yeerayaa waa dhigay waxa ku baraya marka waxa waaye qoraalkan waa barahey akhriskan waa barahey
okay
marka dugsiga markii wax soo baratid oo bisi hada soo dhismaada dad fiir Soomaaliya quraanka markii fiirisid meel fiican ugu jiraan maxaa dhacay adduunka waa ku yaryahay dad xufaad ah بين المغرب والعشاء وحال أقريها الصوع صوع عصر مركي الأقريها أنت قفوضة حافظين إيه alors ilmaha markay dugsiga markay soo bartaan jaa quraanka waa soo xifdi jireen markaad fiiriso waxbarashada Soomaali taali ama maada ahaato ama diin ahaato aad ay u sareeyay
okay systemka adiga sheegaysto waxa soo ekeeyaa system fiican in Soomaali as jiri and in terms of waxbarashada diiniyan ama waxbarashada oo dunyawinka labada waa fiican soo ekay so adiga nolosha haday saas ahead and the youths
Yeah, back again. What? The Somali I don't even know what this person's saying. Fucking no. I don't even know. We're just a channel that speaks Somali. That's about it. Right, do you want to join us? CD's a madman. CD said I can't understand the OG. I couldn't believe that. Basically, I think that's first generation. I know the video's a bit long. It's about 17 stuff like that. It's about an hour long. So I thought I might as well play in segments, and it's got quite interesting parts of. And one part I wanted to get into today as well is like first generation us, innit? First generation us and a couple other generations as well. Yeah. If anyone wants to join, the link's right there. Let me know. Let's pop off the thing, innit? Anyone wants to come in, let's pop off the thing. Yeah, Somali Don, come on, don't you see? It's your first time. I ain't seen you about. You know them ones. So come on, don't be shy. Yeah. Damn, people join each other out in the chats already. Yeah, but yeah, that was the theme of it. So I was just wondering, as the OG was saying a couple of things, and he was talking about Barashada back home and that generation there. So I was thinking, well, what is the difference? And I used to think to myself, talk about Winkalali, I don't know when they used to speak about Wadanka. I'd be like, you had a lucky opportunity, like Wadanka Kusakorten. Like Banan Kamal Goodingen, a lot of them Dagarki, definitely make obviously we when let's not so a lot about parents and stuff like that. But do you think like some of the challenges Hagan Europe that's what I used to think to myself. So I don't even think they kind of understand. But it's kind of a unique situation on Mother Somali in the last 30 years. So do you think that plays an aspect, my brothers and sisters? That's one other thing. Yes, my brother Jamil in the building. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Big up, brother Jay in the building. I see you. So do you think that plays an aspect as well? Like I said, yeah, brother Jay, I thought this week topic, a couple of people brought it up and say, hi, let's talk about the generation thing. And obviously, from the video that we did this week, well, I might as well carry it on. Like, do we need to build bridges or do we measure square or not? I did die in the building. I see. So yeah, that's the aspect I wanted to look at as well. So just give me a second. I don't even know, man. Let me just delete this person here. It's one of them. Bye, them ones. I don't even know what that means. Actually, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know, brother. A lot of people are fixated with them things as well, and I don't even know what that means. A lot of people are fixated with that word, and I don't know. They're trying to attach us so hard to that word. It's like, yo, that's Somalia, Melkwadlia. And is that another thing? This new generation. I don't really understand. Are they ashamed to be Somalis? Is it a crime to speak about the Somali people? I had to delete the motherfucker real quick, because they just yeah. And that's another aspect, man. Like I always think to myself, this new I don't know, growing up here, I've never heard of this nationalism thing. Is this a new phenomenon that's creeping into this whole we're not allowed to speak about Wooden card as well? And that's amazing. Even today, like earlier, I was on a stream. And, I was on someone else's stream earlier, and someone was like, "Are you speaking to?" And I was like, "What the hell? Like, how do you know who I'm speaking? Like, you really that watching?" Like, imagine this. It's like me, yeah. Basically, I would never go to a bunch of say my Bengali, but the brother was Bengali today as well. Now I'll never go to a bunch of Bengali brothers and sisters and say, "Yo, why you've got a channel speaking to yourself, please?" So that's another question I want to learn as well. Maybe I'm I don't know. Like I said, I'm in my early 30s, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if this new wave of not even being ashamed of where you're from. So that I don't even get that. That's another thing. That's another thing. I cease to be amazed. You get where I'm coming from. And it's something weird. Yes, my brody. Assalamu alaikum.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. خالد يورن.
Wallah, alhamdulillah, AB. How you been?
Alhamdulillah, wallah, not too bad. Not too bad, because wallah, not too bad. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah,
this topic you're on tonight is a hot topic, wallah. It's a
yes. Do you know what it is? It's a topic
other things.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Talk to me.
I think I'm a bit behind because I'm using my laptop and stuff. I'm not sure that it's slow or not. But
I've
just been working on a few things, mashallah. I can hear you, cuz
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly, my brother.
All right, great. So I've been working on a few things, mashallah. Planning to come down end of the month, inshallah. So markaas in circuit doonaan kaaga sheekayn doonaa, inshallah.
Yeah. What do you think about the topic? Because this topic it pursued on one of the videos I did this week, yeah, and it was to do with brother Hassan and a couple of brothers that said, you know what, let's do a topic about generation gap. And even now, like some guy just came in the comments like nationalist is this and that. And I'm like, where did this come from? Where did this come from? I never knew that opening a channel for Somalis to have congregate and speak was a crime against humanity. I'm thinking to myself, where did I don't know. So what do you think? What do you think Mahana Kala start the two generations? And earlier, like I said, one aspect that I always wanted to throw up.
In two generations.
Some of them didn't. You know what? Do you think some of our parents didn't face the pressure of growing up here as well? So what do you think?
They face a different pressure though, Khalid. That's the thing. Do you get it? So they're of a different mold to us. Do you get it? And we're of a different mold to them. So there's a culture clash. That's what I believe. There's a culture clash, and I've always tried to sort of be in between, and you kind of lose your identity growing up in the UK, wallahi, because waxaad tahay markaa hore waxaad tahay qof Muslim yeah or Somalia, yeah. Badankii dhalinyaradeenu af Somali kuma hadli jirin growing up in Cardiff. Do you get it? Growing up in Cardiff and Bristol, people never used to speak it. Do you get it? Never used to speak Somali, they speak English, yeah. And now it's got even worse. Alhamdulillah, I grew up with my grandparents and that. Do you know what I mean? So, but it's difficult, wallahi, because right now, like, take for example, yeah, or the other mamluka haya, or the other, you don't hear it's There's a generation difference. These people are stuck in the past, bruv. That's what it is, really. They're stuck in the past, and we need to wake them the fuck up, wallah. Excuse my language.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, but you know what they say, like, the older you get, the more stubborn you get. And I feel that myself, like as like the older I get, the more stubborn-headed, the more you're stuck in your ways, isn't it? Yeah. Do you think that'll play a factor as well? Because nowadays they're looking at man, like, and I think you're around my age, like early 30s and stuff like that. Is like, do you feel like we're the age group that's the gap now? Because I get along with them fighting, like I was on fire and the young generation as well. But so do you think we have to play that crucial part?
I think yes. I think it's the generation.
We're going to be the next Odiyal as well.
Exactly. So am I, because in Somali, mashallah, Somali non qadlina, af English non qadlina, yeah. Dhalinyaradi win fahmina, odayadina win fahmina, because we grew up amongst the elders, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So I think it's upon people like us and our generation, the people that were born in the country, yeah. We have more sort of, I don't know, I think it's us that needs to bridge that gap.
Yeah.
Need to sit them down and like, but it's difficult, well, because Somalis are extremely stubborn, well, do you get it? And it's not just on religious lines, it's on cultural lines, tribal lines.
Yeah, sorry, bro. You're kind of breaking up, man.
And the cultural lines. Breaking up. You get it?
Do you want to repeat
break through the barrier on one of them, maybe Islam can break through the barrier. Do you get me? And then, because if they're in the wrong, you can correct them. You can use.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
The correct process, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Sharia dia tusaysa, you get me, stuff like that. I'm breaking up there.
Yeah, do you want to come in and out again? Try in and out. I'll put the link in the chat.
You can hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I think the headset was moving about. Yeah, I can hear you, cuz. Am I clearer now?
Yeah, no, you're perfect right now. You are perfect. You get where I'm coming from. Do you want to repeat that again? Because you are breaking up left, right, center.
I can hear you, Khalid. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right. I'll be back in a minute.
Just repeat it.
I can hear you, cuz. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
I can hear you fine as well. Right now, you're perfect. You're perfect right now. Don't move nothing. Right? Do you want to repeat the last bit that you just said? You kept breaking up.
All right, sorry about that. So I was saying, going back here, I think yeah, I can hear you, cuz. Yeah. So I think going back to what I was saying, yeah, is I think it's on people that were born. People that were born.
Sorry, Abdi, You want
In
to come back
some,
in and out? Abdi, please come back in and out. Your thing is it's moving mad. You're breaking up. You're pausing.
all right, great.
You hear me? Yeah, just come in and out again. Try.
I think I will now, because what I was going to say, I think there's a slight delay on my side. I think it might be
there
my-
is. Yeah, Hot Brother comes back. Yeah, man, come on, yeah, Zach. I thought it was just me, fam. I thought it was me, and I think he was delaying a little bit, 1 or 2 seconds. Yeah, man. Let me see what the chats are saying. Yeah, man. Du-du-du-du-du. That's true, you know. That's true. You know, a lot of folks when they say, I can't speak the thing is because a lot of people cook us like. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's like GH, you know, GH. I clocked in the first time. First time the brother started speaking Somali, I was like, whoa. I remember I always tell you, I'm always looking back at the stream with it, you know. I was like, what the hell? Like, you know, there's a couple of suspect characters as well, you know, and they speak Somali. It's like, you get where I'm coming from. Yeah. Hey, Somali, assalamu alaikum. Just passing through, doing some, yeah. Let me know, man. I swear Madrid's losing as well, but, you know, I didn't do the football this week as well, so, boy, yeah. Yeah, man. You have to. But then again, do you know what it is? I remember when I was learning off Somali, yeah, obviously I went back, you could call it Dagan Alice or whatever. I went back for about 2 years, year and a half or something like that. And then, I think not Hassan Bartini, and I think it was I know, damn. And then Budi Fred Baligubari. And it was like, yeah, and I feel like again, first generation diaspora in the world, yeah, and it's kind of crazy, isn't it? So you get me? Especially if you're from certain areas as well. Yeah, man. To live in Little Burra. Hayai. Shots fired. River, I don't know. You're pissing off people, you know. That little bit. I have to put that out there, you know. All the reverends, they're gonna come up in the building and say, yeah, Khalid, big up, bro. Big up, bro. All day long, man. You gotta love the Burra. What did they say? Burra Boardwin. Yo. A to the B. Hello. 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 Yo, AB. Hello. Hey.
Yeah, I'm there.
Jeez, the technical difficulties. Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me? I hope you guys can hear me. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah. Yo, let me know if you guys can hear me, bro. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So I don't know what's happening to brother AB. Let him come back in and out. I hope he comes back in and out. So I really wanted to, bang. Hello, AB, you there?
Can you hear me now, Khalid?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm there because it's working now, mashallah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yo, bro.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
But just yeah. There's a slight delay. It's about a split second or two. I can hear you.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it was mad. Hey, I don't know, man. Why would you say that, man? I don't get that, man. This is what I'm saying. That's a whole nother conversation I want to get into later on. With this whole this word here. I feel like to do a whole show about that, you know. I say, what is it? Like, what is it? What is it? What is getting underneath people's goats, bro, nowadays? Oh, like, all right, cool. It's a weird word, man. To me, because I always used to think that some skinhead people, innit? That's got, you know, that's got all the more than that, innit? Yeah. And it's just weird. For me, that's just weird. When you go Somalia, yeah, like for me, or like, you know, what the حالة كوتشي yeah. Not to, you know, what they call it now, like, what done they said, you know, when I glory up to this kind of weird, fam. For me, it is kind of weird. Find that odd. I find that odd, man. So hopefully, yeah, brother AB could come back on, or any one of the brothers and sisters. Nugusa Boda, Nugusa Darsama, have your say. The SS way, you know how it is. Tyler, I'm just gonna meet up and see if I got the other video that I wanted to play, but boy. Yeah. Nah, yeah, that's kind of crazy. That. And, yeah, but I feel like brother AB had quite one or two inputs that he wanted to put in as well, innit? So you get me? I know, brother CD. Sorry, AB. I feel you, bro, man. I feel like yeah, but yeah. Anyway, that way, yeah. Let me know. And the murder one, I don't know, fam. Like, hello, AB. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. There's a slight delay.
Okay. So I'm gonna do my best to try and tell this story anyway, as I was saying, yeah. And
Yeah,
let
go
me know
ahead.
if it's going okay.
Okay, now go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah. So I just
You
wanted to
just
quick.
tell the story, innit?
Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to tell you about the story of like for or us coming
Bro,
from
AB, I
from
beg you, it's easier if you just use your phone.
to the
It's
UK.
easier. You're
Do
cutting
you get
up.
it? Like
You're
massive
cutting
experience,
AB,
yeah,
AB.
that not everyone has. Do you get it? Like literally going through refugee camps, etc., having to get visas,
AB,
going to
AB, AB. You're
embassies.
breaking up so much.
Is it bad?
It's best if you use your phone, Mololo.
Yo, what's up, guys? Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. GS in the building.
How are you guys?
Yeah.
How are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah, man. Alhamdulillah. You left it a bit late. This is your topic. The other day you're telling me where.
I just woke up, bro.
Yeah, I hear that.
I barely got out of bed. I got out of bed for you, brother.
My brother, what are you telling? It's not even that today. I got a funny story for you as well today, man.
Tell me.
I was on a panel. I was on some guy's panel, a brother called Jedi's panel, innit?
Yeah.
We're chilling. I had one of these Asian brother must have come on, like, why do you have this guy GH at random one night, innit?
What was he complaining about?
I don't know. It's just internet bullshit drama, and then I see people making streams about that. I said, well, this is really it's a mad thing. That's another thing. But what are you saying? The generation. Let's talk about our topic, man. Let's get it down to it, man. Let's just, we don't like to talk about streams, but we'll speak about it later on anyway. How do I want don't know?
Inshallah. So anyway, so my point is, I feel like this is my humble opinion, and I'm gonna be really controversial. Maybe I'm playing devil's advocate. I won't make it obvious. Let's keep it spicy. But I feel like Somali elders, they want to have both worlds. You know, they want the advantages of the West, while in their eyes the negative aspects.
Yeah.
You know, they want to live in the West. But they don't want to accept that kids will not be the same as them. So they call their kids fish and chips. They call their kids these names. They're quite dismissive of this generation.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me, when you start calling children that are different from you fish and chips, it just shows a lack of empathy, and it shows tribalism. But a different form of tribalism that you normally see and you normally would see.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion on that? Do you think it's tribalism? Do you think there's two different tribes?
I think like really this gen. I feel like what it is. I feel like and I think the two can't combine. I don't know if it's loggerheads. I don't know whether it's a new challenge that we're just learning to accept. You know them ones. And sometimes
Absolutely,
I feel like obviously in plus in every generation they do have their sort of what's it called? They do have their differences. That's just natural. But like that's something natural.
What do you think fish and chips means to you?
Fish and chips just means a new generation of people that grew up somewhere else. You know where I'm coming from? Like it's like when brothers and sisters from Tanzania, Kenya, when they first came back to Waddanka, Sechuba Lupa here. It's just a name, innit? And Somalia, you know them ones.
Yeah. For me, I think it's a bit more. I think it's the psychology of the older generation who come from a generation that destroyed the Somali civilization. I mean, let's be frank, and I'm being controversial. I think like I have to be like this just to show people that I'm being.
No, you remember that song? Express yourself. Go on.
Yeah. I feel like this previous generation from Siad Barre, they sinned. Like for me, let's be real. If you lived in Siad's if you were a 15 or 20-year-old in Siad Barre's regime, you lived a very enjoyable secular life. I mean, they live more of a secular life than even most Somali youth that live in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not something that's discussed. You know, they call us fish and chips, but in reality, they're the ones that have lived the fish and chips lifestyle. But it's tribalism, you know. We're different from you.
They had it back home. That's the thing. Do you think they had it more easier? Because what don't call they choke, what don't call they kubashale, and like it was them minute. You get where I'm coming from?
I do think so. I do think so, and I feel like sometimes they lack sympathy, and they especially with people that are around. I would say the 50-year-old, 50 to 60-year-old section. 10 years ago, the people, our parents, because what they experienced with Ziad Barre was pure secularism, and it's strange because they're the ones that started in the 90s. When these kids started speaking with a yo bro, what's up? Or if you're a Cockney from East London, what was it? Hello mate, how are you?
Yeah, the fish and chips. Yeah, I hear that. That generation. But do you think what about the younger generation? Super Soccer Korea. What do you think about them, GH?
I think some of them are really confused. I don't know what they believe in, what they follow, what they think. I mean, there's like different strands. So I'm gonna try to put them into three brackets. One bracket would be the Afro-panism, like the African people, like the African Somalis who believe in a united Africa and have this all African like mentality where like they're African, Pan-African. Then you've got the Western, the secular, and they I would call this I would say these lot are the ones that just want us to be like Europe and want us to be just take everything that we've adopted to the world, leave everything and just become pure European, secular. And then you've got the other one, the new bunch, and they started coming the last 15 years, and you would call them the Islamists, and they want to implement Sharia, pure Sharia in their eyes, pure unfettered Sharia, no black and white, just pure Sharia. And then you've got like the nationalists, and you've got the nationalists who are in my opinion the patrons of the nation. These people, I'm kind of a bit fond of them, not too much, but a bit fond of them in the sense that they believe in Somalia anymore. They have that dream, that pre-70 dream of a united Somalia, of 5 Somalis coming together in one. Assalamu alaikum, CD, bro. How are you?
CD,
Alaikum salam. What are you not saying? Alaikum salam, bro.
Alhamdulillah. How are you? Big up Mood Best, my brother in the building. Love to see you in the chat. Big up WM, big up Muhammad. I see you there. Go ahead, CD. Come through, man. You thinking about today, man? Talk to me. Well, I was just talking about generations and the gap between. I feel like there's a gap between me and you. Certain of the young bucks, I don't get them. I don't even get them as well. Yeah,
I think it's just the age thing. Between me and you, it's just the age thing. Like was me and you, bro.
Yeah.
We grew up in the same kind of era, innit?
Yeah. In the same, yeah. I hear that.
Yeah, so I don't know. For me, like the generation gap is between like, Walidinta, Hoyoinke, Aviasha.
Yeah.
And us, Kuwait. So for me, that's what the generation gap is. It's like we don't have the Dakan to full effect, basically. And we grew up in the UK. We speak a different language. That I feel like that gives a different like image straight away in the parents' minds. They're not like us, sort of thing.
I hear that.
هذا Somali bro, هذا Somali والدين تقول هذا يصير then كم أركيان أو فيش كيفسا ما قلت.
Yeah, I heard that.
I think that there's a lot of confusion as well. I think when you look at how civilization has grown in the last 20 years, the last 30 years, I mean, like, I'm going to be really controversial. But imagine 20 years ago, your daughter coming home and telling her some guy's blackmailing her because he's got nude pictures of her. I mean, shit like that never existed. It's a new invention.
Exactly. Wallahi billah. That's a fact. That's a fact.
I mean, like these are the modern problems that young kids, like a young daughter, will come to you and say, "Oh, I was talking to this bad boy. He persuaded me to send him some pictures. Now he's blackmailing me." I mean, how do you explain that to a Somali mother or Somali father? I mean, that shit's crazy. They're like, "What's wrong with these kids, man?"
Wallahi waya billahi. Wallahi billah. Horta wallahi billah hogi baya kair led. Bro, they got thing nude that they got. They're like, "What's nude?" First of all, You tell them, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, they go mad, bro. You know the ones.
Yeah. Definitely. They're like, what the fuck's going on here, man? I mean, to them is how do you move up in ladder? I mean, we're talking about the young Somali girl coming home with nude pictures and being blackmailed. At the same time, with technology moving up so fast, how do they tell their children what's popping, how to make money? Like 30 years ago, there was a career path. You go to university, you get a job in you become academic, you get a job there. What do you call? You could become a doctor, lawyer. You could become an engineer. There was like a way now. Nowadays, stuff with blockchain, 3D printing, you don't even know what the fuck's going on. You're just confused.
والله dadka way baxeen ana kana waxa marayna dhakhtar hal noqday dhakhtar engineer well, all this stuff, man. Like there's so much more going on in the world. It's not just dhakhtar and engineer, bro.
Yeah. It's like they can't it's like like they can't, like they've literally lived with Somali people are having the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the scientific revolution, and the fifth way or the fourth way industrial revolution all at the same time.
So yeah,
that's crazy.
Another thing is I think another thing is as well, yeah. Like with us here in the diaspora, it's like the ones our age, or between our ages, it's back home is they see them as like they have a generation gap between them as well. It's like every time you have the next generation come up is like you see them as like weaker, or I don't know, like more easily manipulated.
Yeah, that's true, but in a way, it's like because we're having the scientific revolution, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the fourth or fifth way industrial revolution, all at the same time. And I'll be honest with you, I understand why Somali parents are so confused. They're like, "What the fuck's going on here, man? I didn't sign up for this." I mean,
yeah,
and then
they did not sign up for it.
Yeah, they did. They did it. Like when the Civil War ended in 1991, and you look at how the world was then, and you look at how the worlds are now, and you're like, what the hell's going on?
They literally came here. أنا كأني وإحنا صبران. أنا واحد صبر إنه ما قدرت مركا واحد صبر إنه ضل كان أولى بإنه عن ما قدرت واحد كفى إنه that كأنه وحوترنا. It's like it's not here for themselves to get educated. They're really here for us, basically.
Yeah, and for them, what they saw as normal, it's no longer normal. And like, let's just say something. You went home and you started a marketing agency or online marketing agency 3-4 years ago. You're head of the curve. You're head of everybody. You're 3-4 years ago. Instagram was no, let's say 5-6 years ago. Instagram is not that big. You start a marketing agency. Your parents think you're crazy. Now, but what's happening is they clock on to the fact that they're behind. Even they clock on to the fact that there's other options or other ways or there's like
they're behind. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Like now they see like people making money. Like, what are they doing? They're just making a video, but they don't realize that you can actually run ads on your, you can monetize your videos, and companies will pay, YouTube, and they'll give you a cut for people, watching your videos. Basically, it's a whole new concept, a whole new way of
thinking. I think the guys in chat made a good comment about speaking Somali, and to be fair with you, I don't think there is a Somali center in the whole of London that actually teaches Somali kids how to speak Somali. So that's definitely a gigantic problem right now. There's not one place where you go and learn Somali culture.
GS.
Screw that, man. I sound like
No. I sound like Somalian quadle.
I do quite me with my speech impairment. I sound like
dadka qaar hadda waxay moodaan inaan Soomaali garanayn oo dhaqan celis ahay waryaadahan Soomaali waan garanaya
يبقى قصب
والله Soomaaliga waa heersan bro dadka kaftankii ka bateen ما قصبه هي like Somali waa garanaya bro like proper it's like few words here and there
and it's not even that, it's just like you gotta let it go natural.
Bro, it's a few words here and there. Aniga marka barnay wallet bara, you practice, and then it becomes better.
Yeah. As long as GH
Bro,
doesn't speak Somali,
you know, no, but he's like he's speaking English. I'm not happy speaking English, bro. I'll be honest. Yeah, I'm not happy at all, man. It's not my language, man.
It's not your language, I know, but it's a language of language is a language, isn't it?
Language or language, like you know, English, Somali.
Yeah, actually, AB made a point. These kids are grown up in the street, and I sincerely feel, and this is the humble opinion, I feel like kids that grow up in the street, they don't really understand society.
Yes. Or maybe society doesn't understand them.
No, I don't think they understand society. I think that would be what you call what's that philosophical way? I can't pronounce the word, but was it syphilistic when you think the whole world revolves around your emotion, quite narcissistic in your way of being. But when you behave in a certain way, when you grow up in a working class environment and you don't understand that you're working class, and you don't understand when you go and you start busting jokes in your little local town, for you to work up the hierarchy, you can't act, behave, or speak or act like that way. I feel like that's what a lot of young kids don't understand. They don't understand that when you speak with a working class tone or working class mentality, that there's going to be doors for you that are shut. And these doors are not just in Europe, in the UK, or in America. These doors are back home. You know, that's why they call them Duck and Ellis, because they don't understand the culture. And for me, Duck and Ellis means that you're not socially equipped to understand the systems that you are involved, and you act like you're a G when you're not a G. And I know a lot of people are gonna call me a classist, posh white dude, but that's the reality.
No, you're not a classist. My friend, they're gonna call you a classist.
But if you come here and you believe you come here, let's say for example you live in Harlesden, and you walk around Harlesden busting some jokes, acting like a street rat or street hood.
Yeah.
I mean, middle class people in the UK will think that you're lower than them. If you go back home, he doesn't know his culture, he doesn't understand him, and they think you're an alien, basically. Yeah, and that has a lot to do with it.
Duck Ellis is a myth. Muhammad Bashir, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Abdul Dari said it's a big insult.
No. The Kalelis is a real point. It's basically working class kids or underclass kids, if you want to call them, who have a mentality that think the street life is cool, that it's cool to rob people. It's good to, it's good to drink every single night of the week. It's good to go fuck bitches. And this is from their mentality. And they go back to Somalia to learn some meaning of life, that this what they see as normality is just really an holograph universe. It's really an illusion. Yeah. So what was your experience growing up in the West? You're like the first generation of people that came to the UK, of the kids.
It's been alright. It's been ups and downs, downs and ups. You know them ones, lad. Yeah, for me, it's had its ups and downs. I kind of loved it, but with me, like I said, I think AB said this time ago, like I'm more of a hybrid, a bit of both. Like what you told Chad one together. I've been immersed, a couple of times, and so
you had a lot of charge. You chewed a lot of charge with them, gained some knowledge. Am I right or wrong?
Wallahi, I don't know about the knowledge review, but I chewed a hell of a lot of charge. Listen to this. No, I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't say that, but I don't know, fam. I don't know, cause I'd say, how can I put it this way? Back home was, I don't know. That's the best thing to say.
So do you think, okay, because you're first generation, and I want to ask you some questions. I want to integrate you. Yeah? Do you think when you were growing up, you didn't really understand the structure of society, the hierarchy that was within your community?
Yeah, I didn't
Be
quite
honest.
get it because
You
you're
didn't
young at the same time, and I think like I grew up in a generation. I don't call it that. Some of what money in it.
That's true.
It
That's
took a
true.
while. It took a while to adapt and lock up. So, but obviously, I thought children said that children were like So by the time I'm going to Korea and school, they already, Africa and all of that. As you could tell, Africa's kind of blessed and all of that. But I don't know. I feel like I was a generation where you don't belong quite back home and you don't belong here. You get where I'm from?
Okay, I want to ask you. I don't go. I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead, brother.
Do you feel like when you were growing up here, if you knew how the structure of society was, you would have made a lot less mistake? Do you feel like a lot of people, a lot of young Somali kids make fun of the fact that Somali parents are very straight? Like one of the things I always get about so people that grow up in some Somali community, the elders wear suits. They're well groomed. They look after themselves. They don't wear jeans. They come with suits. Do you feel
What does that mean, though? What does that mean?
It's like they have more of a middle class mentality. Somali people, when they come here, the stuff that are cool for the younger generation, and I feel like the younger generation at a certain time wanted to fit into the hierarchies, into the communities that they grew up with.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, especially when I came, like in the late 90s and the early 2000s, people were making fun of Somali people because they were like very straight. They were very Indian, I mean, we have this in Somalia community. We have this divide between the older generation, which are very similar to Indian Pakistani mentality. They don't like to marry outside their culture. They're very anti-LGBTQ. They're very anti-atheist, agnostic. And then you've got this younger generation that are absolutely confused, that live in a totally different world than them.
Yeah, but then again, what about when they were people's ages as well? Were they going through the same thing?
I don't think so, because in Somali culture, like, let's be real, to rob somebody, that's like an insult.
Yeah, that is an insult.
Alaikum salam.
Let's go on.
Khairan. Ahmed Gure, the building.
It's a good topic.
Yeah,
of Somali.
Of Somali. Inta isi qabto walaal ya I'm just, little 5-minute break.
So Ahmed, what's your experience, brother?
Of Somali we're talking English.
We're talking English.
Okay.
Let's not confuse people.
It's up to you. Walaal. Saru she did it.
Waxa way sida GS ka hela Soomaa. GS is gospel.
Yeah, just speak English, Let's speak English the first half and we'll speak Somali in the second half.
Is that a promise, GS, yeah?
Yeah. I'll try. Anyway, what's your story, brother?
Well, that's the point, man. You خصبة لو برتا Somali, you know that.
Yeah.
Even if people had the just don't pay attention.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah. So what's your story, brother Ahmed? When did you come to the UK?
I know I'm like Khalid's generation, garanti.
Yeah.
Marka waa first generation marka san ku bartay waxa weeye ma taqaana wallahi hooyo iyo aabada af Soomaaliya ku hadlaya.
Yeah.
Marka saas af Soomaaliya loo bartaa iyada ma taqaana marka adeer la hadlayso ma garanti.
Yeah.
Wallahi ma taqaana waa wax adag laakiin qofku inuu khasab ku barto weeye.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me switch it back to English so we have a conversation. But yeah, well, that's what it is, to be honest. It's just you have to speak to your parents in Somali. You have to force yourself to learn it. You're not going to learn it in any other way because you think about it, you go to school, you speak in English. You go to work, you speak English. So 90% of the time, you're speaking English. So how are you then going to switch to Somali just like that? It's not going to happen. The only way it's going to happen is if you practice.
That is true. I feel like, and from my own experience, I don't think there's anywhere in London where they teach Somali. Like even if I come from in Hargeisa University, I think quite recently they started doing Somali studies. Like this is how we don't value our culture. At the same time, we want our kids to be, or they wanted their kids to be Somali, but yet they didn't integrate them into Somali culture. They didn't explain to them what middle class culture was. It's easy for people to say, like what's middle class culture, what's working class culture.
Yeah, I know.
You know, like why do all the Somali people wear suits and act like they're bigger than everybody? What's going on here?
Yeah, true. So you know what? I got a question for you then. You know, Somali. Do you think you can get to a good level?
Repeat after me. Please repeat for me, bro.
Do you think you can get to a good level?
Of what?
Somali.
Of Somali? Absolutely. I think if I actually really focused on it, like put my heart and my mind and my soul, everything to it, I think I could be fluent in like probably like 6 months.
Do you think you have to go back?
No, I just think I have to read a lot. If I do that, I have no problem. Especially because I have a speech impairment, so for me it's different from everyone else. For me it's a bit different from everyone else. For me I have to read a lot. But for me it's for me the Somali language has never really been an issue. I always thought that I could pick up whatever I wanted to pick up. And there's been times in my life when I was actually quite fluent. It's just like for me when I'm not visiting my parents, I don't speak it. So that's why for me I always seem to forget.
It's the same with me, to be honest with you. I'm not speaking it a lot. That's why, like, even when I just spoke to you now, I feel like a bit rusty. Do you understand?
Yeah. You do. You feel you're thinking about it. It's not coming naturally.
Yeah, you're searching for the words there.
Yeah, and when you're always thinking in English.
True, but and obviously the topic of how we're bridging the generation gap. So obviously language is one. What else do you think is I think language is one of the biggest ones, but there's some other things. Do you think?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. You know, you've got the atheist, agnostic brothers. I mean, you've got them in one section. I mean, if a kid comes home to you, he's 16 or 17 years old, and he comes home to you and he asks you, "Oh yeah, I don't believe in God." I mean, what does a Somali parent do? Like that's unheard of in a culture.
Yeah.
Like it's just for her, she's like, what's going on?
Yeah, I know, that's true. Allah.
Like if your 18-year-old son goes to you or your 18-year-old daughter, "Oh, I'm gay or I'm lesbian," that gender, she's like, what the fuck? Because in our culture, you kept, and I'm being honest with you, pre-1991, you kept that shit to yourself. Like if you were gay, you never told your family, you just kept it to yourself. You got married, had kids, no one gave a shit. I don't know what you did in your private life, but that was how it was. Like society wanted you to straighten up whatever issues you had you have to straighten up. If you're an atheist, just keep it to yourself.
What about the Quranista? Do you think they're a problem?
The Quranist? No, I think they're a side effect from, and I've said this to you many times. I think they're a side effect. They're a gigantic side effect from the Bukhari law. The Bukhari law have caused Quranism. Quranism is a side effect of people that worship Hadith and put Hadith on power with the Quran. That's the only reason they exist. If people went back to how it was today, where they had a middle ground in Hadith, they accepted Hadiths that were authentic, they knew that some Hadiths were not authentic. So they had a Sahih, they had like authentics that was proven like just as the Quran was. And there was all these other Hadiths, which were, in my opinion, 40 to 50%, which were up for debate, but it wasn't a big deal. Like you didn't follow the Hadiths blindly. You had common sense when you were following the Hadiths. If people go back to how it was like that, we have no problem. Quranists die out tomorrow. But as long as we have this bunch of, I call them the lunatics, the Islamist lunatics. And I'm gonna get really pissed. A lot of people are gonna get pissed. But the people that just follow Bukhari, that don't know, there's this YouTube video.
Yeah.
And what was it? Mufti Abi Laytan, I think that's his name. He wants to debate you guys about how real Bukhari is, if it's actually authentic whatsoever. So one of you brothers out there, go debate him. He's looking for a good debate.
Yeah, I don't think the Quranists are much of a what's the word, major issue personally.
I think they can be. I think if they had funding, they would be. But I don't think the funding's there. If they had funding, there would be a lot of big trouble, because what the Quranists actually say is, you know what? If you believe it, like for example, let's be real. Like to leave Islam, the religion, in the Quran, it forbids it. There's like 5 or 6 different lines in the Quran that says that you should not harm people for thinking differently, or you should not harm people for leaving the religion. It says that in the Quran.
Yeah.
Then some guy comes with a hadith, I think, and then that says opposite. Which one do you take? Do you take the Quran or do you take the hadith?
Mm.
And this is in my opinion, where in my opinion, Quranists are a liberals. This is what I think.
GS, they're already complaining in the comments here. Should we go back onto the generation thing? Yeah.
Yeah, they
don't like it. Well, you know what? I'm surprised that no more people are on the panel, man.
No, they're scared. That's why they're scared.
What's going on today is a little bit quiet, isn't it?
No, but we still
considering how how busy the chat is, isn't it?
Yeah. I think everyone wants us to argue, so we'll keep the Quranists part, but separate from them. You know what? Another point I want to say is, what do you think of Somali girls? Like, what do you think of a parent? He comes home, pre-1991. Right now, he comes home. His daughter, his son, tells him, I want to marry a kid from Pakistan. I want to marry a kid from Portugal. I want to marry another person from Jamaica. What does that do to them?
Okay. Good question. I think now it's becoming more common. Well, I don't know. Actually, it's not becoming more common. That's a lie. But it's becoming more acceptable, should we say?
More acceptable.
Don't you think?
Why do you think that?
Wallahi, is because it's the key from. Okay, let's just say UK is more. It's happening there, isn't it? Like what do you call it? Ajnabis marry each other, different Ajnabis. So it's nothing. It's nothing amazing about it, or nothing to So I'd say it's if you know what, GS, let's be honest here. Are they like if you're marrying someone Muslim, what does it matter? Do you get it?
But does it? I'm playing devil's advocate. You know I'm a bit of a liberal, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
To get like just a conversation, innit? Go.
Yeah. Because so it does matter. It does matter because you're losing your culture, you're losing your DNA. Marriage, there's always been a caste system. In India, in hypergamy, there was a caste system. In Somalia, there's a caste system. Humans are not engineered to marry whoever they want. I mean, this is a liberal delusion.
That's where you're wrong, GS, because you know what it is? Are they doing so Korean? Because she likes, K-pop. You have to just go along with it, as long as he's.
No, but you feel like they don't know what they're getting themselves into.
Well,
like if for example, and I'm going to talk about if a Somali girl goes marries a guy from Jamaica, does she understand that her culture she'll be left out of her culture? Even though if that guy is Muslim and a great man, just because he's Jamaican, her children will never have that respect. She could never go back home and her children, whenever time they talk to her children, especially if she has sons or daughters, people might not want to marry their children towards that half Jamaican, half Somali kid.
But
do you think they understand that when they're getting married?
Yes, don't you think that's more of a Somali problem though?
No, but that's a universal problem. So it's like, let's be real. If a Pakistani parent, their son went home, and a Pakistani son or daughter wanted to marry a Somalian person, they'll have the same problems.
Yeah.
Because they understand, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, but they understand that when you get married, it's an economics marriage as well. You're marrying some people for your wealth, and I feel like a lot of these hair wisdom, or as evolutionary biology will call it, the red pill wisdom is getting lost, and people don't understand that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But it's just you can't police people's thoughts, right?
No, but you can't. But you can also understand the structure. Like, for example, when you marry a Indian.
GS, look at the girls that complain. WM, she's saying what? Where are the Somali girls? The GS is onto us. what have you said? What have you said that's bad? I'm confused.
No,
really, I think you know what, you're playing devil's advocate, but you know the score anyway, GS, man.
Yeah,
you can't force them, man.
No, but you can't force them.
And then by the way,
you get this own. My humble experience.
Sometimes, isn't it, like the walids or the parents, they're against it, and they causes issues, but sometimes they accept it or not.
But that's very rare. I mean, that's
So you
very
think,
rare.
well, okay, hold on. So anyway, let me ask you a question then.
Yeah.
Are they mataqaana, your daughter, are they doing so in Korean kasoo qaad?
Korean president, yeah.
Or Muslim, right? Yeah.
Korean.
Yeah.
Hey, Dali Airways.com.
Yeah, would you accept it?
Dali Airways ticket Somalia. Takan Alice. Wala tak. Tak.
No, we can't say
Guess
that.
good na taka sohel. Mina guess ko sohel.
So you say no, basically.
Of course.
What if she said to you, "Wahandole mit hamari"?
Hammer.
Yeah.
You know what? Because I know, like, deep down, I'm a patron. Deep down, I personally don't have a problem.
I was joking. Well, I was joking about the hamari thing. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
The
I
real
deep down, I don't have a problem. What was I gonna say again? And how can I like, if you go home, and Mohammed, how are you, brother? You okay? Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, Slati.
Wallah, so
what's your opinion, then, Mohammed?
والله مركو روتا داس كل شيء أنا خلص كوبوين وحلا والدك بتقانا أي كا واحد كذا والله. They're the biggest problem, bro. The parents.
War والله بينما.
ما دقيق وحولوا من the والدك وموتى. They're not like raising the kids, man. Nowadays, even me when I was growing up, I had to be at the house before like sunset, or else I would be sleeping outside.
Yeah.
And nowadays the parents wiilasha utaqaana laba maalin ay maqan yihiin ay waalidka ma kala jecla, you know, they'll just send a message on the telefonka, and then the parents will be like, xagee joogtaa, and then the guy will say waxaa joogaa saaxiibkay gurigiisa, then the parents will say caadi waa iska joog, you know, iska baashaal. Stuff like that, you know, it just causes it decays the culture.
Yeah.
And,
I know what you mean.
There's no structure nowadays, nothing. And it's also, you know, parents having like 10 kids, you know, they look after the youngest kids, and then the boys, the 12, 13, 14, they go around doing whatever they want.
Yeah. So what do you think the solution is then, Mohammed, to bring basically the younger generation and the older generation together?
The solution is having more, like having a Somali community center, you know, where they teach the young kids about, first of all, the Somali language, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
For some reason, I don't understand this. Like, the kids,
you know what I think as well, Mohammed? They should push that in schools, you know? You know, especially where Somali Kubadin, they should force the schools, or not even force, but like lobby or whatever, or get Somali teachers to teach as part of when the kids grow up. They, you know, when they go to French or Spanish or whatever, they should have like a Somali language course.
It's not even that. It's on the weekends, you know, when the kids go to Duksi Quran. Why can't they also go to a Somali school where they learn also the language?
Yeah. I don't know why they don't do that though. Because Quran, but they don't look at the it's a bit like never crossed their mind.
For some reason, I don't understand this. Like, they should have that in place. Also, it's one other thing too. Wallahi billah, it's the older guys too, bro. They're the ones that have infected the youth, bro. Their nonchalant, non-caring attitude has really destroyed the young people, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
They also have to take a lot of blame too.
Yeah, we all lie. That's true. They don't really look out for them, do they? In a sense,
they don't look out for them at all, wallahi. Yeah, and it's also the older guys. They don't tell the youth, you know what? You know, they don't say that shit.
No. And also, there's no respect in it between the two.
Nothing, no respect at all. Like recently, he was talking to me like I'm his sahib, and he's like 13 years old. Like,
wow,
that can't happen, bro.
No. That shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen at all.
It should, bro. It should. Like, that's the thing, bro. Nowadays, the kids, even the parents, were like, you know, when I was young, I used to swear, I used to get the soon kali gudi ichire,
Same with me.
Swear words coming out of my mouth.
Same with me. I wasn't allowed to swear.
The parents are saying fuck, shit, all that stuff, you know?
Yeah. The standards have dropped, man. They have dropped.
All my days, they've dropped so bad.
Yeah.
And you know, another thing, bro, you know how the kids are on social media? Nowadays, the parents are on social media as well. And they're on YouTube or Facebook, and they're just wasting their time and They're not doing what they used to do back in the day.
Yeah, you're right. Wallahi, that's a like we'll become all iyal together.
All of us.
Those are generation kids, man.
I know, wallahi, billahi. They're holding on to their youth, innit? They just what should we say? They discovered social media.
Yeah.
Why did the
Yeah. You know what? That's why I always feel like it's so strange. But when I go to like Somalia events and I see these bunch of 35-year-olds or 45-year-olds who are literally living their 20s, they're like, I always find it so strange.
Yeah, that's true. But
yeah. And also, you know, the Somali community, we need to have like tough and honest conversations. We can't say, you know what, we don't want to expose this to the rest of the world, our issues. We need to have a dialogue between us. Because a lot of the time, the Somali people, they want to, they don't want to talk about it for some reason.
Yeah, that's true. Wallahi, they don't want to face the issues.
They don't want to, man. You know?
Yeah, and they get out of hand.
Like, they should, like, the Somali community, they should come together and say, you know what, we're going to have to cut this shit out. It has to stop.
But you know what happens usually, yeah? I said this before. We're reactionary, bagrans. So, for example, and then all of a sudden they'll come together and they say, oh, we have to do something about it. So,
Makas, it's already too late, Sahib.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's our nature. I've noticed that in the community. Nobody thinks, yeah, let's start early when they go to school. You know, let's have a community spirit. At least then let's have like mentors. For example, successful. Mentors. Let them take them under their wings. Do you know what I mean? That doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist at all.
But do you think that's because of the chaos? Like, let's be real. Somali people, and I've said this earlier in the chat, where we're going through the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the Scientific Revolution, and the Fifth Way to Industrial Revolution all at the same time. You think it's because of that chaos?
I disagree, GS. I think is what Muhammad is saying. We need to be more organized. It's simple as that. It's just all it is, just organization.
Do you think like? But do you think like modern media, and Muhammad looked at the negative aspect of modern media, but the positive aspect is that for the first time we can connect and we can have this discussion, you know?
But even before, even before the media, there was still the same issue, though. If you think about it.
And I want to say something else for the. Okay, this is going to be quite controversial, but I feel like the older generation, they're extremely corrupt. Not socially. No, not socially, and I'm talking about London, but not socially, but from an economic perspective. And they destroyed Somalia with their corruption. And in the UK, when you had places like, for example, youth centers, when you had these Somali programs, a lot of them would just take the money, go home, and build a big fat house in Hargeisa or Mogadishu, Kismayo, some part in Somalia. And a lot of them have criminal records. Some of them anyway, and you see this unacceptable behavior. What's your opinion, Mohammed?
What do you mean by? You mean the parents have records?
No, the people that will set up community centers, they will say, "Oh, we're spending this money training Somali kids," and they will never train them. Or like I remember at Bus Pass, when one time there was these colleges where they taught all the Somali people how to do English, and they had to get shut down because literally they would take all the money from the UK government and not do any of the work. Stuff like that. Do you think that has had an effect on us?
Yeah, but that's minuscule, mate. That's not something that's had a big impact on the community.
Okay. But okay, I've got another point. Do you feel like as a lot of Somali people invest back home, a lot of the people, because there's this theory that people of high conscious, like a person who's a high conscious person, a high performing person, one person like that helps like 1,000 people. But if that person goes back home all the time and lives back home, do you feel like we're so scattered that there's too many older people that are like, for example, highly educated or highly conscious or very spiritual, want to help their people, because they were so like scattered around the world, there's not that nucleus to get stuff done.
Are you talking about in the West, get stuff done here, or?
What's it?
Are you saying get stuff done in the West? Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Do you feel like because a lot of people have a lot of Somali generation, they have built schools, hospitals, stuff like that. Do you feel like they've invested back home and have they forgotten the people here? You know, they put all their investments back home, and now in the UK they don't have that commitment because they're not investing in them, because they're basically a guy with a suitcase who believes one day he's gonna go back home, but he's never gonna go back home, and he's forgot about his kids. The children are here. Do you get where I'm coming from, Mohammed?
I get what you're saying, but in my perspective, I'll disagree with that, because when I was growing up, the Somali community, they organized that. They had like a Duksi center where the Quran and Baratan, and then they had like a welo kubad lagu ciyaaro, you know, on the weekend. They had that stuff. They had other things, but then once we get older and we get in our 20s and stuff, and you know, we're past our youth, the parents then they go back to Somalia and they do that stuff, you know. Once we become more mature. So I don't think the parents are focusing on Somalia while their kids are younger, if I can say that.
The panel said that marrying outside your race is like great. I want to ask you. I want to ask you guys a question. I kind of figured something out. You know how I do my little amateur fact checking. So I realized this year. I realized that Somali girls, they tend to marry, when they marry outside a race, they tend to marry black guys. And I realized that Somali guys, when they marry outside a race, they marry white women the most. I hardly ever see a Somali guy that marries a black woman. I don't know why that is.
Did you carry out a
strange thing?
Did you carry out?
What's your opinion, guys?
I don't know about that. Okay, I'll say this about the Somali girls marrying the Ajnabis. I would agree with you that more Somali girls they're more susceptible to marrying Ajnabis. I'll give you that. But the men marrying Adan women, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either, to be honest.
No, but what they do marry, I think when they do marry outside.
Yes, I'll ask the question. Do you think that is more of a problem when the girl marries outside?
This is I'm gonna sound so politically incorrect, but I'm playing Devil's Advocate, and I'm gonna be really controversial. just to get wild up the crowd. But this might actually be my true feelings as what it might be. It's up to you guys. You guys digest when I'm playing Devil's Advocate or when I'm not. But does it really matter what a girl marries outside because her kids are not Somali?
Nah, but yes, I think you know, you need to relax, yeah.
Slow down. Yes.
I know.
Does it matter? Like if a Somali, is it more important that Somali men marry within their community because their kids will always be Somali?
Yeah, it's true. There's obviously a Wahachila Qabil thing in it, but let's be honest.
Bro, I don't believe in that nonsense of if a woman marries someone else, the children, and if the man marries someone else, the children are Somali. I don't believe in that nonsense.
But you know what it is, though, Muhammad? That in a way is what GS is saying. When it comes to Somali, it's true because they haven't got a tribe, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, like I don't personally, I don't like people marrying Ajnabis. First of all.
Yeah, same. I'll tell you the truth. I don't prefer that one. I don't.
Why I don't? Because you know what? Let's say this. Let's say I'm marrying a Somali woman here, and then my sister, so she's married to a Ajnabi, and their kids are coming over. So what am I supposed to speak in English to the kids?
Yeah.
My kids in Somali, like you see the cultural clash that happens.
Yeah. It's a sticky situation. Let's be honest.
And they're not gonna feel relatable.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? AB said something. Yeah. AB said something. He goes, "Oh, religion doesn't have a race." Like, I'm going to be really controversial, but do you see Arabs or Pakistanis marrying outside their native culture and ethnicity? I mean, it's only Somali people.
They do.
No, but you don't.
It happens at a very low rate, though.
Yeah, I mean, like Pakistanis and Bangladesh have the lowest rates of intermarriage. I'll put this out for you guys. In the UK, I mean, Indians. Let's be real with you. Out of all the immigrant families, Indians are the most successful, and they have the lowest outside marriage of their own race. Yeah, and they're the most successful.
Okay.
So like people like AB with their Islamist, with their Muslim propaganda, you know.
Yes, you just mixed a couple things together. You just said
Okay.
because they don't marry outside their people that they have the highest education. What does that have to do with it?
Because this is my, and I'm going to be controversial. When I've seen Somali women, a lot of the Somali women, when they marry outside, they always get divorced. And if you're not come from a two-parent household, you're less likely to be educated, and you're less likely to be economically successful. You're also less likely to financially prosper as well when you come from a one-parent household.
Okay,
So that's my reasons behind it. If you have if you come from a Somali background, in my opinion, that protects them from how can I put this? Okay, let me put this to you. And I'm actually a liberal, and I know a lot of people in the chat are going to say, "No, you're not liberal." But let's be. I'm a practical liberal. If you live in Harlesden, if you live in these ghetto areas, in some of the most deprived areas in the West, once you get married, once you for example, once you have liberal views in these environments, which means getting marrying outside your culture, sex before marriage, it's actually quite destructive. Then if you, for example, have liberal views and live in Oxford, or if you live in Cambridge, or if you live in Essex, because in those environments, because there's so much space, you can have those liberal views and you don't have the disadvantage of it. But when you live in a city, being actually very conservative is actually very beneficial. Okay, and I'll give you this example. When you compare conservative Somali families to liberal Somali families, who are more successful?
I don't know. I didn't do the research.
From your own anecdotal, when a Somali family drinks alcohol, has not a pure liberal Somali family drinks out. They live in Harlesden. They live in what you call it
But the conservative will be more successful. The conservative of it, clearly, yeah. If they're drinking alcohol, of course.
And they're having sex outside their marriage. They're living very liberal lifestyle.
Yes. Let's talk about the main issue, bro. Let's not divert into other
stuff. What I'm trying to say to you.
Wallahi, he's right, Mohammed. Let's get back to topic, GS. Wallahi, let's get back.
Am I pissing people off in the chat? I was only just trying to play devil's advocate.
You're not on a tangent, bro. You're talking about some other nonsense.
No, what I'm saying to you is the generation gap. Somali people are very conservative. That conservative culture in a city is far more beneficial than, for example, what a secular would say is become liberal. If you become liberal and this is, have you ever read Thomas Sowell? Thomas Sowell is a very fascinating academic, and he says a lot of the issues that happened in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s when it comes to Black African Americans is because that they started adopting what you call liberal philosophies. And in a city, and this is in a city, having liberal concepts and ideas in a city is very, very hard and quite counterintuitive and counterproductive. So from a culture generation gap, when young Somali kids want to be liberal, want to be join the West, and their older parents, they don't want that, does it make sense then? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make.
Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the topic, yeah? Do you think it's social media is going to help bridge the gap or not?
I'll leave Mohammed on that.
Okay. What do you think about social media? Will it help bridge the gap?
Social media, it's created a fake image, Nowadays people live on social media, so I don't think that's going to bridge any gap.
You think it's going to have no impact at all, yeah?
No impact at all, man.
Okay.
Because
what can help then, divide? I think personally, I know they say Dagan Ellis and all that. I wouldn't even call it Dagan Ellis. I'll just say taking them back to Somaliland is going to help them understand their Dagan code and then learn the language, and that will help divide. I think that will have a big impact. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but the thing about Dagan Ellis, bro, you have to take the kids when they're young.
No, not Dagan Ellis. Not Dagan Ellis, Mohammed. I'm talking about just taking them back on holiday.
Yeah, but on holiday, how long are they there? For example, I went to Somalia
in the summertime.
The first time I went to Somalia was when I was 8 years old. I was there for 10 months.
Wow.
And I learned a lot, Yeah. But when you're there for a month or two, what are you going to learn?
Okay, good point, Wallah. So maybe they need to go on for 8-9 months like you did, and that will help.
Yeah, because I remember when I came back, I was totally different.
Yeah.
So what do you think changed for you?
what changed for me was because when I was growing up in Australia, I was more into like the Aussie culture, you know. I knew nothing about Somalia. Nothing. None of the Somali culture, nothing. And then when I went back, I saw, like, first of all, when I went there, it was like a culture shock. Everyone was speaking in Somali. People were wearing Ma'awis. I was like, what the hell is this? I went to Quran Duksi for like every day, except Jum'ah and September. So when I came back, I just had a different view of like, I knew who I was then. When I came back, I realized, you know what? I'm not like these other people. This is not who I'm supposed to be. I'm not supposed to be talking like these Aussies. I'm not supposed to be adapting this different stuff because I feel like I was a confused kid, bro. That's why my parents took me back.
That's a big point, you know. Well, that has to be a kind of solution to bridge the gap, is to take them back for 8-9 months when they're young, like hit them around the age of between 8 to 10. They'll come back different, wallah.
So they become conservative, yeah? They become
Not
typical Somali.
They have an identity, bro. They know who they are.
Yeah.
And that's important.
And when that's important. Like me, bro, when I was younger, I never used to say I was Somali, bro. I used to feel embarrassed because I used to say I'm an Aussie, you know? I thought it was like Arab, like saying I'm from another country.
Wow.
I just thought, because I used to read about Somalia.
Why is that?
Somalia, huh?
Why is that?
Because I used to read about Somalia. It's like this destroyed country. I was like, why the hell would I claim that place? I just felt the other kids at school would feel like I'm from a shit place. Yeah, like it's better if I don't claim that place. I won't fit in, basically.
Yeah. You know what? That's actually my experience as well when I was growing up. I mean, when I was growing up, we experienced like a lot of racism. Like for me personally speaking, anyway. And I'll tell you a story. Like it's quite crazy, but we got into an argument with our next door neighbor who were Jamaican. And I'm not being anti-black, by the way. I'm a pro-love, pro-oneness. But we got into an argument, and I always remember this story. Yeah, and I had this football. Yeah, and the next morning I wake up, my football so they put a knife through my football. Like, how psychologically abusive do you have to be? I was like, what, 11, 12? And like when that happened, I realized that fuck, these people are not like me, man. They don't like me. And when you're growing up, you don't know you don't know nothing about your culture. You know nothing about your history, and it creates this inferior complex. And a lot of, in my opinion, the anti-Black Lives Movement comes from that. You know, like when Somali came to in the 90s, black people were and Asians as well were horrible to them. The people in their working class environment were horrible. They were like, who are these outsiders? The same thing happened, and it was not about race. The same thing happened when the Polish came in Britain. When the Eastern European came, a lot of people had a problem with them. And I kind of think that humans are, to a certain extent, they don't like outsiders, and it's sad. So MB, how are you, brother? You okay?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's your take, brother, on the discussion we're having tonight?
My thing is, I have a question. So we're talking about Dhaqan Alis, right?
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
So my question is, how does a kid qualify? Let's say like a kid grows up in the West. When does a kid need Dhaqan Alis? Like what is the let's say like the minimum requirement or whatever? Like what kind of kids are we gonna send to Dhaqan Alis?
Okay, I'll answer that question. So there's two types. Okay, there's two types of Dhaqan Alis. There's Dhaqan Alis when you're really fucked up, and that's like basically when you're like into drugs, into selling stuff. You're criminal basically. That's the first type of Dhaqan Alis, and that one basically just want to take you out of your environment because they think you might get stabbed up or something. And then there's a second type of Dhaqan Alis, and some people wouldn't even regard them as people who are dysfunctional. They're basically you've got a son who's, in their opinion, doing Islamic practices. So he's got a girlfriend, or a daughter. She's got a boyfriend. What family? And that would be the second gap, and they would be the one that has social issue, and you send them home. There's actually a third one where there's kids that don't have their culture, and you just want to help them with their culture, have an understanding. That would be the fourth Dhaqan Alis. So you're the first one, which is the criminal. The second one, which is the socially liberal children who are smoking weed, but who are going to school, who are normal functioning, but they smoke weed, have sex outside married, and Somali people kind of freak out back home.
So what do you think of that type of the second type of Daqan Alis?
I think when you look at the generation gap, it's like I don't know. Like I think Ahmed would be better to answer this. I think Ahmed would be a bit more have a more mature take.
Yeah, I want to hear what Ahmed has to say, but I want to hear like, do you think it's a positive thing? Do you think it's a negative thing? What do you think?
Like if you and I said this before, if you live in Harlesden or you live in one of these, and I'll be honest with you, I call myself a liberal. Like I call myself spiritual liberal. You know, I come from the 70s movement. Yeah. So like when I say this with a pinch of salt. But I'm gonna be honest with you, if you live in a ghetto, if you live in one of the most deprived areas, and you have a liberal, socially liberal, it is extremely dangerous. Because there's not that avenue to get out of the trap. Because at the end of the day, in the West, there's a hierarchy. There's a working class, there's a middle class, and there's an upper class. And if you work, the way you live, the way you work can move you up. If you don't understand that and think, oh, I'm a liberal, I'm just open to everything, that's actually quite dangerous. Ahmed, what's your take on this, brother?
Yeah, well, on the second question about whether they should be the second type, that's what you're talking about, isn't it, MB?
Yeah, the social Daqan Alis.
Well, they all, to be honest, they need it as well, MB, if you think about it, because we're talking about bridging the generation gap. So if they're out of touch, then they need to go back. It's not even, I think Daqan Alis in it has a negative connotation. It's more of just taking them back when they're young and then just teaching them the culture, the language. Because when you're young, you pick up things easier, especially language.
This is my take on it, Muqtai. I think the biggest challenge really when we're talking about bridging the gap between like the old generation and the Somali culture and the new generation is the cultural these kids that we're talking about that are culturally distant from the Somali culture. Like kids that have grown up in the West, they're not necessarily troubled, like they're not involved in crime or anything, but they have a very different idea. Like the ideology is very Western, the Daqan is very Western, and I don't think something like Daqan Alis really works. It's like pampering over the cracks or papering over the cracks. It's like sort of thinking, okay, we're just gonna send him home for like a few months and then.
No, not a few months. That's what Muhammad was saying. It only really works if they stay for a long time, like 8-9 months. That's when it really.
It doesn't even work then, bro. It doesn't even work then because
it worked. All right, Muhammad. You can ask Muhammad. I don't know if you heard what Muhammad said, but he went back.
What's your experience, MB? What was your experience?
Muhammad,
you can ask Muhammad yourself. Yeah, he said it helped him a lot. He became back a different.
Muhammad said he was 8 years old, bro. Right?
That's why I said that if you take him to around the age of 8 to 10, that's the best time to take.
Yeah, but how are you gonna find out? This is the thing, bro. Like, how are you gonna find out if a kid is culturally distant from in that sense that we're talking at that age?
But that's the point. You know what they say, that prevention is better than cure. Just take them early when they're young, and then they're cultured. That's it.
They become consented.
Don't wait till they're like 17, 18 or that's too late anyway.
If that's what we mean by Daqan Alis, then okay, then that might work, but that hasn't really happened in a widespread fashion.
Sorry, MB, you're not listening. I was just saying it's not Daqan Alis, it's bridging the gap, isn't it? So Daqan Alis is a different topic. It's when they're lost. What do you do? It's like that's damage control, whatever. Isn't it? But this is more how we can bridge a gap, and one of the things you can do with the young ones when they really have is take them back. Obviously, the ones that have gone past the age 15, 16, that's a different debate. You need a different tactics for that. One of them I would say, I think Muhammad mentioned, is having a strong community where the ones that are older, like they can mentor them. They have masajid or somewhere, that a place where they can meet and they can talk, and at least that way they can connect instead of being left to themselves.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea in my eyes. But I don't know if it's gonna happen, to be honest.
It can happen. It just depends on the people. The problem is Somalis. You're right. Somalis, they're not really. They don't work together, do they? I mean, I don't want to generalize, but
they're Republican people. They're libertarians.
But that's how I feel. Like the Somalis.
Yeah, but what One thing I have to agree with MB about the Dakhan is like nowadays, wallahi, I reckon it's so hard, bro. Because nowadays, everyone in the Somali regions have a telephone. They have a mobile phone. They own social media. They have internet. So back when I went there, very few people had a telephone. So I wasn't connected to the outside world. So now, even one of my younger cousins, and guess what happened? Kenya, he went to NFD, bro, and he went to the embassy, and Australia, and they sent him back. So, like, sending these kids nowadays, bro, is the hardest. I'm not playing here. He ran away and he went to the Kenyan border, and then he got deported back to Australia. So,
shit, that's crazy.
You can't send these kids nowadays. They have mobile phones, they have internet. It's really hard, bro.
No, but why would you send the kids without their parents? That's my problem. And I'm going to be frank with you. If you send your kids back home, go home with your kids. Don't go home. Don't send your kids and expect some other guy to raise your kids.
Yeah, GS is right, man. GS is right. They have to do it properly, wallah. You're going to do it properly.
I mean, this is the problem. A lot of, and I've seen like the dark side. And I'll be honest with you, I've heard the dark side of Dakhan Ellis. You know, like when a 17-year-old goes home, he gets money sent every month, and all he does is drink alcohol. And you just every part of Somalia, you can find alcohol, you find drugs.
Not every kid is a bad kid, though, GS.
No, but what I'm saying to you,
every kid is a bad kid.
Let me finish.
Jump on the streets and drink company.
No, but I'm saying to you the dark side of it. You know, this is the other side. We always talk about the good side of Dakhan Ellis. We're talking about the kids who go home, who go back home, who become just delusional, disfranchised, you know, who get all this money sent home. Their parents live abroad. They get $200, $300, $400 a month on their pocket. All they do is have sex with some random girls. They ruin the culture back home for these people. I mean, that's another side of the dark side of Dakhan Ellis that no one wants to talk about. The 19-year-old that goes back home. What do you guys think of that side?
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. When my cousin, the one that came back, he was 17, bro. So at the age of 17, these kids know better. You can't send them back.
Yeah, you can't.
It's over. You have to send them back when they're 8 to 10, 12 years old. That's it. Or else you're just basically wasting your time.
No, you can only really send them back home if they're criminals. Like if they're criminals, you have no choice.
No. Not criminals, bro. Trust me.
Yeah. If they're 19 and they're in street thug, I would send my kid back home. Even without me. Just go back.
And guess what they're going to do? They're going to bring that mentality back to their place.
That's true. Hey, at least he lives. That's their mentality. That's a Somali mentality. At least he lives. But at least
you know what, though? You know what, GS? Wallahi, they did do that. I don't know if you've seen it. Probably you might have seen it on YouTube, but a lot of the kids in London, the youngsters, 15, 16, that were getting killed, a lot of the parents sent them to Kenya, Somalia, Somaliland, because they said to them, I'd rather they go back than die on the streets of London. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So they were desperate, man. They had to do that.
Yeah.
So Ahmed, let me ask you this here. So what you proposed about, sending kids in a very early age, I think it's a good idea. Yeah. Like in looking at it from now, the status quo had that, in that a lot of the next generation had that. A lot of them, they're teens or early 20s, and then they're gonna have kids one day. So if this generation had that, like let's say we have a pool of kids, in their teenagers to let's say mid-20s, that generation of Somali kids who are very distant from their Somali culture, like how do you solve that? Because they're gonna give birth to the next generation of Somalis in the West Somali.
That's a big question, Wallahi, that's a massive question.
But that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that is a very tricky thing you mentioned, because those kids, like, but now they're adults now, they're not kids anymore. So it's really hard to. I just think it's on the older Somali community to bridge that gap, to bring them together, make them feel proud of being a Somali. Building centers where they can bring their children to that place. I think that's the best way.
I've got a question for you guys. Do you think Somali people becoming conservative, like very religious in the West, is like a bridge? Do you get it? It's like they're trying to close the bridge.
What do you mean by religious conservative?
Like let's be real. Like 30 years ago, Somali were not as religious as they are now. Do you think this phenomenon that has become the religious group? Do you think that's like a how can I put this? Do you think by being religious that they're trying to what you call find a common language with these people, these kids.
Not really.
What do you mean, bro? I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm confused.
In the sense, okay, imagine this, yeah. Imagine you've got these kids. They come from the West. They're secular, they're liberal. They've got this mentality, and on the other side, you got this older generation, the old school Somali people, and they can't. The old school can't understand Western culture. So, in essence, to connect the two, there's like this middle ground where they become religious, and that becomes like the generation gap, the religion.
Yeah, but yes, when you say Western culture, what are you talking about, sir? What do you mean by that? Are you saying the kids are more like the other Adan or African kids?
Yeah. So they basically, do you feel like when Somali parents started becoming religious, it was a subconscious or unconscious way of trying to connect with the younger generation?
No, man,
You know?
that's a weird theory, man.
I think that has a little bit of an impact because some of these parents, they're very old school, you know, like,
Yeah.
and it clashes with the kids. I do agree with some of them.
Yeah, but he's saying the reason they're old school is like they're coping with their differences with their kids. So the kids are Western, and then in order to cope with that, they turn into like old school. They become conservative or religious.
They become religious. They don't become religious. So the religion is like a communication language between the two
So
generations.
they become religious in order to communicate with their children who are not religious.
Yeah, it becomes a common language.
But
So
how
religion?
are
No,
not religious?
because basically what happens is religion in its essence is a generation, like a ladder, snakes and ladders, a ladder between the two generations. So the older generation might be old school Somali, and the younger generation might be like brought up in the UK, pure Western, and the religion is like a middle ground.
To like communicate, Makoda.
Yes. So the religion in essence becomes like a middleman between the older one and their Somali upbringing and the younger one and their kind of Western upbringing, and then the religion is like the in between the two different generations. That was my theory, basically.
Yeah, but you know, that's what we were saying earlier on, isn't it? When me and Muhammad were talking about having like the mosques when they learn Quran to teach them the Taqan. Because the masajid, then a Muslim the masajid is going to always plays a big role in the community. You get it? It's not just teaching them Quran, they can teach them like, you know, education, teach them culture. So that group you're talking about, they can have a big role. You're right. They can have a big role because they're teaching them Quran already, and they can also teach them the culture. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, because what I've seen in the West, especially, I see a lot more like, and it's my opinion, but I see a lot more what you call religious Somali children. It's like they're more religious than they're actually more like religious Somali youth in the West. There's more of a religious bunch than the old school secular Somali culture ones. There's like more of that group. Like you don't see secular Somali old school. What you see is religious Somalis and Western Somalis, basically. It's just two groups.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused. Are you implying that because of the conservative religion that people have started to follow, are you saying that's become a hinder?
That has become a communication tool, like a ladder between the two generations.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that we should do away with that stuff, or?
No, I'm not saying we should do away. I'm just saying, do you think that has had an impact on helping to bridge the gap between the two generations?
It's had an impact on the youth, like the teenagers, obviously, because most of them are free-spirited. They don't really, they want to fit in, if I can say. But once they get to like 20, 25, they're not on that nonsense, bro.
Yeah. So, but basically, my point was, and I think it was kind of a newest point. So, trying to, it's my own little theory that I just came out on the spot. But I feel like a lot of, like to bridge that generation gap, a lot of Somali have invested within the religion and probably the young kids nowadays have more of an understanding of religion than they even had it back home in Somalia. The kids that live in the West are probably more religious than kids that are back home in Somalia. A lot of them, a large proportion of them.
I don't know about that, bro.
I think it's the same with many other ethnicities.
Yeah.
I think the kids in the West are less religious than the ones back home.
No, but
Yeah.
I think what GS is trying to say is like, for example, if you see like a kid, Somali kid who's grown up in the West, and let's say he goes through a journey, and he becomes practicing, like he starts to practice the Deen, etc. That he's much more connected to the religion, more than let's say like the let's say the essence of the culture, whatever you want to call it. I think that's what he's trying to say. I don't know.
That's and it's a gap between the two generations, because the older generation understand the religion, and the younger generation understand the religion. Hence, it's like a bridge between the two generations. That's what I think the investment
maybe.
The investment has been a subconscious investment. As a culture, we've really invested in religion, and as we hope that would be the language that we can understand each other. And I think a lot of young Somalis that got their shit together, they tend to be more religious. Let's be honest. Religious kids do better than kids that are not religious. And
it depends how you define doing good, because I mean, it depends what you mean by doing good. What do you mean by doing good? Like what kind of reference?
Yeah, but it's just common sense. If you don't smoke and you don't drink and you don't take drugs and you're religious and you go to the mosque and you go to work and you work hard, you're more likely to do better than your liberal counterparts. Conservatives tend to actually do better from economical perspective than liberals. So that's, in my opinion, that was the push. That's the psychology of the push of the generation after.
So why don't you become a conservative then?
It's too boring, man. It's too boring. Why would I be a conservative?
You said they do better, so no. So
yeah,
bro. No, join the light side, bro.
No, but that's like from a medium sense. But when liberals hit it, they hit it big. You have to understand the game they're playing.
Now you're bigging up yourself, eh?
No, I'm not bigging up myself. I'm saying to you, conservative is more solid as a society. It's more structurally what you call beneficial. So if you come from a conservative background, you're more likely to reach middle class. But what the thing is, okay, how can I put this? Liberal Somalis create the ideas, conservative function. They're the ones that put things into practice. They're the system builders. So liberals are the idea guys.
Which liberal Somalis are you talking about?
No, but with the ones, that's why probably we don't come up with great ideas, because we don't have enough of them. It's always a balancing game.
Give me examples. I want to know their names.
So I'm talking about liberals in general. Liberals are the ones that come up with
talking about
ideas.
the rest of the world, the Western world.
But he said liberal Somalis create the ideas, and
You're just confusing words, bro.
No, but I mean, like, if for example, if you are looking at the two sides, liberal Somalis would be the ones that would come up with ideas, like from a practical sense. They would be the ones that come up with ideas, and then the conservative would be the ones that build the system. So worldwide, liberals are the ones that create ideas, and conservatives are the ones that build the system. So they're the ones that do the doggy work.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that notion.
I think it's basics. Jordan Peterson says that a lot, and I think it's basic psychology.
Yeah, but Jordan Peterson doesn't. Whatever he says is not gospel.
No, it's not gospel. It's his opinion, but there's actually a lot of research that puts this.
Yes. Let me just say this about one thing that I think needs to be said. I think some, I don't know if I'm going to say all, but some of the Somali parents, they care more about your like how well you do in the Duksi, the Quran, than your own school. And I think that is a little bit of a problem that I have.
I think it's opposite, no?
Because I've seen a lot of parents, like when the kiddies are talking about like let's say if you told your parents, I'll go to a university to learn the hadith and the sunnah, I'll go to Egypt, they'll be so happy. But if you say, let's say I'm going to the US, to MIT to learn about engineering or whatever, they'll be like, oh, I'm happy for you. It's like a different attitude, I can say.
Well, I don't know, Muhammad. Maybe you're right. Like, maybe I have not had enough experiences. Like in my experience, it's been kind of the opposite. Like,
I feel like waalidka mataqaana waxbarashada muhiim u saaraan moogtahay. They don't focus on it for some reason. They let their kids like wander around and stuff. I just feel like they don't push the education to their kids. They're not like, you know, the Asians, the Western Asians, how they force it in their kids' heads. Hey, I want you to do this and this and this. The Somali kids don't do that. Somali parents don't do that.
That's true still. That's true.
Yeah. CD and Miriam, man. You want me to marry you too? I know I'm not.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You guys married, you know? I'll be the sheikh for you guys, yeah?
Yeah, we'll be the witnesses, yeah?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, also, come on, go ahead.
I think that when you were growing up, bro, like you said you were raised by your sister, yeah, not your parents.
Yeah.
So did that cause an issue? Like were you disconnected from the culture?
When I was growing up, very much, very much. Like for me, like it was because I was dyslexic. So I was dyslexic, and I grew up in a because at that time, because of the Civil War, a lot of young people came without their parents. So they came with their sisters, their aunts. So they had a lot of issues that that person that comes with a mom and a dad doesn't have. So for me, I had to learn to be a man. I had to learn to be functional. What was a gift for me, and I'm being frank with you, my sister wouldn't let me have a TV in the house. So I didn't have a computer and I didn't have a TV. All I had was books. That's all I had. I had books and a radio. So I would listen to what was that BBC 4 and learn and talk sport, and then I would listen to these radios, and then because I couldn't watch it, I would always have to talk about intellectual stuff. So for me, it was a blessing in disguise because I genuinely believe that I would never have become successful without that upbringing. Like it gave me an opportunity, and it also let me look at the other side as well, like the other side, and to see what was going on. Like my sister was very weak and protective of me. She didn't want me to play with friends that she didn't know. Like in the area that we lived in, we lived 2 or 3 minutes from an estate, just outside the estate, not inside just outside the estate. She refused for us to get council housing. She moved us from that place because she didn't want us to have that mentality, that council estate mentality. So like my sister, she was so blessed. I love her to bits. She did so much for me. So thank you, man. Anyway, guys, what's your opinion? Fosi, assalamu alaikum, brother. Fosi.
Alaikum, bro. How are you?
How are you, brother? What's your take on this, brother?
Well, I don't know. I just came in. I didn't. I got a little glimpse of the conversation, but nothing clear, man. But how's it going? How are you guys doing? Ahmed, Mohammed, MB?
Yeah, well, I'm doing great.
Alhamdulillah.
Lovely, mate. But yeah, man. See, GS need to stop this anti-council housing narrative, bro.
No, but it's the truth, bro. It's the truth. If you raise your kids in a council flat, they will turn up to settle them. You have a choice.
I disagree.
You either buy. I'm talking percentage-wise. People in a council estate do a lot worse than someone in Richmond in London. That's a reality. You are the people you're around.
In what aspect?
In economics, in marriage, in religion, not in religion, but religious argument, but all the
only thing that makes sense is the economics. Of course, wealth, that's it. But all the other stuff, there's nothing to it, bro.
No, but don't you think if you grow up in a council flat, you're more likely to be in prison? You're more likely to be pregnant outside marriage, which also makes you more likely to be poorer because you raise a kid.
Yes. If you grow in a council flat with other Africans and Ajnabis, then yeah, I'll give you that. But if you're in like a Somali community, how is that bad?
It's not bad, but
that's a good point, Mohammed.
It's not bad, but when we came in the 90s, that was how we grew up. When you came in the late 90s, early 2000s, there wasn't a lot of Somalis. So, like, I understand what you're saying about growing up with a council with other Somalis, but the essence, you grow in a council flat, there might be 1 or 2 Somali families, but that environment, the underclass environment, produces a lot of issues. And if you grow up in that environment, you're a lot less likely to be successful than if you grow up in Richmond or Kensington or in some Oxford or Cambridge or some rich suburbans in Kent or somewhere. You might not be religious, but you're more likely to have the habits of it more economically beneficial to society actually because of the environment. Yes, Mohammed.
Yes, if you grow in one of those rich areas and there isn't a single Somali person, do you think that person will be connected to the culture?
No, he will not be connected to the culture, but he will be more economically beneficial to the culture. They will not be connected.
What is the point of him more economic? But he's just a lone person. Do you know what I mean? Lost, literally. He doesn't know where he's, no roots, nothing.
Yeah, but that's also his parents. If his parents actually teach him the language, the culture, send him back in the summer holidays, if they could afford it, and people that grew up in that family, they could always afford it.
Yeah, but the ones that is not possible, then they get cut off, man. Let's be honest.
But you could take them to Somali madrasas, you could take them to Somali community centers, community events. It matters your progress, your investment. But if you grow up in a council flat, you're gonna have council flat statistics.
But don't you think a lot of Somalis that grew up
what do you call it? You're too stuck on this whole this economic talk, like it's gonna solve everything, bro. Like you know, it's gonna plaster with money. That's not how it goes, man. You're putting way too much. You're valuing it way too much, bro.
No, but what I'm saying to you guys is that
it's gonna solve everything, bro. Like
but it will
plaster with money. That's not how it goes, man. You're putting way too much. You're valuing it way too much, bro.
No, but what I'm saying to you guys is
that
it's
gonna solve
There's echo.
Yes.
Alaikum salam, brother Jamil, come in, brother.
Yeah, what's up, brothers? How you doing, man?
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam, brother.
Alhamdulillah, man. How you doing, brother? Good?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, my wife salam, man. Skål Neil. GS.
Assalamu alaikum wa
rahmatullah. How you doing, man? You were Neil?
Alhamdulillah, my brother. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, good.
Good, man. Alhamdulillah.
Solo. Welcome to the panel, man. New Wayne by Meshi, man. New Wayne. Yay. Okay, hey.
Good day, Neil.
The real Raga Ulus.
Raga
Ulus. Carry on.
So what's your take, Jamil, on the council flat? Was he saying I'm being too harsh? But I think a lot of the problems within Somali community is the areas that they raise their kids.
Yeah, that could be true, to be honest, because it depends where you grow up. You understand? Because waxa ku xiran tahay niyo meesha degan tahay, because if you live in meel imika haday meel Soomaalidu ku badan tahay hadaad degto, like ilmaagu wuxuu noqonayaa un dee wuxuu sameynayaa un waxay Soomaalidu sameeyaan. You understand? And then Soomaalida, they look up to each other. Like meel dheer ma hiigsanayo. At the same time, meesha dadkaagu degan yihiin waxay ku fiican tahay, obviously dhaqankii iyo afkii iyo wixii oo dhan baa kaa lumaya mogti. So that's more muhiim as well. Diintii baa, faraha ka baxaysa. So there's a lot of factors, man.
But Jamil, I want to ask you a question. But do you feel like the reason why when Somali people, when you go into your states, that you have this mentality is because all these Somali communities live in these estates? There's always this argument when you look at the why when Somali people go to these communities, there's always these issues. But is it because that they're already in a very deprived area? So they're inheriting, I'm talking from London. When Somali people came in the 90s.
Yeah.
They went to areas full of poverty. And when all those communities are separated in those areas, they're gonna become those areas.
Yeah, I see what you're coming from. We ended up in the ghetto, innit? Like, area where there's not a lot of opportunities. Because if you look at London, like, if you look at places like Harlesden, like, bro, like that's a proper ghetto. Like, but then again, it depends on you, like individually. Like, waxaad rabtid nolosha waxaad ka rabto aad ka damacsan tahay inaad ka samayso. Ghetto maaha haddii Africa dabadeeda lagugu tuuro. If you have the ambition, maxay ahaday doonayso inaad wax bedesho and you're motivated, bro, you can be anything in this world, bro. Wallahi, that's what I believe. Like, diintaadana wada haysan kartaa. waxa doonta adoo council flight ku dhex jira ayaad top of the world noqon kartaa niyo. Wallahi,
you can, but I'm talking about percentages, brother. I'm not talking about the
percentage is low. Percentage is very low.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
The percentage is very
Yes,
low.
yes. You
and
know,
it's
to send us a link. Send us a link with any stats and and some research.
Let's do. Yeah, we do that, please.
Let's see some numbers. Let's see some numbers, guys. If you can do Ahmed, if you can, or MB, if you can get some numbers we can talk about, that'll be much better. Because this guy so far, it just sounds like he's
Bro, I think you're triggered, brother. I think you're triggered.
I don't.
This happened before, bro. In the previous conversation, you always talk about down on counter estates you has. I think I had a bad experience, bro. Maybe some boys in the hoodies in the estates, something happened. I don't know, man. Take your football or something, man. I'll let it, man.
No, but it's the reality, bro. It's the reality.
I think you know what? Yeah, GS sometimes try to sound like clever, and then he ending up being stupid. But tonight, I give him a point. I give him a point
Oh
tonight.
shit! Backhand the compliment. Took the piss out of me. At the same time, complimented me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you put your kids in the ghetto, don't accept them to be You understand? That is the reality, bro. Wallah, it's the reality.
That's the reality. You just said it, bro. It depends on the individuals, bro. A council estate in Epsom is not the same as a council estate in Peckham or flipping Housen, bro. It's all about location. It's all about location, exactly.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, what was I going to say, Frank? What you also forget now? A lot of areas in London are gentrified anyway. There's a mix of people.
Exactly. Hackney, look at Hackney now. Hackney is
5 years.
It's true, but wallahi, brothers. Yeah, I give to GS on this one. Listen, look at the statistics. Look at the statistics, bro. The numbers are talking right now. London marka bro. I have to give GS to this one. You know me and GS, we don't agree on certain things. But I have to give that to him.
Why is that though, Jamil? It's only because the let's be
real. The system.
That's a major obstacle. So the statistics will be better, measure, when they got advantage already.
That's right, because the system is against us. It's designed on that in that way anyway. System ka naga soo horjeeda cunsuriyad dad muslimiin aan nahay dad madow baan nahay. Bro, the system is there already. It's against us. Shaqad apply garanaysaa. Listen, I apply for a job. All right. They like my voice over the phone. Then when you turn up, it's a different story, bro.
When they see your name, it's a different story.
It's a different story, bro. I know niggas. I know gabdo Somaliyeed iyo rag Somaliyeed. I even have cousins and sister-in-laws and my sisters, even my wife, bro. Like university, wax kasta way dhameeyeen. But then again, there is like 2 or 3 or 4 of them that has like proper jobs. Shaqo kasta, wax kasta, meel kasta marto, bro. Caddaan baa laga horreysiinaya niyo. Inta David iyo James iyo waxaas meesha ay joogaan. Farax iyo Jaamac iyo Aadan iyo iska ilow, bruv.
That's my point, Jamil. It's easy to look at the statistics, but the statistics are not fair anyway. There's a disadvantage.
Ahmed Gure.
Yeah.
Ahmed Gure. Dadku mataqaanaa geedka ka degan. Waalidkooda waxbarashada xoog ma saaraan moogtahay.
It's true. That's true. There's a lot of problems.
Ma saaraan.
Can I say? I'm going to say something really controversial, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to people, but.
It's true. Amina Abdurrahman said what I just said. Yeah, that's correct.
Exactly. That's my point.
That's correct. Amina Abdurrahman. Thank you. Yeah, man, it's real, bro. It's real. Wallahi, mashaniyo xaggan UK waxa dhaama like wadamada kale America meelahaas dhaamaniyo marka loo eeganiyo. Any country ayaa xaggan dhaanta. Cunsuriyada ka jirta, bro, but they don't show it to you.
They don't show it to you. You don't. You can have PhDs and whatnot. It won't make it. You can grow up in a ghetto, and I know Muhammad is saying they don't encourage it, but I disagree with that because a lot of areas, Somali, they love the education. Wallah, they love it. Doesn't matter what area.
Like our Somali sisters are like performing. They're performing good, bro. They're doing it. They're doing good. Wallah, أنا كوينك في عيني. أنا ساقدين بالنقدين.
In the majority, but the sisters.
80% waxay noqdeen wadada taagan they became like road. Yeah.
But that's a complicated issue, though, Jimmy. That's more to do with like absent fathers and.
wareeg iyo waqti lumis iyo council flatskan iyo ghettogan uu sheegaya GS oo waxaasoo dhan marka mix laga dhigo la isku daro abta caadi maaha de markaas way qarxaysaa baasha mugti. So yeah. But Hassan soo daaya. Hassan maxaa haysaa?
وأروحهم عيب وعنتين.
الحمد لله.
Hey, Mahasa.
والله everything's okay. Alhamdulillah, man.
Good to see you, my brother, man.
Good to see you guys, all of you.
So Hassan, what's your opinion on the generation gap?
Wallahi, I just came in now. Man, listen, I just had to my this okay. Man, listening. I was driving, getting out with it.
Oh, no, just a general question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Alaikum
salam. Brother H, welcome, man.
Hussein.
Yes. Alaikum salam. خيارته صادوده.
هذا سوق الشيء السنة دوا.
جيس ولا يلا قلقلوعات هددتك ويدين سود هذا الكاغا.
What's your opinion on council flats today? GS had a point today, man.
But today, me and Jamil are on the same side. So, listen, Hassan, what's your opinion on the council flats?
Wait, GS, clarify your point again.
I think the majority of problems that has the majority of generation problem between older generation and younger Somali generation is the way they live, you know. And I want to say
that's so broad.
No, but it is.
What you're saying is a broad statement, bro. That's not specific.
No, it's not. It's the reality, bro. Face it.
It's a complicated issue, GS, man. You can't simplify.
I'm saying you just open up a whole chapter, bro. It's like it's so big, the topic. What you said, broad.
Pussy. There's this economical process that 20% of your action causes 80% of effects. You know, like 80% of the problems faced Somali people comes from the area they live in.
So you're saying it's all about location. That's what you're saying.
80%. There's another 20% which is outside. But if
so why don't you change location in GS? Is that gonna suddenly mean everything?
Jamil, do you agree with this? Do you agree with him saying 80% is up to location?
Bro, what I would say is, wallahi, like the location is very important, man. Like where you live,
but not to that high standard, bro.
Bro, it affects everything. The minute you wake up, yeah, you either had a choice to go on the block, smoke or whatever, you know what I mean? Or and all that. So it does. But I won't say 80%, but yeah, it does. It does, bro. Big time.
I would say it's not location. I would say it's environment. Location is like it's a bit too rigid.
Yeah,
say environment is better.
But
again, if you say environment, the environment is in the location. It's the same thing.
No, not really, Jimmy. He's talking about like the people.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, but if I live in a ghetto,
that you keep. That's what he's talking about by environment.
Bro, wallahi, the minute I get to the Gashid Marakti, it's hard for you to leave. It's like a trap. It's like a circle, bro. Wallahi, you can make that for me. You can have kunushin. Ma atanka leno shinyo.
I lived in Wood Green. I lived in Hackney. I know this. You're right. But it's possible for two brothers in the same household to live two different lives. One brother, you know,
what GS is saying,
you're stressing it too much.
What GS is saying basically is, yeah, if you put a child which is like 12-year-old child in the ghetto, and then you put another 12-year-old child in a white neighborhood, yeah, and you come back 15, 20 years time and you check them, he's more likely to be successful than the child that lived in the ghetto, bro.
Fact.
That is a reality.
That's true, but that's on
that. You can't argue.
But GS,
can't argue with that, man.
Jamil, yeah. The other day, GS made a serious comment, wallahi billahi, and that's the only reason I jumped on. GS said the other day, I think he's got an inherent problem when it comes to people who live in council flats.
Oh shit!
I don't know. No, wallahi, I'm serious. It's the comment that you made the other day. Exactly, repeating it again. Yeah.
What
he said the other day was,
countryside, yeah.
No. He said what he said was what's it called? When I was young, I wasn't allowed to play with people who live in council flats, and that is serious problem. That is, wallahi, he said I wasn't allowed to play with people. I don't know. Where he get this? Where he got this privilege from?
He's having a laugh.
Am I lying, GS?
Wait.
Stop me if I'm lying. But
Give me a second, guys. Give me a second.
You live in an ivory tower.
Royal family GS.
Give me a second.
Muuse hadduu qabsaday markaa maxuu soo diri jiray daahri alla markaana nin weyn buu ahaa gafan buu ahaa wuxuu ka sheekeynayaa
ina xajibraan ciyaal ba ka horeeye
haade meelahaade wuxuu lama ogoleen hee
wallahi ina wuxuu yidhi lama ogoleen inaan la ciyaaro ciyaalka ku nool maxaa ku raday council flats markii dambe we had to correct him and tell him maxaa ku raday if you said maxaa ku raday I wasn't allowed to play maxaa ku raday I wasn't allowed to go with gangs I don't have a problem with that ma fahantay but there are people maxaa ku raday the gun council flats and they turn out to be decent ma fahantay laakiin maxaa ku raday imagine this
far from them marka he wasn't far from them markuu lahayn lama ogoleen la ciyaaro isagu marka
he wasn't far from them
he wasn't far from them there so ma
no yeah
what loo diiday he was far lama diiday
هذا ملعب كو soo korin I'm not saying that ملعب ku soo koray I go and reply GS
I totally waa ka soo jeeda maca Jamiil wuxuu ku leeyahay qofka yar council flag ku soo korayo qofka kale
no they got a point I have no problem they got a point
Hassan wuxuu bay fantay I didn't say council flag I say ghetto in the ghetto it can be anywhere Yeah,
GS is talking about council flats.
It doesn't have to be a council flat. I got nothing against council flats.
Let me make a joke. I'm been Grena last 5 years and council flat.
Yeah, why are we talking about council flats, guys? Come on, man.
GS is talking about that. I don't know you or like Jamil. It's GS.
No, I was talking about London.
He mentioned this. He mentioned this the other day as well. He mentioned this the other day as well.
I bet you had to جمعوه بدين قرينا كا هذا كشيء.
If he said people who live in privileged areas grow up to be better. Well, there is some truth in that, to be honest with you, because school they are better. You've got better facilities. You've got better job creation happening around you. You got better opportunities. Like when you live in a ghetto, yeah, I have no problem with that. But doesn't mean that's what Jamil is talking about. But what GS is talking about is completely different.
I want to know.
What just talking about is completely different to Jamil.
Well, can I give me a second, please? Let me just reply, okay? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like when my sister told me you're not allowed to play with the kids, we moved to London. We live just outside a council flat. No, this is the reality. And people like saying they want to be politically correct, they want to make everyone feel good. But Somali people,
no, I don't.
No, let me finish. Somali people, when they came to the UK, they didn't go and buy houses. You know, they bought houses back home, and they all went to council flats in London. That's why we have a problem now. That's why I don't go to you about privilege. I'm telling you the reality, wow. And I just want to put one last thing. When I wasn't coming from a snobby perspective, I was talking about reality. If you live in an area where people are selling drugs, let me finish. When you live in an area, when you live in a flat where you live in a flat where you're selling drugs, where you have dysfunctional stuff going up. I grew up in Hull, I always tell you. I'm only telling you my experience. You know, to say then, oh, go play with anyone you want. Hell no. We were new. We just came to the country. We were new. And my parents didn't know what was right and was wrong. And at that time, they actually did the right thing. They did the clever thing.
We have the doctors and lawyers and we have doctors that are running the NHS who grew up in council flats, you know.
Bro, yes, but the majority of people that come from council flats, come from poor areas, don't become doctors. Wow. Let's live in the real world.
No, they don't. Happy second.
It's a lie.
What you mean? I think you're going a bit too extreme now. You're coming off the track now, man. I mean,
that's what I said. Completely two different things you are talking about now, yeah.
Now, GS, if you're talking about like a hardcore ghetto place, then I would.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But if you talk,
Brother Jamal, the council flat in Cambridge, it's not the same as the council flat in Stonebridge or Harlesden or St. Raph's. Different council flats. Let's be real. I'm not an idiot, but most Somali people don't live in Cambridge. They don't live in Richmond. They don't have a council flat in Richmond.
Well, you can't even afford council flats in Richmond anyway, bro. They're going up for $250,000, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying, well, they have council flats.
I know,
Somali
but they are.
Yeah, they are. The majority
and houses in those areas.
They're expensive, bro. Trust me, man. You'll be
not
lucky to get one, bro.
They're not.
Well, Somalis that came to the country in the 90s would never afford they had private homes and private schools.
No, but they could have bought houses.
No, to be honest with you, they wouldn't afford that. والله in other hadron la sheegay way soo qaxeen qaxoonti bay ku soo galeen meesha moogtay. So markii council flat baa la dejiyay better than waxay haysteen markii hore. Ma fahantay? And they wouldn't afford council flats. No, they wouldn't afford to live in Essex and all those sides.
You have to deal with interest and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. So they did what they could. They did waxay samayn kareen bay sameeyeen moogtay dadkii meesha soo galay.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's not like we came here out of option. We left Somalia because of war. So when you leave Somalia, you're coming as a refugee, and if you come as a refugee, you have nothing. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Absolutely nothing. Apart from this, the clothes on your back.
I said to you, let's start off from the beginning. Where's he coming from? He's coming like
give
me a second. Moving fun.
Give me a second, and I'll reply to you. First of all, it's not healthy to have a victim mentality. The second point is when Somali people, oldest, give me a second, guys, they didn't buy houses here, they bought houses back home. They could have got an Islamic mortgage, they could have bought a house somewhere out in Richmond somewhere, and this is when a flat.
I have to agree with you on one thing.
Yeah.
I have to agree with you on one thing, yeah. Somalida wadanka deganeed magaranaysa Islam walba wax gabadh ku jirtay she wanted to build a house back home. Was it better to good to spend that money Somali ku guriga kaga dhisan on her kids and maybe the education and stuff like that. Yes, you have a point in that. Ma fahantay in Islam lacagtay Somali guriga kaga dhisan inay geliyaan dhaqan inay geliyaan ciyaalkooda inay geliyaan. Ma fahantay inta halka I have no problem with that wallahi. I have no problem with that. Yeah.
I don't think you guys have a problem here. Just you guys think we've been paying
yes,
your delivery is really
yes, I got to
حضري
every tower
you guys no I live by myself والله I live in a small studio no, I rent my house
habeen walba sodiga halkan joogayna afarta habeenimo goormaad markaa kirada
COVID-19 brother COVID-19
is on furlough
follow yeah you're on follow yeah
I'm paid a lot of money to stay in my house I hope they accept it as well
adigi waa council flat ku jiraad ka sheekeynaysa what's wrong with you
how is that better than what's the difference between affordable accommodation and council flats?
No,
because you live in affordable accommodation. I think.
No, hear me out. I live by myself. I pay my own rent. I live in a studio flat in London. My family. If I told you how much it costs per month, you wouldn't even believe me. But what I'm saying to you is, well, listen to me. When Somalis came,
let's move on.
Let's move on.
No, the people that live in council flats also pay their rents. It's a story where you making us, yeah.
You guys are taking this person. You're getting triggered.
What zone? You're trying to explain yourself. What zone, bro?
He's never gonna tell you his area, mate.
Not area. I said what zone.
I don't want to discuss that online.
Zone. Don't give out your area.
Zone. It could be east or west, just a zone.
Trust me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4.
Inshallah, when I start my YouTube in like 3 or 4 months' time, I'll do this is where I live. I live here, and I'll show you.
No.
Zone. Man. I'm not asking you, I don't know you eat for breakfast and shit, bro.
This guy sounds like he's dying, man. Yes, he sounds like you're dying, bro.
I know, I am. There's no vitamin D in my body, man. I like vitamin D. Let's continue.
Okay.
You laugh like a dying goat.
Zain.
Yeah, bro.
Adiga marka maxay kula tahay generation gap noo sheeg.
Generation gap wallahi billahi horta hada we've got a good you guys were making a good point ma fahantay hadii laga hadlayo magaranaysa in xaqin deganahay iyo the areas that we live in okay I have no problem hadii la yiraahdo magaranaysa maybe meelaha deganay it's not so good for our kids I have no problem with that ma fahantay I know qof walba inuu should want the best for their kids and especially especially when it comes to would they have the same opportunities as the rest of the country would they get a better opportunity you don't have to be stuck in that place لكن markii laga dhigo scapegoat like islaamaha iyo council flaska deganaan lahayn that's where it becomes a problem
yeah but Neo there's another problem as well you know ciyaalkaagu kala dhashay ama like you know if you have kids and that and then meshi like that complementa hayo Somali waxaasi ka dhawaayeen you take them out from that area you put them in the next area alashan masaajid iyo madrasa iyo waxba lahayn bro that's going to affect them as well
yeah that is true so you are a catch-22
حاجه دينته maaragtay they're going to come to you the next day waxa koranayaan like I'm atheist or balayo you know what I'm saying
that's exactly it, bro. Jamil.
Or they're gonna come to you say, "Oh, I'm liberal." You know what I mean? Like some kind of people that I know. I'm not taking any shots at anyone. You know. But
عيالكنا محنو رابين art first of audio because we're the next generation of parents that live in this country our parents are old now they're not going to have any more kids so with the next generation who become parents in this country so عيالكنا محنو رابين that's the question we should be asking because عيالكنا are they going to be worse off are they going to be worse off than us or are they going to be better off than us to be honest والله عيالكنا بقرنسا maybe maybe adigu you have got a love for your country maybe their home country would be the UK they never seen Somalia they never grew up in Somalia
they won't have that kind of love that I have for her
yeah everybody wuxuu ka fikiraya Somalia ku noqonaya like Somalia ciyalkaagu they have no connection to it
unless you really take them back and you let them stay there for a while you understand? But even then, it's not going to be the same because they weren't born there, and you know.
No, they're going to be homesick. They're going to be homesick when they go there, instead of being homesick when they're here. They're going to be homesick when they go there, thinking, "Oh, when am I going back home? Back home meaning the UK."
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what I noticed? I've noticed like Somali kids that grow up in a very poor area, that have a hood rat mentality, and their parents back home. Well, hear me out. Their parents back home have like £1 million worth of property back home, and these kids, and I worry for this generation because these kids they don't even realize that back home they're millionaires. You know they
preach.
No, but they have have all this money back home. They live in these areas. They have this mentality, this hood rat mentality, and then they've got a portfolio of $1 million, $1 million, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? What's this, man? Like this is confusion.
Yeah, just because they've got some homes back in Somaliland, doesn't make a difference. Does not make them rich. You need jobs. You know, you have to sustain yourself. So it's just a little holiday where they go back for a few months. That's all it is.
No, but if you have, for example, if you have, Wallahi, I'm not lying. This is a true story. Yeah, Wallahi, this is a true story. So it's not about me personally, but I had a friend, like someone who grew up in my area. His parents had like 10 houses back home. And he was robbing people, selling drugs on the streets of Shoreditch. Like that shit only happens in the Somali community when you have that. And that guy back home, you're talking about at least $2 million.
Yeah, but
you're
talking about individual.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying to you, there's this mentality where
you can't
they don't understand their wealth.
Generalize that. Come on,
but they don't. No, but they don't understand their wealth.
Are not like that, GS. You know the school, man.
How did it?
I said the majority of people are not like that. You know, like
I think a lot of Somali kids are like that.
Okay, GS, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, we talked about the problem. Okay, we talked about the problem, and I think we know where the problem is coming from. Is there any solutions, everybody? Not just you, GS, by the way. Is there any solutions that you bring forth?
Go on, Fawzi. You open it up.
Hussein, sorry, say that again, Hussein.
Okay, we understand where the problem is. Maybe we might have an idea of where the problems are coming from, especially this generational gap. Yeah, is there any solutions that we can bring forth? Like different opinion, like it's brainstorming.
Well, bro, the thing is, when I came on here, I didn't get the chance to talk about this broader topic. You know, bridging the gap between generations. I straight away when I GS about this, you know, the topic that he was talking about. But bridging the gap, I don't think it's that bad, man. I think there's a lot of similarities between the generations and so. Wallah.
I know that's the problem, innit? The generation before us didn't have any education. So how can we make the new generation better?
They are getting better, generation by generation. People are getting better, but I don't think the older generation are not uneducated. I think they're very educated. I think they're very knowledgeable and stuff. Wallah, it's a sad thing that happened during that time. What happened to our country?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, but then again, we can't blame the generations that came before us, because
exactly, yes,
when Allah saw hand, they worked hard, and I'm sure
we're not blaming them.
Most of you who are listening right now, yeah, hooyooyinkiin baa weliba si fiican idinku soo shaqeeyay. You know what I mean? Hooyooyinkiin ilaahay khayr ha siiyo, bro. Soomaali maba abti si fiican bay nagu soo shaqeeyeen. Wallahi nin kasta hooyadii baa
horta hada su'aal ma idin weydiiyaa. Intiina halkan ku jirtay imsa reer iyo ciyaal leh.
Yo, bal gacanta taagideniyo who is the only man?
I know H how aan garanaya.
Anigu waan la yartaa.
War hate your brother Jamil. Labada bas adiga. Ahmed Gure, what about Ahmed Gure?
No, I haven't, man. No problem.
Okay, that's only Yufi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe GS got something, on the side. I don't know.
GS is a amazing father.
Yes.
GS, man, go collect your kids, man. They miss you.
Yes. Digagad baan ahay digagad.
You got a Korean wife, someone.
Yes. Yes, digagad baan ahay digagad. Yes, waxba ma hayo.
GS, hal mar uu ka isku tijaabiyo ilmaha ilaabe.
Baba Jamil, bro.
He tried psychedelics one time, forgot about the kids.
Listen. Let's change it. Let's change it up a bit. Guys, I've got a good question for you guys, yeah? I've got a really good question. We talk about a lot about economics. But what about when it comes to ideas? So what do you think? What do you think of the Somali kids that tell their parents they're atheists? What's your opinion?
Come on.
How did it?
What can I enough?
You keep changing topics, GS, bro. You keep changing topic. We're trying to talk about something, and then you slide. You keep sliding. Stay on one topic, man.
Yeah, negative, right.
Like, have some respect.
Wait, I want to say something to GS about the council flat and the hood thing and the.
Oh my!
No, sorry, I don't want to go back. Like, I just want to make a point. The thing is, you're right. When people they grow up in these kind of environments, they're susceptible somehow to to be not becoming, to have unemployment and have all these problems from a economic point of view. Like, everything comes with a price. So if you have kids that grow up in a very, let's say,
suburban
area, white community, they're also going to be susceptible to lose a lot of their ideas and their dinte kafugana and all of these things. So everything comes with a price.
Yeah, that's real. That's what I said. Yeah.
The perfect solution would be to have like some kind of segregated community. Like, I think the Jews in London, they have like their own areas where they preserve their culture and they don't have like crime riddled problems.
Bro, we need a Somali culture center in the UK, bro.
Oh, wallahi, one other thing. Our kids need to finish uni. Wallahi, had education. They don't take education really serious. Our kids, they need to finish up their education. Wallahi, no, not really. Wallahi, not as much as I would want. Somali girls, yes, absolutely right. Wallahi, you hit the nail right on the head. Yeah, Somali girls are absolutely beautiful. Wallahi, when it comes to education, but like in the boys here, wallahi, yeah, the boys, they need to pick up the slack, bro, and at least finish uni, take serious the education, wallahi.
But Husseino, do you think the reason that happens is, and now I'm gonna sound like GS, like, do you think the reason
the area
is because Somali parents,
it's a lot of facts, like, like, it's a lot of broken homes, man. Wallahi billah.
Yeah. Single mothers.
You know what I mean?
Mothers, man.
You need that father figure, man. You understand?
Yeah.
When you're grown up, when you're a teenager, but then again, we don't have that in our community, bro.
911, bro.
Is
Yeah,
the reason
but
that they put a lot of effort on the girls?
Yeah,
They
go on.
don't put a lot of effort on the boys. يعني wiilasha ma lagu dadaalay laakiin gabdhaha waa lagu dadaalay. Is that the problem?
Yes, yes. I
Actually,
agree with that.
wiilasha ciyaal suuq bay noqdeen niyo.
In other
Wallahi,
hand, su'aal
wallahi.
kale meesha taala, yeah?
Like very
Wuxuu-
جميل
Yeah, go
عيال
on.
سوق محو نقدين محو نقدين عيال سوق والدك ما
Niyo horta waalidka okay waalidkana problem is that's another problem as well because waalidkana they have to take responsibility full responsibility ilmaha adaa dhalay moogtahay inaad soo koriso badana waalidku markuu ku soo koriyo 16 sanadood uu ka daalayaa moogtahay waxa loo baahan yahay hadii toolaadu isbedel
قاد وده ما كان دالي كرو
wala wala hadii toolaadu isbedel
إنا كنت بطلع
To be honest, after 16 he halaban, most of them.
I want to say sign haddaad waxaan doonayaa inaan idiin sheego haddaad markaad guriga ka baxdid aad baska fuushid soomaali baa wada haddaad tareenka fuushid waad ka helaysaa soomaali haddaad dhakhtarka aragtid waad ka helaysaa soomaali meel aynan idinku cidda dadkan aad aragteen ma garanayo meel kasta oo fiil kasta oo magaranaysaa inuu soomaalidu way joogtaa sidaa aad hadda u hadlaysaan iyo dadkeenu total way kala duwan meel aynan ka shaqaynin ma jirto xafiisyada hadday noqoto ilaa kuwa diyaaradaha wada looyarada meel aynan joogin ma jirto markaad u eegtid dad 20 sano ama 30 sano u dambeeyay danka ku jiray ilaa meel walba ingiriiska imsa mayraynu noqonay wax walbaynu noqonay yani si wanaagsan bay magaranaysaa aynu ugu dhaqannahay ingiriiskana joogo
ciyaaraha ugu badan way halaabeen maalimahan ciyaaraha ugu badan way halaabeen
anu wax ma qabo haddaad black cab aragtid haddaad aragtid reception meel walbaad joogtid dadkeenu way joogaan si wacan bay wax loo bartay idinku intaad aragteen unbaad ka sheekaynaysaan laakiin war ilaa black cabki baa caddaanka lagu qabsada meel kale
waxaan ka sheekeynaa waad garanaysaa yeah this idea yeah maxaan ku aaday waxa burger waxa loo timid garanaysaa hablaha waa la ilaaliyo maxaan ku habluhu maxaan ku aaday ma fahantay rag way they look after themselves laakiin hablaha waa la ilaaliyo ma fahantay laakiin waxaan ogaaday ma garanaysaa yaada wallahi inamadu are in danger than maxaan ku aaday the girls you know why because hada inanku would end up with a knife in his heart wallahi billahi nowadays especially at the maxaan ku aaday age of before he reaches 20 ma garanaysaa ciyaalkeeni they would end up with maxaan ku aaday ina midi la geliyo ciyaalkii inamadeeni waxa dhameeyay midi baa inta badan wallahi darunta la sheegayo inta badan xaga okay ciyaalka xagan ku dhintay Soomaalida Soomaaliga ciyaalka dhintay xagan ku dhintay Soomaalida ma dira maxaa ku aada disease cudur ma layso cudurka laayay wax way midi cudur midi la yiraahdaa laayay ma fahantaa waxa dhacay yeah man
I've got a question for you then. What do you think is the answer then?
The answer is maxaa ku aada you know why because ciyaalkii waa la sii deynaya maxaa ku aada you know hada marka maxaa ku aada when you have a plan ma garanaysaa ciyaalkaagu maxaa ku aada they have a structure ma garanaysaa hada and the structure is maxaa ku aada hada should I concentrate on my education or should I concentrate they're not going to have time for road ma fahanta hadday road haystaan ma garanaysaa hada wallahi ciyaal ka fikiraya ma garanaysaa maxaa ku aada their next assignment and union and stuff like that ma garanaysaa he's not going to have maxaa ku he's not going to be the person that maxaa ku aada goes to maxaa ku aada
these keep them busy
especially when it comes to education give them a structure proper structure like don't be too harsh well I'm not saying that be too harsh on the kids here and shakada ciyalka la leeynayo waxa horteen iska day we should cut that out but like we should give them a structure proper structure like waqtigaas waxa waqtigaagi aad suuqa galeysay and I'm not going to be after you all day long hadaad suuqa ku jirtid I'm not going to be after you I'm not going to be on your neck but like waqtigaas
yeah there are some parents exactly what has sameeya but then again the kid ends up on the road because of the society and the environment
I know but like if most parents are doing that ma garanaysaa hada because you know why because maxaa ku ciyaalkii ma garanaysaa markuu keligi ciyaalkii kale laga reebo ma garanaysaa ciyaalkii kale and they up to no good he's going to be the left one out but like if every household is doing that ma garanaysaa giving their kids structure ma garanaysaa at least maxaa ku kuwi kale he's going to see his maxaa ku friends doing exactly what he is doing so he's not going to be feeling left out ma fahantay لكن مركب عيال كي شاكر ولا سي ولا دايو ما كان ناسا so he's the only one that's at home of course he's going to feel left out he's going to be disobedient
so what is like
it's the community it's the community it's the community it's not just one person it's the community
like the street has more power than any parent I tell you that right now, because I know wadada soo maray. I know what it's like. I've been there, done that. Wadadu way ka xoog badan tahay. Aabaha iyo hooyada waxay ku sheegaan habeenkii when you go out on the road, bro, that is out of the window. That is out.
Yeah.
When you're on the road, you're on the road.
Yeah.
Marka waxay u baahan tahay anigu when we used to be on the road waxa arkaysaa qofka weyn oo halka maraya wax laga yaabaa inuu ku dharbaaxo ku yiraahdo go home oo hooyada telefoon u diro yiraahdo he was here, but you don't even get that nowadays, bro. علشان community caruurta dhan hadii la wada ilaaliyo imka Soomaaliya kale caruurta waliba day when I was growing up caruurta waa la iska sii deyn jiray saaxiib meelahaas iskaga ciyaari jirnay like
I know
everyone was soo martay Soomaaliya day.
Yeah.
So it's different for me, man.
Yeah. But I think the community needs to change.
No, but Hussein,
it's a whole
give me a second, guys. Give me a second.
That's the main point, is the community, I think.
That's the one.
Well, if they're struggling, there still needs to be a community presence.
But brother, you know, me and Hassan and Khalid were discussing like we should like at least organize a little meeting where the parents and عيالكم scream at them, then laga hadlo knife crime and the problems that dhibaatooyinka iyo waxan dhacaya. But our community iyo waalidiinta, they are sleeping, koomay ku jiraan, yeah, and they're only waiting until marka lala soo hadlayra, sorry, your son has passed away.
Yeah.
Community hadaan ku cinoon isagu waxba qabsan, bro, nothing is going to happen, man.
Have you seen that's what I've seen, this beautiful thing, wallahi, it happened in I think it's Scandinavia, one of these Scandinavian countries here, wallahi, Somali mothers here patrolling the streets. waxay tageen every place ciyaalku ay ku ciyaaraan way tagi jireen ciyaalku and guess what, this highlights wallahi I can send it, I'll send the link. I think it's on YouTube anyway. They were kicking them out. You know why? waxay kula ku sheega by the time it's 10 o'clock islaami hooyooyinka Soomaaliya patrolling the streets meelihii lagu dhundhumanayay waa laga soo kaxaynay ciyaalki. You know what, xaqooda wallahi xaqooda within a few months the situation has changed, and they seen Of course, especially when you know your mother's gonna come past you, embarrassing you. I don't know ragu xagga joogan. I have no idea ragu xagga joogan. Wallahi embarrassing.
Warag way hurdaaniyo imka schoolka marka have you ever go to like primary schools and secondary schools wax hooyooyin Soomaaliya jooga early in the morning, they're all lined up, ciyaalkii diiniya iskuulada abayaasha school hurdaaniyo.
You know what? Just give me a second. I got a really good thing, yeah.
All right, go on, GS.
You feel like, and this is something that's always troubled me, but do you feel like in our culture, when a guy divorces his kids, it's like, who could buy Mercer?
What did you say?
Yes. What do you mean?
When a man divorces when a man divorces his wife, it's like he's no longer involved with the kids.
Yeah, that's true, because most of the Somali dumarka Somalida, let me say, they use the kids as a weapon, innit? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I don't see that. It depends on
and it depends.
I know so many.
Majority, like if you divorce your wife, like 95% chance is that you're not gonna be involved on your kids' life anymore, bro. Like that's real.
So you're saying, wait, give me a second.
That's what I think.
You're saying the mothers, when they divorce, the mothers basically build a barrier between the kids and the father.
That's what I believe, yes.
What panel, talk about it. Mohammed, what's your opinion on it?
Like how old was the children? You know?
That's a good point.
I would say that nothing, bro. It has no effect.
Yeah, but to be honest, let's say this. Like, hada gabadhaada furto, like, bro, even hada carruurtaada u timaado like every day, it's not going to be the same. You're not going to be like fully 100% on your kids' life anymore. You can't play that important role anymore. You can't do that. So aabaha iyo hooyadu marka is haystaan and they're working together, ilmahaasi he's more likely to succeed. But laakiin aabayaasha iyo hooyayaashu waalidku hadday kala tagaan is a different story. It's a big problem, bro.
I've just sent the link of I think the program I was talking about is from Al Jazeera, and it's on YouTube. That's the link. I've sent the link to the private anyway. If you guys want to check it out later on.
Do the same thing that was said.
No, I'm just saying, it's the idea of the because Islami waxay ogaadeen maxaan ku raday head ciyaalkoodii waxa ku dhacay moogtay and maxaan ku raday wasan hooyo qorato daboortaysa and the community maxaan ku mafahantay this the Somali community Islami oo hooyinkii Somali community ku jiray what they realize is maxaan ku raday if they do something about it maxaan ku raday together rather than one person trying to change it if they do something about it together then they might have a chance of maxaan ku raday changing maxaan ku raday the atmosphere.
That's what I'm asking. I'm saying
they call it
And I'm just asking the question, and I'm saying to you, should we do the same thing in London or the UK?
We should have some form of community-based, community-focused, especially on the kids. Yeah, we should have, especially when most Somali communities have closed down.
Let me say this now. If you care about the next generation of Somali kids here in the UK, especially in London, we must have like a strong community. Like Somali culture place or dhaqankooda afkooda diintooda lagu baro then at the same time dhalinyarada wadada iyo meel kasta lagaga warhayo masaajidka iyo centerka iyo meel kasta iyo laisku wada xidhnaado. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I remember the early 2000s, yeah. I remember the early 2000s, yeah. I'm sure most of you remember this, yes. Especially the early 2000s, yes. So since from 2000, since late 1990s to early 2000s, yeah. We used to have Somali communities, yeah. And those Somali communities that I used to go to, they got me involved with football, Quran kan ku baran jiray, ciyaal badan oo Soomaaliya saaxiibana until today saaxiibana xaggaasaan isku baranay and we used to have especially weekends marka gurigan ka soo baxayno I used to look forward to billahi playing football in some extra place yeah wallahi it was really nice and I used to look forward to it and especially full of youth it's not like the yellow there's anything like that I used to look forward to it we don't have it here nowadays
You know, like
I think austerity. I think that is true. Sorry, that was true. Yeah.
We can organize something still. I'm telling you, we will even have the government support, bro. Straight. We're fighting knife crime, drugs, everything. We're doing the job. You know what I mean? We need funding in our communities.
Yeah.
What they're doing is they're sending to us white middle class people to work in our community, bro. We can do the job.
We can do that ourselves. Yeah, we can do that ourselves. Yeah. I know.
dadka Soomaalida lacag ma isku daraan dadka Soomaalida lacag ma isku daraan
yeah we should have charity-based communities as well.
But there's the only area in the whole okay, let's say the only area in London that's Somali is Plumstead. Plumstead is the only area in London that I know it's like predominantly Somali, yeah. So Robert Jimo, you live there. Have you come across any Somali initiatives you have?
Wallah, it's very rare, bro. Like the whole London, war waxba kuma heysano war meel aad tagto caruurta xataa aad geyso malaha war community malaha waxba malaha dadkeenu way saaxdaan way soo toosaan isku sheeg galaan way ka soo baxaan daaset runta aan isku sheegno saaxib
Jamil, why is that?
Ben baraftan soo waruniyo rag Soomaaliyeed ma you tell you guys the truth the full lies and say to you dad fiican baan nahay war manihin
don't sugarcoat it
ben idima sheegay saaxib wallahi billahi talahi haddaan waxba iska bedeli weyno hadda imsa meeshan ku jirta there's like at least 8-7 of us anaku waxbaan bedeli karnaa 8-7 of us how about that sideed kalena soo raacaysa 10 kalena soo raacaya before you know the thing is spreading out like a wildfire
even this podcast even the people that are listening to this podcast might be agreeing with you thinking because عيال بي ولا لين مقتي thinking والله that's a good idea ما فهمت so even this podcast is actually spreading the news ما فهمت
because أنا حسن بقى ما أدري وتكهد ليني يو what's it called Khalid وانكهد ليني like at least إن الشرير لسمعيه والدين تلسقوا يعدو Somalida والدك Somalida they are aware of what's happening and I'm sure like 90% we will have the support of the mothers hooyooyinka wana caawinayaan wana taageerayaan ama financially ha noqoto ama maxay ahaydee maskax ha noqoto iyo tala ha noqoto they will be behind us I don't know aabayaasha iskuma haleeyaan uu moogtahay iskuma haleeya so waxaan u baahanahay inaan isugu yeedno dan Allah aan maxay ahaydee la hadallo and then we take it from there. Maxaan ku talinaa ma meel baan furanaa man kiraysanaa man iibsanaa bro Soomaalida London degan they can buy a building ama laba ama saddex caruurtooda lagu badbaadiyo they can do that.
Yeah, والله especially marka ciyaalkooda dhimanayaan wallahi.
Of course, bro. Hadda imika markaad u eegto nimankan gambada yar la de Yahuudan the Jewish community, they have their own ways. Like they patrol their own areas. They have their own
police,
their own hospitals.
They've got their own police, yeah.
Yeah, they have their own police, their own patrol forces. They have that. They have system in place. I like that.
Well, we should be envious of them.
Of course.
Let's stop the envious of anybody.
What's the solution for us? Hadda anaku maxaan qabanaa inteena hadda ku jirtaa maxaan qabanaa hadda
Wallahi anigu I'm down with whatever wallahi billahi maxaan ku especially my brother being a father myself wallahi
leave your bedroom chairs and your laptop for a while and come on the road and help the brothers out on this Sunday, brother. How about that?
I have no problem with that. I have absolutely no problem with that.
I'm creating $1 billion company. I'm creating $1 billion company. I'm creating $1 billion company, bro. That's what I'm on.
Wallahi, brother Jimmy.
Bro, you're not serious. You're not sincere.
Brother Jimmy.
Wallahi, you're sincere. I don't like that.
Give me a second.
I know Fosi will come. I met Fosi. Fosi will come. I know him. I know.
Let's link up this Sunday.
Yeah, I need a big meeting on this Sunday in Speaker's Corner. Waxa Soomaaliyo dhan soo kaxayn kartaan soo kaxeeya. That's the aim.
Let's do that.
Love that. This guy is really trying to organize something. GS, bro.
I want to
GS, dadkaaga u kaalay. Listen, GS, yeah. Dadkaaga u kaalay. Familygaaga u kaalay. Listen, this is your people, yeah. I know me and you has like different opinions. Forget about that for now. Come true on Sunday. One with the Farisanana, one with the Hadlena. Fosi already wants Nagana. H comes there as well. That Kodamba Imanaya. CD Kwama Iman Karam because they live far, but I'm sure they will support us through the internet. No problem, yeah. I'm Skuniman internet Hagan Chokta. And they want to Shanana.
عدة قارسين كرسانة قارسين.
عدة قارسين كان جاية واحد سوق حين كرتان ولا سوق حياة دبلا كسومر هذا
أنت نمغلسة هذا.
أنت هذا نمغلسة anyone who's listening this Sunday Speakers Corner أيها لوجو بهنية Somaliland لندن دقنودن حاجة سوق هنا Hyde Park Speakers Corner we need them there.
Let's try هالكاين وصلنا بقى.
What time you going?
In a park هالقا سنكوتو شاننا bro. دليرتها قبضها حتى ولو بهنية the girls could come through as well no problem.
Yeah of course yeah يجا لو بهنية more than والله بالله يجا لو بهنية because يجوا محكوا يجوا دكوا يمكن the moment والله بالله these are the girls are the ones محكوا supporting the family was supporting the community والله بالله يجا واحد بصادق يجا محكوا الله حتى الصومالي مركز نقطة محكوا الله عاونت الصومالي والله
يجا أنت بس عروتهم على وسنجل نقولي عروت الله يجا على هذا
عروت مركز ما عروت الله يجا عرّ والله ما والله لا يشوف
I feel the pain.
Yeah. You got love wallahi more than anybody.
I feel.
Let's link up this Sunday. I don't know.
GS, you're on that, yeah?
The honest truth, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Wallahi, I'm going to be honest with you. I know. I'm not a liar. I'm a straightforward guy.
All right.
But wallahi, the way my life currently is, because I'm working at a company.
Yeah.
And on Sunday, I meet my business partners. And that's the day we meet on Saturday and Sunday. That's when we do our business. So, wallahi, it's 6 months time.
If he could come through, he would come through, I think.
Yes, there won't be any cameras involved.
I can't do. I'll say do a second. I can't do right now.
Let me say this. If your company is more important than what's happening to your people right now, if your company is more important, then I don't want to see you talking about Somalia.
It's not important. It's not more important. But at the end of the day, we need funding, and for me, I want to go.
Funding, but we need to sit down first. We need to sit down and discuss
but it's not about that,
before we even get the funding.
No, but that's because you're coming from the place that what you're offering, what you're saying, is the solution. I've been working on something for the last 6 months. And we're on the launch date. So soon we're gonna announce the launch date. So I can't I can't throw what I've been working on.
But you will come in the future, yeah? You will come in the future.
Inshallah, absolutely.
Inshallah, that's it.
In the future, that and money, my friend, both of them.
All right, cool. I respect that. So cheers for coming through in the future. I like that.
I like to say that.
I can't lie to people. You know what I mean? I can't lie to people.
Yeah, like Islam. Islam could.
Yes.
No, but well, I'll be honest, a lot of people, they spend all their money back home. Like a lot of rich Somalis, they put all their money back home. And I'm not talking about buying house, I'm talking about investing back home, helping poor people, but they don't help the poor people in London.
True. I understand that.
That is true.
Yeah, true. This Sunday Speaker's Corner.
Between 4 and 6.
Between 4 and 6.
Inshallah.
Anyone who's listening, come through.
Yep. So I had a count me in, bro. Count me in, wallah.
Ahmed, what about you? Ahmed Guri? Ahmed,
if you live in London,
if he lives in London, anyone who
I think Ahmed Guri is in London. If he can make it, yes or no?
Yeah. If you don't live in London, it will be live on Somali Speakers anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, Brother AB, that's what he asked.
Guys, I've got a question for you, yeah? Do you feel like who you do you feel like Somali mothers love their sons more and treat them differently? And that's why we have an issue. Do you think there's too much love to these boys?
Kind of. Well, I kind of. I get. I don't even want to say it by my mother. Molly coddled, bro. It's too much.
Yeah.
I know. I would say. You know how especially mothers the fathers in it. So you need both sides. You need both. Mother and father. That's why when we say we need the father figure. The father figure is because I'm not saying that our mothers are not strong, they're strong, but like when it comes to these points, yeah, he needs to see some authority. And usually mothers if she sees him down she jumps to his defense straight away. But like with the father you need that backbone and strength, especially these boys. So if you have if we have more of course, yes, and it stands their ground, because I know how to go around when I'm speaking to my mom, and I know how to get things from her because just be soft with her. But like in my father, I know when he sees me bullshit, he's not going to take anything of so of course, everybody has a mother and a father, and they know how the father is like. Especially I have to be on my best behavior in certain times because I know he doesn't even have to. And my father never used to beat me or anything. It's just because of that look that he gives me that I used to dread the most. Wallahi, it's the look that he gives. It's the look that he gives me that
he put you in your place, basically.
Yeah, of course, man. Without raising a hand or anything. No, I know like I can take whatever she has in her hands and after that but like when it comes to my father,
he'll beef you, bro.
Yeah. The gloves are covered
do you
off.
feel like that
Somali
women
yes سؤالها نودي Sunday نودي.
No, I've got a really good question for you. Do you feel like Somali mothers, when they kick out their husbands or when they have an issue with their husband, they think that these young boys are like their daughters. They don't understand that men and women are different and that what boys need is some tough love. Do you feel like that's the problem? A lot of the problem is caused by that because they treat these boys as they would raise a woman, but they're not, and they don't understand. Like they don't understand these men. They don't understand what makes men function. What's your opinion on that?
Can I answer that question? And actually, this is where I criticize women. This is the only time I criticize women. Wallahi, yeah. This is the only time. If I'm gonna criticize women, it's only in this particular point, yeah. Especially yeah. And especially if you see okay, you have the difference of where you're seeing things, yeah. Okay, good then. I have no problem with that. Really good work and the first used to happen, yeah. But like in weaponizing kids, when you weaponize your kids and unless you do what I want you to do. That is a big problem, because okay, I don't say it's good or you want to get back at him or but like you do no favors for your kids. That's one thing. That's the only reason I criticize women. Especially when and then it becomes in a game of tags. that's one thing I maxaa ku dumarkan kaga soo horjeedo. Okay, ninka hadduu shaqaysanayo ciyaalkiisa ilaashanayo, okay, waad isfahmi weydeen hadduu shaqaysanayo ciyaalkiisa ilaashanayo, inkastoo maxaa it's not going to be as good as isagoo guriga jooga, by the way. Hadduu ciyaalkiisa ilaashanayo and he's trying to do the best for the kids, magaranaysaa, wallahi billahi, regardless of what you have, you guys should put your differences aside and maxaa concentrate on what's good for the kids, ma fahanti, because that's the most priority that you have at that point, ma fahanti. And later on haddaad idinku waxay isku haysatiin, sort out your differences maxaa your own time, but like when it comes to the kids, put your all effort to the kids, wallahi billahi, ma fahanti, and maxaa no slacking when it comes to maxaa ciyaalka, ma fahanti. So none of this maxaa guriga ma soo galaysid, ciyaalkii ma arkaysid, I'm going to try to get back at you by ciyaalka by maxaa depriving you from seeing your kids. That is not going to work, because later on it's going to come back to haunt you.
The father doesn't care, wallahi, Hussein.
I know, wallahi, but there are ones that care, wallahi, there are ones that care, wallahi. I'm not saying that they don't care, there are ones that care, and the ones that care, we should help them, the women should help them, wallahi.
I'm saying, like, the truth is that, like, in the majority of the cases, the men, they don't try hard enough.
I know, but at least if he is trying,
they don't try hard enough, and then the children were, go on.
I know. If he's okay, I'm not saying they're trying their best, I'm saying encouraging them, even if he's not trying hard enough, you should encourage them. Our differences is between you and me. It's not between you and the kids. You can even persuade the man, okay, your difference between me and you is just you and me. We should do the best for them. So even encouraging them would be good for the community, for the kids. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about the problem is what's good for them. So you're not going to tell me had aviation in a match. Everybody
say they do get divorced, they'll just be like, your mom, she said, let's link up. She gave me a fake location. I tried, she doesn't let me see you, blah, blah. Like,
no, not see you.
They're not following up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But like in there should be a starting point in it. There should be a starting point for everything in it. If they're trying, if there is if there are the odd ones that are trying to help their kids, let them help the kids, because at the end of the day, God and he's on a different road. God, you're gonna say, tell him, what did I do wrong? Maybe if both of you tried your best, maybe it would have been different. Allahu Alam anyway. At the end of the day, but we should also try our best. When we try our best, and then you tried your best.
Does anyone else have an opinion on the panel? I was just spoken for a while. Mohammed, you have an opinion, brother? You're from Australia. What's your opinion on that?
I don't know what the situation in Australia like.
It was COVID. UK, Australia was COVID. It's the same issue.
Okay, I want to flip it. I want to flip it because we've criticized the Somali woman, but what about the Somali man who has 7 kids here, who's a bus driver, goes back home and goes marry some little 19-year-old girl back home and destroys his family? What about that?
We're just talking about negatives, or any positives anytime soon?
No, we talked about the criticism of Somali women. Let's talk about the criticism of Somali men. What about Somali men that get a second wife and destroy their family, the family unit? So cover that for a second, and then we'll start talking about positives, okay?
Where does that presumption come from that he automatically is going to destroy his family if he marries another wife back home?
Yeah, it does, bro. That's the automatic conclusion to make, man.
It does not. It does not. I don't know about you guys, but Ma'awowi had multiple wives, bro. I don't know about you, Ma'awowi Talangder, bro.
Listen.
Me too.
Hello. I have it too.
Wait.
Yes. I have 2 in here.
MashaAllah.
Qasam billah, I have 2 in here. And both they got kids for me.
MashaAllah.
So how many kids do you have?
I don't have to tell you. ما يكون بشيء أنت عرولا هاي ما بدنا لكنها لو ضمنا عادي دي.
That's good. That's a blessing. From Allah.
Yes. Waxay ku xiran tahay caruurta intee bay jiraan moogtahay. when you're
No,
marrying
but
the
it's
second
like,
wife.
you know why he said, Muhammad, like, go if you're going back, it's like a sneaky thing, and they don't find out until later, you know?
You have to be sneaky
Just-
though, CD.
But you guys are being very biased, man. You're gonna be very biased.
I've just imagined. I've just imagined you coming home one day and telling your wife, this day one invitation, don't bring any weapons because security style. Security style, not
حاسس سؤال أنا بناويتيه لبضة إنجليز كمان كويس تام في Somaliland.
Oh, here, halkan.
Okay.
Xasanow, inaga daaya arrimaha personalko.
No, but no, let's go continue. But do you guys think that's a big problem? Like, let's be real. We're competing with kids. Our kids in the UK, we're competing with. It's not about who has the most kids. In the UK, it's who has the most money. So when you go back home and you marry a kid, another woman from Somalia, she comes home with kufurisa. Basically, she's like, give me waka data. Even if she stays with you, and this is another thing I've noticed. Sometimes the woman, she comes back into the UK, she stays with her husband, but she's so disrespectful to her husband. It's like you'd rather be divorced. Because when the kids see that, it just destroys the credibility that a father has in the family.
Hey.
What's your opinion, guys?
Yeah. I don't even have an opinion on that, man. Wallah. I mean, that marriage thing is crazy. It's crazy and it's a big topic. Wallah. Haddana gabdho badan baa meesha ku jira marabna inay naga cararaan niyo cheers nigada.
I'm on their side. I personally think it's wrong. I think it's one of the most dysfunctional things. I think let's be real. A lot of Somali sisters they get upset when their husband married. All cultures do that. The white man, no, hear me out. Listen, the white people, when they get older, they have affairs, they cheat on their wives. The problem is in Somali kids, in Somali family, because we're Muslim, we don't do that. So when you have an affair, you have kids that are involved. That's where the issue becomes. So when you start having kids, it becomes like all that money I built back home, and it causes this mess. Let's be real. Like, it causes this mess. Unless you're rich or unless you're able to have like you have good game. Like guys that can have.
What's wrong with having kids?
There's nothing wrong with kids. What's wrong with is when you don't have a plan and a structure. When you have a kids like you're an animal. That's my problem. I have no problem when you plan for your kids to send them to school. When you think about what the money they need, the daily allowance they need. I have no problem.
Yes, you're basically saying the problem is that when the father is not present enough. You're not really talking about like polygyny or marrying two wives. I'm not about the father not being active enough. So address that issue. That is polygyny, marrying two wives.
But that's what I wanted to do, because we criticize a lot of the Somali women. I wanted the other side, okay? The other side of the
situation. We can do that.
No one can criticize Somali women. You know that.
Nobody criticized them.
I'm gonna go after that person, bro. You know that, man.
And I specifically said this is the only time. Maybe I said this is the only time I criticize Somali women. I don't have no criticism in any other way. Especially Somali women. Mantra was so amanin in you. Mantra win amanin. And the only problem I had was I had weaponized in a real That's the only problem I had.
Is that the only criticism you had, Hussein? Is that the only criticism you had?
I think
especially when it comes to the kids. Yes,
I agree with H on that one. Anyway, do anyone have connections to the Somali media in London, like Home Cable TV, BBC Somali, University TV, and that? Yeah.
Why?
What do you need for?
Because we need them. If we want,
if you
are real, because it can like that's the only platform.
I think I got a connection with Universal TV.
Yeah,
I can find, definitely. It's based in East London.
All right, great. Universal TV. There's a guy called Abdul Hafid that works for them as well, isn't it?
The guy from Muslim, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a Facebook account as well. So, bro, this is the listen, dadkeena way haystaan media, but we're not using it. We're not approaching them. Waxa u baahanahay inaan u tagno, bruv. And then, waalidku halkaasay dhegaystaan. Hooyooyinkan iyo aabayaashan aan ka hadlayno.
Horta waxaan aan ka shaqayno wala helaya TV-yada uu chip lacagta naga iska bixin doona ama way bilaash bina ugu waxin doonaan laakiin isku ogaano. Let's meet up inshallah this Sunday.
AB Ali says call them or email them. The details should be on all the websites.
No, I know. عقمة دقيقة وان هلا لما برد عبد الحافظ ياكل كده easy.
عقمة دقيقة. AB, we lie. AB, bro, I'll pay for your ticket to London, bro. Come on. Wallahi.
I think if we make enough noise, wallahi, they will take notice. Wallahi, if we make enough noise, they will take notice.
You just need AB Ali. AB Ali is a good brother, man.
Brothers, I want to say.
Yeah.
أنا وان تلفزيونات أردن وان هليا لما بردوا والله يا easy بانو هلينا وان بديدو دبوا وانا قارنا وان وذا قارنا. I know all of them.
I know Hassan das. I know Hassan das. If you know محكو هذا قار ماشي كل شو قارته.
I know all of them. I could get them tomorrow if you want. هذا عقمة دقيقة وان you just name it. I could bring them within hours.
Within hours, Hassan's the man.
I could get them within hours. I could get them easily. وعادي وهلا بريت هذا أنا any one you want. You just name it.
لكن وين وحماش لنا بعضنا هرتين. First وين ماشي وحلنا بعضنا.
وين وحلنا بعضنا نقول.
first وين وحلنا بعضنا نقول. واحد نتصل خرد at least.
Firi, guys, I want to say, like when you guys have this meeting, somehow.
Yeah.
Like also you need to take initiatives, like have some structure to the meeting and think about actual actions. Like have a business like we always have the Somali visible thing. They always say let's talk, and then they talk and they talk and they talk, everybody comes with their input and then nobody takes initiative. But there needs to be initiative.
I think the very first thing, if I could say, it's the very first thing the parents realizing the seriousness or how important it is for their role in their children's lives. And I think it would be great if you bring some people who used to be on the roads and whatnot and bring them to speak about their experience and whatnot as well. To see like it's reality. Show a couple stab wounds or not, like whatever, just to make them feel.
I think I know somebody.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Sudi. I see what you mean.
I think Khalid actually brought in a boy the other day, not long ago. I think he's a health and fitness instructor. Yeah.
Like him.
Yeah, how he changed completely, just made a U-turn and changed his life. He's completely something that's inspiring. Yeah. Khalid Bamanda Tolafadi, I think he's got a video uploaded on the channel.
Inspire for change. Yeah. MB made a very good point, and I would definitely recommend any sisters to come down because, mashallah, I believe when it comes to meetings and and having structure around these topics, sisters are very good with us, man.
By the way, this isn't something like you have to do every single. You can have 1 or 2 meetings, 3 at max, and then just start making like programs and stuff. This is the meetings and stuff will just be like a realization.
We don't want them to take that long, innit? Like we want to just start.
It's like 2-3 max. After that, programs and incentives and whatnot, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree.
That's true. Yeah,
guys,
I might actually say this is one of the best discussions that we had on the channel, to be honest with you, especially with no arguments and actually something viable came out of, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the hate is true. Pick up Berberawi, man. I know Berberawi lives in Manchester. You can't come. Reggae.
Yeah, guys, let's spend on the positives, okay? Guys, let's spend on all the positives that's happened to our community the last 30 years. Because we've spent a lot of time on the negatives. Let's spend time on the positives. So, guys, what have we gained over the last 30 years, and how can that be a positive? And how has that helped the 2 generations come together?
Just check the private chat.
I mean, Abdurrahman, you don't have to be on the camera, sister. Just let people know. They won't put you on camera. People respect.
You don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to be on a camera. Wallah. You can be behind a camera.
Yeah. There are sisters that come down anyway to the corner anyway.
Yeah,
and they're
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and then quite a big group. I gotta be honest, like more than 5 of them, mashallah. So
yeah.
Sisters don't be shy, man.
So
you were saying?
I can give you that book for free, by the way. Yes, I can give it to you.
Definitely. No, I'll definitely read it.
Brother,
for all the people.
Somali,
yeah.
Brother said, "Hey Somali, what's happening here? We've got a meeting on Sunday, Speakers Corner, Hyde Park, London. Hey Somali, our brother, if you're willing to come through, no calling you. That's what's happening. We're taking this to the next level, man. We're gonna take it from here, from online. We're gonna take it to the field. That's the plan."
And the topic is the future, the generational gap and how we can solve the problems the upcoming generation is facing at the moment.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I feel like we need to talk about jobs. Like a lot of the problems that we're facing is because how do we get if someone has a good notion about like jobs, how do we move up the ladder? Like how do we move up the ladder? Like how do we do
education, bro?
Let's say education,
bro. If you have your education, well, you definitely getting a job.
Business is good as well. You understand?
Yeah. If you have the means to build your own business, build it. If you educational wise, just because you want to build your own business now doesn't mean you have to neglect the education. Education is always important, regardless of if you having a self-employed.
Someone just sent phone cable email address. AB Ali, thank you, man. I'll write that down somewhere, man. We might need that in the future, man.
But
I'll take a photo of it.
Hussein. But you know what? I always have this problem with the older generation is that they don't understand. When you go through academia, you're learning to be an employee. When you become self-educated, you're learning to become an employer. If you want to, I feel like they don't understand that. What's your opinion, guys, on that?
Yeah,
between self-education and between academia.
But education is always good. I mean, to have something in the back of your pocket is always good. But you don't have to pursue that. And for somebody, if you have studied something, you don't have to have a career in what you studied. You can also have so you can also have your business. But at the same time, education is always paramount. In my opinion, education is regardless of what it is. Learn education if you have to go to China. So education is always,
to me, business is for me is business is the one, because like the education system is designed in a like employee, but
that is true.
If you think and you make the steps, like everything starts small and then it gets big. You know what I mean? Like they say, man, think and grow rich. So you have to make it out.
Yeah. No, but I feel like as a Somali community, and I think it's just a Western problem we have. It's a Western general. They'll borrow you money, like unbelievable money to go study, to read, not study, read sociology, or no, seriously, they'll give you unbelievable money. But they will not borrow you money. They will not give you money to go start a business. That's the big problem. That's the big problem. And I think a lot of young Somali kids that are into drugs, they could be making a lot more money online selling stuff. I mean, having online stores. There's a lot of money to me. For example, I'll give you an idea. Like 2 years ago, you started Uber Eats. For example, you started Uber Eats. You started from your own house. It was easy. You just had to create a website, and you could have just started selling food from your own house on Uber Eats. That was 2 years ago. I actually don't think it still exists now. I think it's a lot more harder. But I feel like we're always behind. And we need to be more informed on this. And Somali people, in my opinion, one of the beautiful things, and this is one of the most positive things about Somali people, is that when you ask Somali person, every Somali person wants to start his own business. I think, alhamdulillah, shukran, that is one of the most positive sides of our culture.
Yeah, that's good. Up to you. هويك الصومالي حتى وحبة باتيال يدرو يحبي يعني.
شارب ولي قد شارب هنجي.
We were always like business-minded people from day one, but like in Imika, like anything that you do here in the UK, like business market noqoto sheekado dhan baa xidhmaysa, but anything you do that outside the UK will flourish. Like isaga wadayaba. You understand?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that. I feel like for example, because these drug dealers are business people. Let's look at it. These drug dealers, they're
entrepreneurs, yeah.
Entrepreneurs, man. My family.
By trade.
No, seriously.
By profession.
Our brother A. Somali said 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Come around 4 p.m. inshallah. 4 p.m. inshallah.
Yeah, it's true. You know, we all copy each other. I think business, in its sense, that's what business is. You come up with an idea, then the market becomes saturated and it lowers. So that's just normal. That's not Somali thing. This is normal thing. So what you have to do is you have to look at trends. You have to look at what's happening now, like 3-4 years, and understand where the trend is, and move towards that. That's why people who are a bit more open-minded actually do better in that sense, because they can read the trends.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying of there's trends. For example, you know, when there was a trend of the whole, you know, when Apple came out with an iPods and stuff, and there were some people saying, oh, it's not going to work out for long term, so and so, and then some people said it is. But there's so many trends, and most of them don't actually flourish, bro.
Yeah.
That's why
we always focus on the ones that do flourish, the ones, the Apple, the Netflix, you know, all these big things. But
even yeah, but you know, there's a difference between a trend and a fad. A fad is like a little, you know, it lasts for temporarily, you know.
Yeah.
That's like flipping. What's it called? The fidget spinners. That's like a little, bro. What is that? That's not
It's a gimmick.
Say, you know? It's a gimmick, man.
Half a season. But I think one of the things that flourished was, you know, first dips. If you always have the first dips on something that's new, and you know this thing is gonna go big, it's always. I'll give you an example here. I'll give you this boy as an example here. I don't know if you know KBHD. You know anybody know KBHD? A YouTuber by the name of KBHD. He's a black YouTuber. He also he talks about phones. And he reviews phones. KBHD, yeah. This kid, yeah, I don't know if you've seen his first video on YouTube. He was I think he was around 11 years old or 12 years old, not older than 12 years old, reviewing a laptop that his mother bought him. No, he's actually reviewing his first laptop that he bought, yeah. And this but now if you look at him now, yeah, he's a millionaire on YouTube. By just reviewing stuff. So if you always have the first dips, if you always have the first dips on something that's coming up and it's being big, yeah, it's always good to ride the first wave than the last wave or the later on waves. And especially with the if you look at most of the big YouTubers, yeah, they were the people that actually went into the idea and bought into the idea when it first started. So sometimes if we say this is not gonna last or this is not gonna go anywhere, I don't know if maybe if you see good in it, okay, try it. It doesn't have to be full time. And if you later on, if it's gonna cover your wage and if it's gonna cover your wage or salary, then why not make it a full time? So always.
No, I was just making a distinction. Yeah. I'm not actually against it myself. Yeah. Like if you're gonna make money from it, make money from it. You know. Yeah. But it's like I think Fozi said something like it's all a trend or something. I was saying the difference.
No, there's still a difference
between it's not a trend. It's just a phase or a fad, whatever you want to call it.
But that's the thing.
Yeah. Like the fidget spinner one was, that is true. Though. It was half a season.
Yeah, ABL.
Yeah, people made money from it, bro.
Yeah. ABL. Thank you, my brother, for sending the email, man. Reggae, ABL, man.
Yeah.
ABL.
I think what he's saying, like AB, what was saying, he's saying like people will come there, bro. But these people would be interested. They could even put it on TV, like home cable TV. So bro. You never know.
You can make a program out of it, actually.
Well, you could, like a little Speaker's Corner segment. They could pay you even, bro. Because I figure it like that.
Incentives there. It's not even about business now. It's like just like starting the thing off So, because the starting point is the hardest point in everything that you do in life. Whether you memorizing the Quran, ama shaqo galaysid, ama like education, ama imika waxaan aan bilaabano kale markaa sameynaysid, like marka bilaabayso waa adeeg. You think it's hard. But like in markay bilaabanto, it's gonna be like a wildfire. Up to meeshaad adigu bilowdaba hadhow tola Xasan oo lagu qabsanayaaba, Hussein sorry, lagu qabsanayaaba. oo lagu oranayo aniga hogaaminayna. oo adigu maba iman bay we decided this.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. Hijacking.
You know what I'm saying?
And they might not dadka kugu qabsanaya soo wada arag dadka kugu qabsanaya they might not even have the best interest of the program you actually leading. They might actually just see it as a business plan, to be honest.
No, it becomes ego.
Yeah.
It becomes ego.
Yeah.
You know what? Something
they put that Qabil shit in there, and then it
the
stinks
spin.
after that. It stinks.
Yeah.
Like,
but you know what? Something Fosi said. Fosi made a really good point. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Can I explain it to you? So I explain to you the process. Like I'm gonna.
You might use it. Leave upstairs.
So I'm gonna try to explain to you.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much.
Go on, yes.
You're doing too much, brother. Take it easy.
No. I'm gonna explain to you how you would do it. And I want everyone at home to try this. So basically, you pray Salatul Subh, and this is important. This is where you have delta waves in you, but you pray Salatul Subh, and for 30 minutes to Ace Quran Sahli, but let him focus. My family, focus on what you want. Okay, and I think this is and when you do this, listen to your Quran, pray, but focus. Because I think a lot of people they don't understand the system with the ilahi. Like this, I call this the metaphysics. So when you wake up early morning, is when your brain's at delta wave. So if you come from the idea that consciousness is generated from an external source, that we receive consciousness. Early morning, Salatul Subh, pray your Salat, 30 minutes, contemplate on the Quran, and then ilahi will do so hadonis.
Yeah.
I promise you, if you do that, for 6 months, your life will change. I promise you that. Continue.
True. I was reading a book that called 5 a.m. It was a great book, man. Wallah.
Yeah.
What's that?
It was a book that deals like it's called 5 a.m. like things that you can do before 5 a.m.
Oh, okay. I see.
The author like wakes up before 5 a.m. every day. And then like he does like exercise and like what was he shaking your head, like he meditates and all that, so yeah.
So basically to start your day basically.
Yeah,
like habits, good habits and stuff. Yeah.
To go, ilahi bari, my family, be spiritual, ilahi the word, and then ask Allah for what you want, my family.
Yeah,
but how about the hadith where the last third of the night? That's when the eyes are best, best done.
Yeah. Of course, do it when you go to bed.
And besides this, I want to say something else. I don't know about you guys, but I have seen this before. Early in the mornings, especially like people from China and whatnot, they walk around and they do some Tai Chi and they do stretches. Have you guys seen it before? Have you guys seen that in the early mornings? Like people from China. Early in the morning.
Early in the morning.
They do stretches. They move like Jackie Chan. They're doing this.
They call it something. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I love it, bro. It's nice, man. We gotta think about our body, bro. We gotta do stretches. I think you gotta do stretches, bro. Fix your body up, man. You gotta look after your body, man.
Yeah, you could do stretches. I wanted to put it in as for a Muslim Somali kid. That's where I was giving it to them. Like from a Muslim Somali kid. Salat Subh to go, pray, ilahi bari, at the same time contemplate on the Quran, focus. Meditation. It's not like some sort of. I'm not talking about meditation.
What about
I'm talking about Somali Muslim Islamic meditation. How did it?
Do you know about Adhkars?
Adhkar, yeah.
What's up?
Do you know about it? Have you done it before?
You mean Adhkar?
Yeah. GS knows what Adhkar is.
Dhikr,
innit? Yeah.
So Subhanallah,
Alhamdulillah. Do your supplications.
Yeah, definitely. But what I'm saying to you, when you're going home, when you're going to bed, Salatul Shaiwa Tukati, and you're going to go to bed, do the same thing as God. Spend 15, 20 minutes, actually 15, 20 minutes.
Think about your goals.
Yeah, focus.
Yeah.
My family. Pray your Salat.
Spiritual goals. your financial goals, relationship goals, and all that. Yeah, very important, man.
Very
What
right.
have I done today?
Right.
What have I done
Right.
today that's not going to help me? What did? Yeah.
True. If you got any plans, meetings, you prepare it like before the night. So yeah, it's good, man.
And what this teaches you to learn to listen to your intuition, because there's two. This is why, like in Somalia, when they say a person who doesn't know how to read and write can be successful, because that person is running on intuition. My family. So when you do this, you're learning to listen to what some people would call it the higher intelligence. So you're learning to connect to something that's beyond you. And when you start listening to that, that's when your life starts changing.
Up to you, أنا كسومالا داني مسكحدين نيو ما بيستعمال بقى at least 5% وكمان استعمال نيو. وارون ما بين سوشيال نيو. والله and what GS said is true. Is sidan unola hewe. You understand?
Yeah.
It's the way you live, bro. Like some unola.
Yeah, لا يمحيد إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, brother Barbarawi said that. Our brother Jamil, what's your big plan for your meeting on Sunday? Bro, this meeting is gonna be like the foundation. We're gonna lay the foundation, and we're gonna but we're trying to get exposure new, like Somali community game and even hadan isticmaalo all the channels, like H knows that most of the channels that come to Speakers Corner hadan isticmaalo, like waalidiinta iyo dadkan u baahneen like nooma gudbinayaan, our voices won't be heard. So waxaan u baahanahay inaan soo invite garayno Somali media, like TV-yada Somalida waalidiinta iyo dadkan daawadaan, because the only people that can help waa waalidiinta, like dhalinyarta. When we can invite them and talk and and get them to talk about their experiences on the road and knife crime and this and that, but obviously to get involved and to get
that's really the main target audience. Yeah.
So waalidka in la helo waxa loo baahan yahay Universal TV, Ho Cable TV, waxaasay daawadaan.
Well, Khalid, are you there?
Khalid u saxday malaanyo. I
think we'll Saturday. But anyway, we've got at least another 20 minutes until it comes back. So what else? You guys have any other practical You know what? There's something I want to talk about. I want to talk about the effect of globalization. From two generations, and the younger generation have this opportunity where they could set up a business anywhere in the world, and instead of aiming for Somalia, they could aim for the world. They could make a global product. World Remittance is what they started off from a Somali guy. Developed an app.
And not limit that. Yeah, I see what you mean.
So how can we, guys, do you have any opinions? MB, you haven't spoken for a while. What's your take on that?
MB is still there?
MB's right there, man.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's your opinion on that, on globalization and the effect, the ability where you have a European passport or Australian passport or an American passport, Canadian passport, and you have this passport.
Somali.
As a Somali, what are these benefits? When you go away from the hood, the hood rat, when you go about conquering the world, what can you do with these passports?
You can do a lot, to be honest with you. It opens doors for you, to be honest. Honestly, I see it as a blessing in disguise, to be honest. Because okay, for example, if you within the UK, yeah, but anywhere outside the UK, if you have any other passport, like a Somali passport, you're not going anywhere. But like we don't utilize in we have everywhere's got a British passport here, so and we don't utilize it by for example, if you want to make your own business abroad and stuff like that, because it doesn't have to be if you want to be an entrepreneur, yeah, it doesn't have to be just the UK. It could be in transcontinent or somewhere abroad or you can always utilize your passport. For example, most of Somalis especially China, yeah. So if you have a British passport, you can go anywhere that you want and see the actual product that you wanted. So yeah, it's always good to have these passports, and we should utilize it.
Yeah, definitely, and a lot of and it's important to give these opportunities, because when you come up, especially the areas of Somali kids live in, they don't have that belief. And it's important that we instill that in them. And from us talking about the ability that just having a British passport does, your unique selling point where you could go to, for example, and this is quite radical, people might get, you go to Lebanon. You go to Lebanon, buy some goods, that are really, really cheap that no one knows about. Send it to just so or Smile, wherever you live.
Yeah, but GS, we had a bit of problem with that one as well, and I kind of tried it as well, because you know imika marka hadda wax ka order gareystid, you know, so let's say you ordered products from Pakistan, and then waxay doonaysaa inaad geyso Muqdisho, Somalia, or Bosaso, anywhere, yeah. Like waxa u baahanahay like logistics, yeah. For example, waxa u baahan tahay Dubai. When the products get to Dubai, waxa loo baahan yahay shirkad Somalia ama company that receives the products and the goods, and then waxa lagu sameyn karaa maxay ahayd air shipping ku sameyn karaa, but we don't have that system. Waxa ma haysano. So that's a business opportunity. Xaga ka banaan ba saaxib.
Yeah, it's not developed. The country is not developed enough to have planes. And so, yeah, wallahi, that issue. Let me tell you one thing. Yeah. Especially, for example, in the UK, any business idea that you think of, there's probably 100 other people, other businesses who are doing exactly the same thing. But back home, everything is virgin up to. Everything's virgin up to. Whatever you think of, you might be the first person that thought of the idea. But when it comes to business opportunities in the back home, well, if you have the funds, because you might have
some like I don't know. They're multi-millionaires, bro.
Yeah. No, if you have the funds, because you might have hurdles that might come your way. So if you can go over those hurdles and have the funds to go over those hurdles, yeah, and you have the funds. Well, I think it's easy to become it's easy to make money in Somalia if you have the funds. But there are people that have the idea but they don't have the funds, and there are people that have the funds but they don't have ideas. So
how much money would you need?
Fact, that's a big fact.
Hussein, how much money would you need?
Yeah.
How much money would
you
need?
It depends on what you're looking for. It depends on the business that you're trying to. It just depends.
You know, GS, what the yeah. Like a lot of like Sida Hussein sheegayo kala mataqana. Like a lot of people anaga naga mid ah like wadankii, like we look down how the wadankii marka la yiraahdo Hargeysa, Burco, we don't want that. It's a third world country, it's this and that. But like in runta marka laga hadlo, yeah. Let me tell you about the story, yeah. I know this girl, yeah, gabadh Soomaaliyada. waxay tagtay koonfurtay tagtay Muqdisho, yeah. Then she start thinking, what can I do? Then waxay samaysay a company that makes bricks. You know bricks ka guryaha lagu dhiso.
Yes, that's
yeah. Muqdisho dib u dhismaysay for the past since 2011, 2012 until now. Let's say 7-8 years now. Dhismaa ku socda. Every street that you go guri baa laga dhisaya, yeah.
Thank you.
Way fikirtay. Waxay soo saartay company smaller, she buy like some products from China or somewhere, company yaro bricks, yeah, machinery, bricks oo guryaha lagu dhiso and blocks. Intaasay samaysaa lacag abti magaalada dhan iyada u timaada, bro. How about that?
Especially if you're making good quality bricks, ma garanaysaa? Yes.
Mashallah.
Yeah.
There's a very good thing, because I heard Somalia has a problem of making their own cement. You know, the cement is another problem, bro, because we import cement and we import it at a higher price, which is you know, it's a very big trouble for people back home. So if we can get people to do their own cement, that's another thing.
But look at making bricks here. All you have to do is baking clay. It's literally just getting the right equipment and baking clay. That's because that's how you make bricks. Yes. Yeah, عيد إلى Somalia عيد back home.
The sun is free, Baba.
Yeah. So if you have the idea, yeah. And look at it, because there is demand as well.
Yeah, there is demand, yeah.
And there's not too much competition.
Listen, I've got an idea. It's out there. It's a bit like we folk day. But you know what? There's the COVID-19. There's the vaccination trials that are going on now, and they need a lot of people.
The COVID-19.
Yeah, for vaccination, for the vaccine.
Yeah.
So they need people to test it all out on. They're paying you around close to £7,000. Close to it.
I have not experimented with my body, bro.
You guys are gonna take it. It's the Oxford University one. They've already had like 30,000 people on it. Go ahead and take it. £6,600, I think.
Well, if I was gonna take that, I wouldn't take it as a business wise. Yeah, I would take it as the only reason I would take that in another year. to be honest with you, I love the NHS. Wallahi, another and one of these people. One of the things that I love about this country is the NHS. Wallahi, because we don't know how good it is until you lose it. You go to America, and the fastest way to becoming bankrupt is like, for example, I think a middle class person they've been working all your life. The fastest way to becoming a bankrupt is just losing your house. Losing your house. Yeah. Go.
But bro, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say, go, bro.
No, it's alright. I was like, someone said in the comment section, like most of the time, women control the money in the family. That's true, my brother.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. So the only way I would do that, the only way I would do that child is probably if I was trying to contribute towards the health and well-being of the people, but I wouldn't try to make money off that, wallahi, because it's only a few times.
Bro,
it's not a business. It's not a business plan for me.
The big
so the dragons.
Get paid for it, man. £7,000, guys.
Like the dragons usually say, yeah. Like the dragons usually say, yeah, I'm out. On that business idea.
Would you try the vaccine for, what did you say, £6,000?
Yeah, £6,600.
Horta adiga nin yahow kaliya iska iibsan lahayd, bro. 25 grand ahead. Like, you know, no, bro. Jesus, sell his whole body, man.
Leg missing. One eye is missing.
I'm mocking, bro. No, but it's to give people ideas.
But like in the business place, it doesn't have a longevity. You know, one eye missing. How many body parts can you sell until you go missing?
No, hear me out. Hussein. Listen to me. Hilarious. No, give me a second. Just give me a second. You take that money. CD. Listen, it's a 2-week trial. I just want, because I'm not lying to you, we need a lot more black people and ethnic minorities to take it. Like, we don't have enough.
Maybe how they react.
There's already been. Hussein, just give me a second, brother. It's already been 30,000 people that have taken it. Okay, so it will be 30,000. By the end of the trial, I think this could be up to 60,000 people. So, like, that's why I'm saying to you, it's actually quite safe, and it should be, hopefully within the next 2 months, it should be like.
What's
it? Oh, but it's already got 30,000 people, and the way it's going, in 2 months' time, they're gonna force everyone to take it. They're gonna force everyone to take it anyway.
You say let me might as well volunteer instead of
the GS.
Just volunteer, get paid for it.
GS. The problem that you have is
idea I've ever seen in my life, man.
I know it's crazy. Isn't it?
I know time we that I done to know.
The problem you have, GS. The problem you have with that idea is when the vaccine is already trial and tested and and then it's time for people to take it. It's already being tried and tested and they know all the side effects. But like with this one, what they're trying to tell you is we don't know the side effects. So you be the lab rat basically, and if anything goes wrong, then sign your life.
It's not likely anything would go wrong because you already had 30,000 people that have tried it. They would have closed it down if anything was going wrong.
Bro, this vaccine is not approved, so anything can go wrong. Bro.
No, but I'm just saying. It's out there, and I'll be honest with you. If you want to volunteer and help the NHS, please go ahead.
If it was that safe, if it was that safe. One other thing, I think Khalid should, not today, but make a, one day, talk about one day, is one other problem that's facing the Somali community. Another problem that's actually facing the Somali community is Somali kids, especially not kids, like, I'm not talking about the kids that we were talking about earlier. I'm talking about like young children, like before the age of 5 years. Somali kids and autism.
Yeah,
wallahi, that is one thing that is missing. I did it in another way. I took a loophole. Not loophole, but basically what I done was I waited until they were I've only done it to my son, and he was, by the time he took it was, I think, age of 4. Instead of the age of before 1.5. So I think Khalid should make a panel for that, because the amount of kids in here that I know, wallahi, every family, the amount of family, actually, let's just put it this way, small family, and how many kids they have, and out of those kids they have, how many kids of those kids that have it. It's ridiculous. You think, like like mute kids, bro. Kids that are not talking at the age of 6 and 7, bro. Wallahi billah, and it's not one, it's not two, and this is just the people that I know.
I've seen kids that were talking actively, and they were active at the age of 2, 1.5,
and then they do it.
They're silent now. They're just looking at you. That's it.
I did like that, yeah, but so
guys, where's the proof?
I have but one problem is one other problem is I actually know people that never done the MMR vaccination, and it still happened, bro. That's the thing, wallahi, and it still happened. This lady, she said while I was her kids are the same age as my kid, and she said when I was doing it, she said no, she's not gonna do it, my kids perfectly healthy and talking, wallahi, both of her kids are not talking, bro. Wallahi, and it's just one family. This is one family. This other, and this is
not known. Autism is not
known.
Yes.
And this other, this is just me talking, and this, you know, the amount of people I know, how many families I know, I know almost about 5 like close people that I know that have 6, 7. Well, actually, almost 8 people that I know, and every family's got 1 or 2 people that have autism. We never heard of this yet. It's like me telling you, bro, you had it back home, How many kids do you know that have autism? None, innit? Almost none. Or, wallahi, we never knew this, and all of a sudden it's just bam, all of a sudden.
That's true, Hussein. That's true.
It's the same.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
They looked at
no. Let the brother talk, man. He wasn't talking for the whole day, man. I think you wanted to ask a question.
Mama, just finish up one, bro.
So one of the things they realized, about native Somali culture is that they didn't have autism. They had a very low rate of autism. And the thing with Hussein is, it also comes back to the thing I was telling you about council houses. When you live in these really poor, when you live in these really poor areas, they have really poor facilities. They live in, this is why a lot more people die of COVID-19 than other people, because it's crowded. Also, there's a lot of what you call
brother, autism has nothing to do with that, bro.
No, but it's the environment. It's the environment
sickness of the brain. No, bro. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Okay,
come on, man.
Simple education. In our head, this is an illness of the brain.
No, how is the brain straight, bro?
How is where you live gonna affect how your brain develops? That is what
you have, for example,
you have to get off of this idea of council flats.
Please, let me finish, man.
Council flats cost autism now, Council flats cost autism now. Jeez, bro.
Hussein, speak quiet.
We lived in poorer areas. Let me put it this way: we lived in poorer areas. In Somalia, we live in shacks. Not even the council flat is a luxury nowadays. You got running water, clean water, everything.
No, but it's not that.
We never used to have it.
No. But I'm talking about toxins like mold. Mold has a big effect. Toxins, like these are the areas like mold and toxins have a big effect on it. Like
I know, but this it does not discriminate. Autism does not discriminate. It happens to it happens to the rich and to the poor. This problem does not discriminate, bro.
Not to the same degree.
How do you know? Have you done this study?
Provide data, provide statistics.
Yeah, how do you know?
Provide something. I want to see this because I don't believe this.
Okay, I'll Google it and we'll search that.
All right, cool. It's all vibes when this guy's talking. It's all vibes, boys. No facts.
No, council flats, man. Cause they autism nowadays.
Hussein, I'm not talking about council flats. Listen,
you said that. I'm not saying it. You said that. You said something about council flats.
Come on, man. Hussein. Come on, Wallah, you annoy me sometimes, Wallah.
Okay, so I know. I do it on purpose, by the way.
Okay, you're looking at COVID-19, I'll give you an example. COVID-19, BMM, Black ethnic minorities, have died more from COVID-19 than other white people. Why is that?
This is COVID-19. Yeah, we're talking about autism. This is completely different.
With autism, it's
you know why? Okay, I'll tell you why.
Don't say why. Pollution, toxin, mold. That's what it's got to do with. But give me a second.
You just read it up,
go ahead. Hussein, go ahead, please.
Okay, I'll tell you why. People die of deprived areas die of COVID-19. You know why? because they don't have the luxury of isolating themselves from other people. Every family they're going to go hungry, they're going to go to Tesco's, they're going to go outside, they're going to go meet other people, and then they're going to come back to their houses. And plus, their houses, if one of the household gets it, they don't have a spare bedroom that they can isolate that person in. And plus, if you live in a deprived area, more likely you're not going to get the best of healthcare that you get in if you are living in a well-off area, or if you are going to a private if you have a private health insurance. So that's one of the reasons. Yes, you have a point in that, but when it comes to autism, it's completely different ball game. It's a completely different animal. Yeah.
Well, please, guys, what did he say about autism? I wasn't listening. Please.
He said they call council flats is because of council flats and mold.
No, mate.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
That's why he said read it.
Wallahi, بالله, I don't know what this guy's on, bro. I do not know.
But do you live in an ivory flat, Neo? Do you live in an ivory tower in EGS?
No, you guys are just silly, man. You're just silly, just mocking me for no reason. I put a medical expert link.
That's the worst thing.
Say?
Berberawi said that. Berberawi, what part of Berbera are you from, man? What part of Berbera are you from, Berberawi? He's on the comment section.
He said, poor kids or kids that grow up in poor neighbor or poor environments, they get more autism. I want to see proof of this. I want to see.
I just sent you an article. I just sent you an article right now.
Yeah,
Google this. You can Google it 100 times. You see the same statistics.
It's not something you investigated before.
No, this is something because one of the when I did my course, psychology course, it's one of the things that we study that in poor areas they suffer from more autism. It's because they have less. No, hear me out. It comes down to food. It comes down to the environment. So when you have all these toxins in your flat, in your house, in your flat, you're more likely to have more pollution. This all has an effect on you. Wow. So when I say this stuff,
but this
radical stuff. How did he?
dad baa meelo ka daran bay degan yihiin xagan waxaana ma laha say ku dhacday.
No, but in Africa, hear me out. In Africa, it's different. Like back in the day, I don't know now, yeah. But back in the day, they might not have nice flats, but those flats didn't have toxins in. My family, they didn't have like the pollution in as much as we have now. They didn't eat the food that we eat now.
I'm from Berbera, brother. You know Bur'a Sheikh, man. Bur'a Sheikh, sahib, Neo.
Yeah, I thought you were from Hargeisa.
Nah, man, from Berbera, man. Bur'a Sheikh, you know, Moscow, Bur'a Sheikh. He knows, man. Berbera knows what I'm talking about. So, yeah, man, it happens, man. Autism is real in our community, man. And Somalia, like, I'm not going to autism. Ilmaha markuu 1 year gaadhu iska hadlayaan, yo. Haddana waxan baa dhacay.
Xaggana almost, yeah.
Cuntada la cunaya, we don't eat organic food. We don't know where it is. We can't.
And not even that, yeah. Especially the other day, yeah. This lady came to me. You know when they're doing a house visit for the kids, yeah. And there was one of the girls was I think a trainee, and one of the other girls was the girl that was actually doing the training for the girls. So basically, the trainee asked me, "Did you do an MMR vaccine for your kids?" And this is the time that I haven't done. And I said, "You know what? I haven't done it because of it's not because of my, I'm an anti-vaxxer or anything like that. It's just because." We have so much in the Somali community. We have so many kids that have autism, and the lady, the lady that was doing the lady that was the trainee said, actually, that's not correct, and it happens to everybody. Guess what? Yeah, the lady that was doing the training, her senior told her, no, actually, predominantly the kids that it happens to now is Somalis. Wallahi billahi, it's literally killing them left, right, and center. So I don't know. Is there something that when we came to this country, is there something that happened when we came to this country or something? Maybe we changed our way of life or something. I don't know what it is, but it's something that happened to the especially East Africans, in something that happened to them when they came here, and their kids ended up.
The thing to do is just stay away from that shit. It's toxic.
Yeah,
it's basically ilmaha markuu yar yahay, and the brain is not developed yet. Ilmaha yaro less than 1 year marka waxa lagu mudo all those balayada so done. And don't get me wrong, these vaccines here balayadan it has side effects, bro.
It does, yeah. But again, another one problem with that.
It's a big problem, man.
Like one other problem with that, with what you just said, yeah, is
I have seen people,
I don't mind
families
doing
that have
it
never.
4-5, man. No problem.
MB, do you want to come in? You had a point you wanted to make last time, MB. Come in, bro.
No, let Jamil let him finish the point.
No, I'm done, man. Why is everyone talking about Berbera in the comment section, man? Come on, man. Berbera became the next Dubai now, you know? You know, Hargeisa doesn't even have roads.
Well,
So,
you man are gonna build a super city for girls, yeah?
Yeah, man. You know, Hargeisa doesn't even have roads anymore. So yeah, Berbera, pick up Berbera.
Somalia is Ibiza.
Somalia is Ibiza, yeah.
So yeah.
sorry. I have to.
I need more than that, bro.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, brother.
I need more than that. Like just study.
No, you could just Google it. Why? This is a known fact. Why? I don't know why that is though. I don't know why that is. But and I gave you guys some like tools, like when you live in like really like houses that are not healthy, so they have mold, toxins. You know, like they have the ventilation, the air that's coming in, it's not clean. The food that we're eating.
Bro, the air in London is not clean. What are you talking about?
Well, yes, bro. Do yourself a favor and stop talking shit, please.
No, you stop talking shit, man. You ignorant little fool. No, seriously,
I
hate when people come with this stuff. It's like you have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no clue. That's it. You just start insulting me.
I'm
This is
not
my problem with you.
Okay, I just told you to stop talking shit because you're
You're talking shit, bro. You're talking like a fool. No, if you don't know what you're talking about, go do your fucking research. I know what you're talking about.
Absolute nonsense.
It's frustrating, man. It's
It's very frustrating because I know people with autism and you're coming with this from talk, bro. That's very frustrating.
Listen. Go Google what I'm talking about, and you'll see the stuff that comes out.
Google, Mr. Google. Okay.
So just the one that you sent me,
I'll send you like 10 other ones if you want, and I'll link it to you.
No, but I need something contextual, bro, because the one you sent me basically is talking about white suburbans in California and white poor people in other places in America. There's many factors.
You know, I will put that to you. But there's an economical. Maybe hear me out. Maybe it's because of the food they eat. I don't know.
This is the problem, though. Like you don't actually know the factors.
No. I'm giving you like my theory.
What the professionals.
Yeah,
the actual doctors, the professionals, they are saying that we don't know what's causing at the moment.
No, but I'm
even
saying
the doctors are saying this.
You know what? Yeah, I don't even get mad because as long as GS is not talking about the Dean, he can say whatever he wants. GS, you're free, man. But when you come to my lane, nigga, go on, man. Say what you want. Pick up PS, man.
He's got a problem with Salafiyah.
Yeah, markaas waa inaa qori soo cabaysto. I'm gonna start, you know, but what doing Carl, it's free to talk about whatever he wants, man.
Let me send you some other links as well. Like what I'm talking about, it's not like some sort of like weird stuff.
Was that a study that was done?
I've just sent you another one here, and I put on the chat as well, so that you guys have an understanding.
All right, cool.
Have you done a? Cheers. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
These are like obscure sites, man.
Before today, have you ever done any research on this before today?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Well, I have done research on this one. I used to work.
You're not just googling it now.
No, I used to work as a support
worker. What is this site, Neil?
I used to
proper. Give me a peer-reviewed paper that talks about.
I will, but
how do you get there? Like these random articles.
You have to pay. You have to pay for them. That's the problem, man. I can't be bothered to pay for them just so I can give it to you. But what I'm saying to you, I used to.
So how did you do that? How did you do them? Research? If you haven't paid for them, how are they peer-reviewed journals?
No, that was when I was at uni. But hey, listen, I actually first found about this by Dave Asprey. Like, and I'm being honest with you, there's a lot of stuff. Like, this is just one little. This is just certain stuff.
So indoor mold exposure causes autism.
No, not all of it. This is what I'm saying to you guys. There's like a lot of compound effect. There's a lot of little stuff that have a big effect.
Indoor mold exposure. Are you serious?
It's toxins, bro. It's toxins. Toxins are terrible for your health, bro. It's terrible for your brain.
You grew up in the council flat. We grew up in the Undo mode exposure.
No, but I'm not saying
brother Jimmy, you got these man all talking about city planning of Hargeisa or has now, man. What going on with you, bro?
Yeah, but the comment section is going mad, isn't it?
Take a look at the Hargeisa city planning.
You know, we're gonna have to get the people. We're gonna have to get the people on the comment section involved as well, isn't it? So yeah. Hargeisa doesn't have roads. That basically that's what they're saying. So GS, what going with Real Samatar, bro? What going with your people, innit?
Why? What's wrong? They're not my people. I'm from my land, man. Continue.
Yeah, but your land, innit? You're Real Samatar, right?
Maybe. But continue.
Maybe.
Come on. You were screaming at your people the other time. What was it? Huh?
Yeah, but continue. I don't care about Rasul or Ray Ahmed or Isa Musa or Bal. I can't take about Somaliland.
Somaliland, pick up Somaliland, man.
That's why I care. I care about Somali people as well. Somalia. I love you guys. Who you are?
Melkasta.
Somaliland.
Nah, Melkasta, bro.
No,
Melkasta lo bahin.
Yeah, I also put a link for you guys. I also put a link on the thing as well. Just to say to you guys that I wasn't talking nonsense.
No, but that link is not reliable.
Hey, Somali.
I have
access.
There's a paper. Affordable.
Yes, I have access to the journal. I'm gonna do the research.
Do the research
this week, inshallah, and then I'll get back to you. If you're right, you're right. But if you're wrong.
No, but I'm not saying to you that's the only thing that causes it. I'm saying to you that has an effect.
Yeah, but what you said is you inferred, Mukhtar. You made the conclusion that poor kids, because they live in these areas, they'll have more autism.
Yeah, that's true. Like when you look at poor people, that you'll find out. But the mold, the toxins, the ventilation problems, like the pollution that comes in these areas.
I think you're talking. I think like you made a mistake. We're not talking about asthma. We're talking about autism, by the way.
No, but asthma as well. Same. It's like correlate. That environment has the same as well. No, but wallahi. Continue. I'm not going to start insulting you.
No, hey Somali said something. Somali said something. What did Mahakwadai in GS said that about the people who have autism? What's the disgusting comment that you said that GS said about the people who have autism?
Yeah,
I think
I made a point. I made a point, and I said
somebody said that you made a disgusting comment about people with Yeah,
I'll send you a link about that, and MB could check this out. But people who are autistic are very literal, so they can't.
You're talking about the mindset and the selection.
Yeah, literalism.
There's different levels of autism, bro. They're not
all the same. It has a spectrum. It has a spectrum from mild to.
I've never seen people that are so politically correct than you people, man. Fuck it out.
Yeah,
it's frustrating. What? It's like the spectrum. This all. Listen to me.
What did we say last night?
You're brushing people with the same brush. You're going over. You're generalizing. You keep generalizing something.
No, I'm not generalizing.
So unique, bro. That's you're not doing. I told you before. You're not doing no justice for this topic by just talking shit on it, bro.
No, you're just ignorant. You're not doing no justice. You're just ignorant. I think you're just a sheep. Continue being a sheep. Continue being a sheep. Boss, you're just a sheep, bro. Continue being a sheep. Continue being an NPC.
Send the thing, bro. Send it in the private chat.
Oh, somebody actually made a very good comment in the comment section. Lead poisoning. Do you think that causes?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Because I know that actually causes mental defects.
It does.
Yeah. Lead poisoning. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure about autism, but not mode. But I'm talking about lead.
It lowers your IQ as well. It lowers your IQ.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter they play about how their brain, but
that would be a toxin as well. That would be a toxin. Lead would be a toxin.
Yeah, I know, but
lead would be a toxin.
I know, Banko. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, just saying that.
But do we have? Yeah, but we don't have lead coated paint as well nowadays anymore. So
not as much.
Yeah, not in the new council flats anyway. But in
lead a psychedelic.
No, not really. Have you tried it, GS?
Someone said, GS, lower your tone.
Yeah, continue, guys. Continue.
Yeah, annoyed, man.
Because when people attack you and they don't know what they're talking about, I get frustrated. Wow. Like,
yo, GS,
Yeah,
Like,
Fozy, you have to apologize.
If you're not talking about the Dean, you can go wild, man. You got the green light, man. But yeah, but what Fozy is saying is kind of true as well, because GS can be annoying sometimes, man. Wallah. Bro,
I like him. He's pushing the barriers, bro. But I'm saying he's opening the playing field, but he's generalizing, bro, and that doesn't do no justice. He's just saying, oh, and he says something which is so broad and so vague. Like he could.
And then later he'll take it back and said that's not what I meant.
Just like next level, man. That's the only problem with GS, isn't it?
No, brother Jamil. So give me a Fozy. So me telling you that toxins, that mold, stuff like that, they have an effect on your mental health, and you can relate to one of the reasons why poor people. That's common sense, bro. You don't have to be.
Can you tell me what mold? Can you tell me what's it called here? That mean an effect on mold on the brain?
Mold, lead.
No. I'm just no. Just pollution. One second. You kept on talking about mold all day long. Can you tell me anything like effect on mold on the brain?
No, it has certain effects. Actually,
what
it actually is really bad for your mitochondria. So your mitochondria is really bad for your mitochondria, which is your energy.
I know, but do you have any of your links for this? Any proof or anything? Instead of me taking your word for it.
That's true. Like, this is the thing. GS, when you infer and you make like a conclusion from one thing, and you say this, the conclusion is that now that's why you have more autism. Like you gotta have
to explain clearly.
Yeah, you gotta have some
kind of study. How does Steve? You gotta wait for him to wake up, inshallah. Well, brother Jamil, you got better here saying the Burra girls are the most pretty of the whole Somaliland. Is that true?
What Burra girls?
Yeah, he's saying it's scientifically proven.
I think Barbarawi
is scientifically proven.
with Hidayah, I don't know, bro. I'm not sure about that.
Maybe what can you, Jamilo? Maybe what dabarka.
One you garanmayn niyo.
Maybe what dabarka.
Barbarawi said that, man, on the comment section.
Are you from Berbera as well, Mahago Jamil?
Yeah, bro.
I didn't know that. Okay. مالكم باكت انتوا ولا فاميلي وحاجه سكيمه حاجه كوزو كنت باك هوم حاجه كنت باك هوم قبلكم بعد غيركم بعد.
No, I lived in Berbera, man. I lived in Sheikh, bro. I grew up there. Then moved to Hargeisa, like back and forth between Hargeisa and Berbera. Yeah, so I was telling GS, tell your man the Mayer Hargeisa to do the roads in Hargeisa cast.
What's wrong with roads in Hargeisa, man?
Bro, the roads in Hargeisa are messed up right about now.
Do you know what the problem is? I'll tell you what the problem is.
It's council flats, yeah? The problem with the roads in Hargeisa council flats.
You know what? You've been an idiot. I've got another link for you as well. Peer review. Support your ignorance.
I'm just kidding you. I'm just kidding you. I was just wallahi GS wallahi I'm mad love for you. It's just I just got a feeling that you're gonna say the problem with roads in Hargeisa is because of council flats and mode. Not mode, bro. No, I think you got a problem with council flats,
Funny. Grow up, man. Listen. The roads, they don't build
it's true, man. Shukur Uddin, man. He's doing big in Berbera, man. That's good.
But when they build the roads in Hargeisa, they don't build the pavements. So if you don't build the pavements and you have sand that's going onto a road, it's gonna get destroyed very quickly.
Nah, they need a drainage system in Hargeisa. That's what they need.
Yep. Because most of the stuff that gets broken is because of water.
Yeah, water. They need a drainage system. All the water needs to go down. Hostel Maraba Lubahanya. That's what they need. Basically,
that's the one that
pipes in Hostel Mario. But like these politicians, the Malaysia, China, Udaran, India, Udaran. Yeah, man. So yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Hey, brothers.
GS for president. Man.
MB, you leaving?
Yeah, bro, I'm off, inshallah.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah, MB, inshallah, man. Inshallah, brother. See
So brother Jamil, you used to be on the road, yeah. Let me. I want to talk about you, yeah. You used to be on the road, am I right?
Bro, are you talking about my past or are you talking about now?
Your past.
I was on the road when I was like what was it? When I was a teenager, bro. We're talking about back in that.
So I don't see how did you get into Dean? Like, because I said
back
I made a.
back in 03,
Give me a second.
03 times.
Give me a second. I made a comment earlier today where I said I feel like the Dean is like an in between the younger generation and the older generation.
Yeah.
And it's where they communicate. It's like the
Yeah.
link between those two. So what
Yeah.
was your story? Tell me about your story and how you came to the Dean and stuff like that.
Wallahi, bro, yeah. Like from a young age, Horta, Quran has like I've learned it back home. Like until I finished 3 juz like of the Quran back home, and like the basics books of Aqidah and stuff like that. And then we came here like late 90s. Then Wadadan Galay, you know, like I was on the road, and then after that, there was a brother that I used to look up to. He was like my neighbor. Noor, yeah. He's from Mogadishu, where Afghan. He always used to give me da'wah, like, Ma, come man, let's go, brother Jamil, man, come on, I'll take you to the masjid. And then sometimes man ra'achiri, sometimes man ra'achiri. Then I went with a tabligh for a little bit. Like I went with them for like 2 weeks. UK or the Maneo Torgarene. We went to Sheffield, Leicester, Cardiff, Birmingham, Manchester. This is like, I'm talking about 2005 now. Yeah, way back. And then after that, slowly, I start doing more research on it. You understand? Like, and then أنا أسبري. قفكو يسوي إسبري كرا bruv. Then I start going to the halaqa. ولماذا كسو برتي وحيار. You know, this sheikh called Sheikh Abdi Dahir. He lives in Cardiff. He's still alive. May Allah protect him. So ولماذا أيام هذه وحكبر إنترني. And then after that, slowly, I start getting into it. But wallahi, GS, I'm not perfect. No one is perfect. But you just try, man. You try your best, wallahi.
Yeah.
So that's all I can say, man.
I've seen a phenomenon within our community where you have a lot of kids, and how they get straight and arrow is because Deen de halal. And I'm talking about brothers. They could be Muslim brothers, they could be Sufi, they could be Salafi, but whatever brother, the Muslim brothers, yeah, and their way out of the ghetto or their way out of that lifestyle, that is the Deen.
I mean, like, wallahi, Hortonio, it's a decision that comes from you, basically, yeah? There's always yes or no in this world. Like, I want to go here, or you want to go this way. Like, the decision comes from you. The decision came from me that, listen, I don't want to, like, be on the road anymore. And then, once I go by, you understand? But a lot of my friends that I think my generation, ilo so koray, qaar imika Hargeysa joogaan, Muqdisho joogaan, way waasheen, yeah? Qaar xabsigay ku jiraan, and qaarna they're in the masjids. Wallah.
The ones that are normal are in the masjid. I agree with you.
Yeah.
The ones that are in the normal.
They all got married, they're all in the masjids giving da'wah. Some of them are living Birmingham, Cardiff, Bristol, London here. Wallah, it's like that. But kuwi kale, Muqdisho joogaan, dhaqan celis, qaar way waasheen. So, like Dinta, because Dinta marka laga hadlayo GS, yeah, like if you think about all the problems of the world that we're having right now, whether it's to do with drugs, whether it's to do with like with divorce or house problems, whether it's to do like kids getting killed on the streets, Balwed, Chad, Balayo, all of these things that we have or that we are facing, Dinta can deal with all that. Do you agree with that, GS? Because alcohol, clubbing, free mixing, it's all evil, brother.
Yeah, it's the conservative issue. Like when you become conservative, you're more likely to be wealthy, a lot more likely to be wealthy.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true. And I said this all the time throughout the street.
Yeah. Like you said, when you wake up in the morning, Quran kaga akhrisato, and then adkar tada akhrisato, no shaitan will come to you, brother. You understand?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
And most likely,
yeah, yeah. Now there's a practical steps, like you need to cut your friends. If you really want to be successful, Dinta, you need to cut your friends. Forget about your friends. It's kachar. Wallahi. That's the only way you can be successful. Dinta. ina masaajidka joogtid, that you want to be successful in life. Waana saaxiibada xunxun oo dhan horta iska goysid. Boom. You know what I mean? You cut them.
You move on, man. You move on. I agree with you, bro.
So yeah.
The first thing you have to do is just get the fuck out of the people around you. So those people are going to push you back into hellfire.
If you can't cut your friends, move out from where you live. Then that's the only option. Make hijrah. Go move to our next area, or move to our next location, next destination. You know what I mean? Or you can go back home for 3 months and come back. You know, Jama'atul Tabligh markan raa'ay like 2 weeks. Do you know what they do? Like they disconnect you from the society and what you was doing before. Like waxaad ku jirtay haddaad qaad cunaysay ama dadaad raacaysay ama wax xunaa ku jirtay, like 2 weeks ka markaa baxdid, like they stop everything from you. Like waxa soo noqonaysa adigoo wixii oo dhan ilaaway. So if you go back, now this was like way back 2005, man, very long time.
حوغاني وحسيت بكوير قواتو جمعة بدو وقت غير الأقل لك go continue.
Yeah. I'm not on the manhaj anymore. So, but like I started with them. Like they helped me out.
Yeah, أنا ورع والله I'm not denying. أنا إلا واحد تجي محكور إلا واحد تجي ولي was in the UK أنا مركز راعي was محكور هذا دوسبري مركز حاجة إلا حاجة صندقني. think for a good while والله. لكن هرتو أنت بدن هرتو والله بلا هرتو حياة بدن بكاجو شيء نرد دي لشوا والله. حياة بدن بكاجو. حياة بدن at the time ولي
practical tests, the practical steps basically.
At the time مركز راعي ولي was.
Because like when we're talking to these kids, we can say pray 5 times a day, read the Quran, No, we knew how low behind practical steps.
What كتكتي هذا هالكي بكبلابن. لكن هذه كله شوغان أو توسيسي. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
So والله it's kind of محكوا هذا relate to you because أنا قوم محكوا هذا my time period هدي له is like kind of falls to the same time at وقت محكوا هدي حاجة سومالي كصابرتي because أنا قوم محكوا هذا in أنت بدن الدين أنت محكوا هذا وحاجة أنت نقانه إلا شنت تجي سووا هذا سومالي كصابرتي هذا أنا حاجة مركن مدي هذا وقت كير بحساب وقتي وقت كير العيسى وقتي فكان أقوي ولا ها والله هي وقت unless you أديك كاسو قدو
increases
and decreases unless I think also got and unless والله one other thing والله and the only time you can learn the deen is when you actually have love for the deen. You know marka qaar baa lagu khasbaa moogtay marka qaar baa lagu khasbaa maxaa kale inay bartaan moogtay qofkaas ma baranay because they're not going to do the extra work of doing the actual doing the actual work ma fahantay but like when you have love for the deen ma garanaysaa marka adiga isbarayba because you're going to try to memorize it, try to find out you try to go deep down into the deen ma fahantay but like marka lagu qasbay lagu riixayo it's kind of okay what baranaysaa like not to the extent that qofku marka like when they have actually niba oran jiray maganaysaa when your brain releases certain hormones you have when you love something maganaysaa your brain releases certain hormones ma fahantay and that's how you actually get into the field and you actually break it down but like when you just learning it for the sake of it you just basically dushun baad ka baranaysaa
cilmi dhigood ka noqonaysaa
cilmi dhigood ka noqonaysaa so لكن وين هذه مركب أنا هذه كاسو قال لك يصير والله that is true.
Yeah, you do practical steps. If you memorize one hadith a day, like for example, what I do is like I memorize 1 or 2 verses of the Quran a day. 1 or 2. I don't go more than that because maskaxdayda wax ka badan ma qaybi karto. I know my ability or what I can do. Hadan maalintii if I memorize 1 verse or 2 or the most 3, خلاص, it's enough for me. And if you do that in a long term semester, bro, like practical steps.
قف انت سمعني قف انت سمعني انا دم حقه he's not doing bad other bad stuff like he's not into gangs and stuff like that.
Brother Jamil, you memorize hadith?
Wallahi, memorize hadith. I started with what's it called, the 40 hadith, and then 40 Then I started with Arba'in itself. By this one is explanation of Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali. It's called Jami' al-Ulum al-Hikam, and then Umdat al-Ahkam. That is what I studied. That's what I studied from the hadith. And bit of the science of hadith, like the classifications of hadith.
Okay.
But you said the tabligh different manhaj has them. I mean, like me personally, I think Tablighi they do a very good job. Someone,
Yeah.
I think they do a very good job.
Jama'at al-Tabligh, they had a lot of good. Wallahi.
Yeah, but I don't see any
they haven't
problem with it, man.
taken off.
Because there's no like there's no difference in Aqidah. You has them, you know. It's just the fact that they, like me, when I was living, I went to my family in Enfield, and Tabligh in a very quiet area, like hardly any Muslims. There was a group of Asian brothers. They came knocking, and I was surprised. Mashallah, they said, "Brothers, you know, let's come together. You know, let's go." They go knocking on people's door. You know, cool. They were going for Muslims. They were trying to, you know, help give dhikr to Muslims. That's the best thing, I think, man. Give reminders to Muslims, and then
that's true. But the problem with the Jama'at al-Tabligh, there's a problem with them. You know, the problem with them, they had good and bad. Okay, the good is that they call people to Salah. They remind Muslims of Allah. They invite them to Islam and all that. That's good. But the problem that they have is when you call into Islam, you call to Tawheed. Tawheed is the foundation and it's the usul. وحوي تيركي إسلام كتوحيد ويه. Allah said, وَلَقَدْ بَعَثْنَا فِي كُلِّ أُمَّةٍ رَسُولًا أَنِ اعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ وَاجْتَنِبُوا الطَّاغُوتَ. That every prophet was with La ilaha illallah, al-imanu billah, wa kufr bil-taghut. This was the message of all the prophets. So, Nabi Marko Udray Mu'ad ibn Jabal in Yemen, he told Mu'ad, you go into the people of the book, like the Christians and the Jews in Yemen. Let the first thing that you call to be La ilaha illallah, at-tawheed. This is very important. With Jama'at al-Tabligh, number one, they don't call to Tawheed, and even if they do, they don't do that much. They will tell you, brother, come pray. Number two, lack of knowledge within Jama'at al-Tabligh. Like واحد يقال كتاب اللي راحضه تبليغ النساب. I don't know if you ever heard of that book. They teach. You do. Okay, thank you. إما هو يرى البحان. They teach رياض الصالحين كوكله يقال. H knows what I'm talking about. إما واحد تجلس مساجد قبورها العابدة يوكله. The Jama'at al-Tabligh, they will go to a masjid where people are like doing tawaf or doing a grave worship or things like that.
Okay, guys, let's
they don't warn against that.
Cheers. 1 second. Cheers.
No, let's change.
They don't warn against that. You understand? And most of the Jama'at al-Tabligh are anyway, they are following the Deobandis. The Deobandis are Sufis.
I like the Deobandis, bro. I don't know about you, but I like the Deobandis, man. MashaAllah.
We have no problem with Deobandis, which I'm just talking about the problems that Jama'at al-Tabligh, the problems that they have.
But like if they were doing and actually practicing and doing which is actually getting the same people from wallahi, which is absolutely true. Had they they would be absolutely gold. Wallahi,
they just need that bit of correct aqidah and calling to Tawheed and knowledgeable people. Because to be honest, Jama'at al-Tabligh will grab any brother from the road and say, brother, give da'wah.
I did.
But how can you even give da'wah while you don't understand the two pillars of Tawheed? Like it's confusing for a lot of people. So they go to a country where the fatwa is different and the culture is different. So like you understand where I'm coming from? It's hard, bro. It's hard.
Yeah, but it's also your interpretation of Tawheed. I think they do teach Tawheed. It's just your interpretation of Tawheed. So anyway, I don't want to get into argument.
Let's not get, let's
not get into argument. But Fosi, the CD, as you're young, tell us about your story.
Story of what?
Your journey. Wow, growing up as a young and your future, your hopes and dreams.
That's hopes and dreams horta kama hadlaye waxaas personal, but if I talk about my journey,
it doesn't have to be about you, it could be for the society.
Jenny, he is in Europe and he was born in Europe. So
yeah, bro, I'm not much that different to GS, to be honest. I think just a council home, Uncle Sokoro, many brothers and sisters, siblings, going to school with the holes in my shoes and socks, wet socks. Bro, what do you want me to say? I don't know what you want to say.
What about you, GS? What about you?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
How do you get into Sufism?
How did I get into Sufism?
He's independent. He's independent Sufi. He's independent Sufi.
Without, yeah.
Now you can't be independent Sufi. When a tariqa ra'do. That's impossible.
You don't have to. Yeah, you're
Khalid Maran,
Okay.
Am I correct, yes, on that?
No. You don't have to be like right. That's an option.
No, you have to be a tariqa ra'do, bro.
No, you don't have to
be independent Sufi.
You don't have to.
One other thing, yeah, was
You gonna tell me what I have to be or what you have to
Sheikh Madar did Sheikh Madar had anything to do with you being a Sufi, by the way? Runta had finished, bro.
Nothing will I.
Okay, because ما له حاسة كلمة ما له حاسة كلمة باتري مكاسان خير الدرام دلينك I just made the conclusion بس مسكحة كسمة يستر لكن هي okay what led you to معقول Sufism anyway?
What led me, and I should, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but what led me is intellectually. So for me, I wanted to understand as a 15-year-old, I was one of these kids that go to school and ask what's the meaning of life. So for me, I grew up in a family of very religious people.
Okay.
My great granddad was a Somali sheikh.
Sufi, probably like my granddad.
Yeah, Sufi. You want to call him Sufi? Yeah. Actually, my dad wasn't. My dad's more Salafi or Muslim Brotherhood, that sect. So and then that generation, because there's like a generation gap. Yo, brother, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. So anyway, that's that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now as well.
So there's always that generational gap between my great granddad. All my great granddads were Sufis, by the way. So they're all buried. They all used to build buildings for them.
It's how Somalia was. It's how Somalia was at the time. Yes.
Yeah, but for me, I wanted to understand.
Yeah.
Like as growing up, I kind of followed the natural science. I was actually very close to what something like Dalma would believe. Like Dalma, when I was a 16, 17-year-old kid, and I didn't read books, I would say, how do I learn someone like Dalma? I thought everything was logic and reason. And then what happened was I started studying, and when you start studying, you start learning about introspection and the unconscious and the universal unconscious, and you start learning, and then you're like, wow, what's this? And then my mom, because in Somalia, I always say Sufis are the silent majority, but my mom was in the closet Sufi. So my mom wouldn't say openly, but she kind of knew I had these religious questions that I was taught. She gave me a book of Imam al-Ghazali, and that led me to a relationship with Sufism, and for me to understand something beyond the material realm. So for me, Sufism is the science of ihsan, or the work of the soul or the spirit, whatever you want to call it. It's the thing beyond the material realm. And I feel like Western science, especially when you grow up in the West, you always believe that religion is illogical. Religion has no reason. And when I became when I started following Sufi, I understood there was something like intuition. There was higher consciousness. There was a God, and that you could have a relationship with this God. And all these practices was all about, basically, in my humble opinion, I don't believe that Islam is to submit to God. I believe Islam is to surrender to God. And that's by you letting go of your ego, letting go of your nafs, and letting go of your ego. And that's, in my opinion, the problem I've seen with Somali people as a whole. When it comes to tribalism, it's all ego-based. It's all about the ego. It's all about me. And we believe that we are the ego. And that's in my opinion, a lot of the destruction that happens in the world is because of that. Any other question, guys?
So let's just move on, please. Let's just move on, Mike. So what are you saying, man?
What's your journey?
Well, my hope and dreams is to live in Somalia, have a good family, have good offspring, inshallah. Do
you ever want to go back?
Live on my land. 100%, yeah. Have a couple camels. Eat my ambula every night. You know what I mean?
That's actually that's nice. I'm not sure. Wallahi, I think I would be in between. I'm not sure if I would. I don't know, man. This idea of had but I can't see the problem of being in between the two places. فهمتي كوس maxaa ku qaaday xaqana maxaa ku qaaday okay maxaa ku qaaday wallahi dirtu la shaqeeyay half of my life I was there and half of my life I was here ma fahantay so dhinac baa raacsan dirtu la soo sheegay
yeah
so xaqana maxaa ku qaaday of course my kids will always see home here but at the same time when xaqa in geeyo qasab ay ku tahay moogtay especially maxaa ku qaaday and they should know about their culture ma fahantay the same way that I actually did maxaa seen about my culture but they never had
Mohammed, Hussein, have you taken your children back yet?
Well, not yet. I was planning to go back to Somalia just before the coronavirus, and then this happened.
Subhanallah. Inshallah, you got a chance again, bro. And I would definitely recommend you to do that. Well, I take them for a long time, bro. You know.
Yeah, and my mother was telling my mother's time about family. My mother's time, my dad passed away not long ago. So yeah, so so I still got my family there. It's not like some people have family go there like the good thing is family go half by half by that's so it's a win-win. Yeah.
How about you, brother Juma? Have you had the chance to go back with your children?
No, I went back by myself, but not with the kids yet. Not with them yet. Inshallah.
I'm not sure if they're old enough.
Nah, one is 3.
The older one.
And the younger one is about a year and a half now, man.
Okay.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah.
So
get ready for the school run.
Yeah, get ready for the school. Neo, I'm thinking about, I don't know, man. Neo, shekadi iyo wixii ala bilaabay moogtay schoolka Neo.
Yeah, maxayna. Yeah, that is true. And it becomes obligatory nowadays as well, you know.
So yeah, but you have the right to not to.
No, you don't have the right anymore.
Those classes. Is that what they said? No, you don't have the right anymore.
Nope.
Yeah.
You don't have the right anymore. Yeah. So you have to basically you can take your son out of the class, but nowadays they try to say it's obligatory for the child to learn about this stuff.
Yeah, but why can't they not let the kids be kids, bro? The kids should be kids.
I know, yeah.
They shouldn't be learning about these things.
Yeah, and plus they're starting way too early, especially because nowadays they get these books as well, isn't it?
Well, cultivation day, like that's what they want to do. The earlier the better. That's what they want to do.
I know, and one thing, your kids are not your kids anymore in this country. No,
it's not, bro.
You're racing for the.
You're racing for the government, bro, for the state.
For the state, yeah. And anything happens, like they're so they're so rigid in certain things, man. Like any little thing, they call it neglect. Any little thing they call it neglect. Because for example, I'll give you an example. You know that for example, and let's just say the school is in dress code is to wear everything basically white shirt, navy blue in trouser and navy blue socks. Navy blue and black sometimes in the morning is so difficult to appreciate.
It's so hard to tell the difference.
Yeah, and if you make the mistake of putting navy blue socks and a black sock on the kid, well, you won't tell the difference. Yeah, they call that neglect.
It's a joke, man. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Joke.
عيالكم
ولا ولا نيو والله بالله because مركا يمكن ماشي خطر بنكون كنا نيو. Oh, that's Hadiya said I thought all you guys were single.
What?
Nah, me and H had okay, but
family,
inshallah soon. You know,
inshallah soon, yeah.
Especially I got Gabariro Salafiyada or hijaban for 3 years.
Never. I will never marry a Salafi. Never. Oh my God.
Wallahi, if you only know the beauty of the way of the Salaf, you wouldn't say that, wallahi.
You wouldn't say that, wallahi. Yes, a joke.
Wallahi,
yeah. So are you those extreme Sufis that believe like Rahdada or Hin Ragan?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Where's
elaborate? Speak.
Okay,
Put to me in English.
Okay, this guy. Let me give you a background. Yeah, we had an argument. I had an argument with this guy about like asking help for dead people. Like asking help to dead people. You know, asking dead people help. And so by the time you're asking dead people help, it's like you're getting into a very, very like very precarious
No, I'm an old school Sufi, like unapologetic old school Sufi.
I know, but like sometimes shirk you حبا سوق
I don't want to get into the argument. It's not the night for. We can have a discussion about that from a how it relates to generation. We can have that. I don't want to get into an argument about what's
no, it's not argument. It's not argument. It's just a discussion. No, it's not argument. I'm talking about marka Suufiyada the markan ay ciyaaraan oo hadrada iyo waxa raadu ka baxo.
Taas oo weydiiyay Sheekh Madar.
Yeah. No, you need to do that, man. It's very important, man. It takes
do you do that?
Of course, man. Of course.
Okay.
Fascinating, eh?
Well, no, but this is the thing. This is the thing, Brother Jamil. This is the thing, and today I would actually have a good dialogue. But this is the thing, because I'm so intellectual. Hear me out. Because I'm so intellectual, and I
please don't say that. Please don't say that.
Stay quiet for a minute. But
that makes you sound like wallahi. No,
let me please don't interrupt me. But because I always talk about intellectual stuff, natural science.
How when you say because I'm so intellectual?
All right. What did you say? Hold on. Someone said something in the comment section. Hold on. But
I'm so intellectual.
Brother Jamil, answer the question. Stop the religious debate. H. Okay. All right. Don't worry.
What's that? H.
Jamil,
what did you say about H?
Activated. It is card. What should we activate the edit card? Oh, okay. Anytime, man. Inshallah.
And brother SMM production said, "Being woke gone wrong." Laughing emoji.
So she's talking about GS.
Wallahi, I guess so. You know, the thing is, when GS talks about globalism, consumerism and so on. So I feel that in my soul. What has bro? But Marka Deen, you can't mix that with Deen. What has, bro? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's separate, bro. For me, I see that totally separate.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make you guys think. Give me a second, okay? I'm gonna make you guys think. I'm gonna show you guys that you guys are in essence the civilization, that thinkers make civilization. That you guys are just following the trend. Okay.
All right, go on.
I'm gonna make you think.
All right.
When the Ottomans were around, what were the majority of people?
Where? Sufi, where are you talking about?
No. This is like 4 questions I'm going to ask you. When the Ottomans were around, what the majority of Somalis? They were Sufi. Am I right?
Somalis. They were not. No, you can't say they were Sufi or anything. They were Muslims. That's it.
No, but they come from that school of thought.
What school of thought, bro? Tell me the.
No, they had like build. They be honest, Bolalo. They have like
if you're talking madhab is fiqh, bro, and that's totally different. That's got nothing to
bloody hell, man. Give me a second, man. Like this is why I can't have dialogue with you folks.
All right, go on.
Okay, go on.
Okay, the majority of Somalis, the majority follow the crowd what the crowd go. So for 600 years, for the majority of Islam, and from Sheikh al-Shah to Sof was the predominant sect, and even all the way to Sheikh Somali. Okay. When Siad Barre came, what happened? The majority of people became what? They became secular Marxists because that was the trend. When Siad Barre ended, with all the funding of Saudi Arabia and its allies, the majority of Somalis are now becoming Salafi. Am I right or wrong?
Okay, can I tell you one thing? Yeah,
that's the reality. Well, I rest my case.
Can I tell you one thing? Can I respond to that? Yeah, when it comes to Deen Maganasa, regardless of if let's just say if what you said is correct, yeah, there's in people believe in certain beliefs and there is being the right belief, so you have to I believe this it's not because it's the trend today, it's because it's actually the right trend, it's the right aqidah. Okay, Saudi Arabia before before in Nikki before Nikki مقعد اسمها in عبد الرحمن ابن وهاب they were Sufis, great worshiping, ما فهمت؟ لكن yes but that doesn't make واحد سمينيا right, ما فهمت؟ Yeah what you cannot make واحد سمينيا just because we're Samanian, that doesn't make it right, ما فهمت؟
Listen to me, if you guys have the illitimate then great worshipping, I would say that's totally wrong. There's a difference between having respect to your ancestors and worshipping graves. There's a difference.
What kind of respect are we talking about?
No, I don't want to get into the detail tonight. That's not the discussion. But you can't deny that the trends that people follow where it is. If the majority of finance was coming from Sufism, there would be no Salafism. So for me, hear me out. For me, like I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I come from a very religious background. So for me to say, you know what, I'm not following what you follow because I read everything up, and I just don't think it sits with me.
All right,
that is another case.
Yes,
and Jamal, just give me 1 second. Wallahi, 1 second. What you have to understand, and I think a lot of, and I want to connect this to the discussion tonight between the generation gap. What you have to understand is there's a difference between worshipping a grave and saying that tasawwuf is wrong. The tasawwuf is not allowed. Because I never see Salafi brothers talking about tasawwuf. Ibrahim Tamir wrote 30 books on them. Ibrahim Hanbal, he was a big tasawwuf guy. So for me, the harshness, when people talk about the harshness,
Ibn Hanbal was. Did you just say Ibn Hanbal was what?
No, he wrote a lot of books about Sufism. He wrote a lot, but there's a difference between Sufism, the science of Sufism, and saying that Sufism is outside the bounds. There is a line which is based, even Al-Ghazali talks about it, that's based within Sunni Islam, which is orthodox. Now, if you're telling me people are going outside that line, that's a different debate. Well, my problem is the reason why I see a lot of young Salafi brothers who are very harsh, who are very inconsiderate, who a lot of the Muslim brothers are complaining about them, is because the tasawwuf that Ibrahim Tamir was talking about, which is the tasawwuf that there is no bid'ah. That one, they don't even practice that one. I respect.
There's no bid'ah
in that tasawwuf. When Ibrahim Tamir was talking about.
Do you say there's no bid'ah?
Yeah, but anyway, I don't want to make this too.
Can I ask you a question?
Brother,
just one question. Just one question.
Yes, continue.
Just one question, yeah. Do you celebrate Mawlid? Do you do Mawlid al-Nabi?
I personally, I told you, if you want to talk about Sufism, spirituality, conscious studies, I love that stuff. If you don't tell me, do I go Mawlid on the thing? No, but I also have a problem when the king of Saudi Arabia.
The idea of Mawlid.
No, hear me out. Hussein, just give me a second. I have a problem when the king of Saudi Arabia, his birthday is celebrated in Saudi Arabia, yet by Wahhabis, yet they have a problem with people celebrating the Prophet. The king of Saudi Arabia, who murders and kills innocent Muslim people, they celebrate his birthday. I respect
the two. No, you just made a point without nobody responding to you. Can I just differentiate between the two? Yeah, one of them is related to ibadah, and the other one is not related to ibadah. The one that Mawlid Maganasa, you consider it as it being ibadah. ما فهمت تكلم مقارنة waxay sameeyaan maxaa Saudi Arabia. It's not to do with Islam, like brother Jamil said the other day. What Saudi Arabia does, what Saudi Arabia does, Islam is free from what Saudi Arabia does. But when it comes to the Mawlid Maganasa, you consider that as ibadah. And that's the problem I have with Mawlid al-Nabi. So
no one says compose. No one says. I honestly don't have a problem. This is the honest truth. I don't have a problem.
You see it as a way of getting closer to Allah. You see it as a way of getting closer to Allah.
No, they do. So Sufis see everything as a way of getting closer to Allah. That's a Sufi.
They do see it.
That's a field of science that we can study. Okay, but listen to me. If they say it's compulsory, for me, that's what my problem is. If they say it's compulsory, or if they say it's good, that's what my problem is. If they want to do it themselves, let them do it. I don't care, bro. We've got too many problems. We've got too many problems in Islam to worry about the birthday of the Prophet. We've got too many problems in the Muslim civilization to worry about. Let's change the subject, bro.
Yeah, because GS, yeah, it's funny that you criticize the Salafis day and night, and then you haven't studied the Aqeedah of the Salaf, and you can't even name the books of the Salaf. What books have you read? What books have you read on Salafi Aqeedah?
Robert Jamal, this is a Friday, Saturday night. This is an open mic discussion. Let's not get into this. Let's go back to the topic.
Because you know what's going to happen. Because if you're getting deeper into this, you know.
On open mic, we can have that discussion a while.
All right, cool.
Okay.
For the last 20 minutes, when he was talking about this whole Sufi thing, and now when Brother Jamil asks you one question, you say, let's talk.
No, because I've been trying to end it for the last 20 minutes.
No. You talked, and we let you talk for 5-10 minutes, and you criticized about the Salafis and said they do this, and that. I want to ask you about the Aqidah of the Salaf. What is a Salafi?
Well, I honestly don't want to.
Do you know who the Salaf is? Do you know who the Salaf is?
Brother, I know it inside out. You don't know how much I know it. And on Saturday night, if you want us to have that discussion, I'll have that discussion. But
I will hold you to your word on Saturday.
Go ahead.
Yes, answer that one question. I won't ask nothing. Just answer that question. What's the Salaf? It's just that simple question.
In the interpretation of Ibn Taymiyyah, because Ibn Taymiyyah is the first one. There's a big.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Ibn Taymiyyah. No, hear me.
Ibn Taymiyyah is not the one. It's not the one.
No, but with the ideology that you follow.
Do you know the Prophet said that khairun nasi qarni thumma alladhina yalunahum thumma alladhina yalunahum.
Okay, it's the three generations after the Prophet.
These are the Salaf. So Ibn Taymiyyah was like 700 something, like 500-600 years later.
Yeah.
How would be the first one then? It doesn't make sense, though.
Let's not get into it.
You can say GS. You can say he was a mujaddid. He was a mujaddid. He revived the Salafi Aqidah. You can say that, no argument. But don't say he was the first one. Do you understand? There's a difference.
But does it say they're one after the other, the three generations?
Listen, the Prophet said these are the three best generations. That's correct. These are the three. These are the Salaf, and anyone who looks up to them and who follows them is called Salafi. Okay, it's not Ibn Taymiyyah, it's not Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. It's got nothing to do with that. We don't do taqleed on them, and we don't follow them blindly. We don't follow. If Ibn Taymiyyah gets something wrong, we don't have to follow Ibn Taymiyyah or Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. We follow the way of the Salaf. We follow the Sahaba, the companions, and the Prophet.
Let's change that. I'll leave to the. Do you know what I've decided? Yeah. I'm gonna leave Maverick to debate with Jamil and them. Let Maverick debate with them.
Yeah, but Maverick.
Wait. What's this guy? What kind of guy? You're not even genuine. You're not even genuine. You're not sincere whatsoever, bro. Brother, you want to answer your question, and you can't even accept it, bro.
Hold up.
Ask me why.
One question. One question. Did you just? We were talking about you and your. We were talking about you and your belief, and you somehow your beliefs and the beliefs of what's his name and the Quran.
Do you know why?
You associate yourself with the Quran.
I'll tell you why. Because I haven't lied to you. When I debate with him, it's like debating with a Salafi. He's all literal. Okay, you guys get a room. Argue about it, but I'm
Whoa, he switched that real quick. He's saying you lot are closer to Maverick.
Stop deflecting. This guy's deflecting.
Real quick.
This guy always changes topics when he gets in the hot seat, bro. Listen, GS. Firm it.
I haven't even started, wallahi.
Friday, Saturday night, we have this discussion.
Wallahi. Well, GS, I haven't even started. That's not even like 0.5%.
Continue, bro. Continue.
So I'll allow you. But as for Maverick is standing here.
Bro, he took long, man. Maverick and O'Kane again, bro.
He was done. He was finished here. We asked him how masturbation leave traces and marks on your face. He couldn't answer the question. He was finished.
Allow the Dean debates, man.
Scratch that, man.
Screw with your school of thought, Wala. If you think that proves the existence of the hadith, my friend, that's crazy talk. I could beat Maverick any day of the week. I have no problem with Maverick. But
you're still yet to have a debate with Maverick. When you said you're gonna do it, when is it gonna happen?
I want Maverick to smoke these guys.
I'll
debate. Anyway, you have to organize it.
What are they organized, Grace?
This guy keeps deflecting. Don't give it to him, please. Don't allow him to change topics, man.
It's like me saying, I don't know nothing about the deen, so I'll call my sheikh on you. So you call me your sheikh on us, yeah, Maverick?
No, because he understands. He thinks like you guys. Like he's a literal like you guys.
No, you somehow made Maverick your sheikh.
Well, I see it. Maverick is not ready for us, man. Maverick's not ready.
That's my problem, Wala.
He's not ready, Wala.
You got a problem with everything, bro. That's my problem. That's my problem. You got a problem with everything, man. Khaled, you hear?
Both their names are Guled.
Khaled.
Khaled's up, finally, yeah? وعليكم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Hello, you up, bro?
GS Maverick's name is Guled like you as well.
CD, why are you betting man's name out, man?
It's he said it himself. What are you talking about?
You didn't see on the panel, bro.
Huh?
My name's Jahman. Continue, guys.
Huh?
Continue.
Jahman.
No, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, but guys, so let's get back to the discussion.
No, wallahi, one thing from tonight, yeah, we had one of the best discussions tonight, to be honest with you. Earlier on tonight, it was one of the best discussions in the span, wallahi billahi. And actually,
introducing the Salafi part, the Salafi.
No, yeah. So, let's just build on upon what we had earlier on, which was in what we were about to do on Sunday. Hopefully, everybody should contribute, to be honest with you. Wallahi, because this is not just for you, this is for me and for my kids and for your kids in the future, and for the Somali youth, for the Somali youth at large. So inshallah, we know you in Sunday at 4 o'clock. Speak, yes, 4 o'clock. Speakers corner. Yeah, I'm gonna go off, but like inshallah, wallahi, it was one of the best discussions, wallahi, yeah. And in count on me.
Yeah, man, inshallah, Jay, our brother Jay. H inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Send in sarkana inshallah. Inshallah. Take care, brother. Barbarawi said he's leaving as well. So Barbarawi, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Inshallah wa sarkana, man.
Well, so CD, why is Hadi onto you, man?
No. First it was Billy, then it was Hadi. Why are these on to me? He said I meant GS. Okay. Hadia, what about you, man?
Debate with Maverick, because you guys are literal. You guys are literalism.
I didn't mean to hurt you. Oh.
I don't need to have this discussion.
Yeah, but we already debate with him, and it's no point.
You debated with me 100 times as well, brother.
No. We debate with him, we couldn't answer the questions.
Well, it was not even debate. Brother Jimmy asked you similar questions, and then during you answering the question, you said, go to Maverick. That's what he did.
No, I said go debate with him.
Bro, you're just deflecting, man. You're deflecting.
It's not about that. Go debate with him, because I can't handle people that are literal. There is no way in the Sahaba, or no, there's no way the Prophet Muhammad or in the Quran that talks about what you guys are talking about. This is that term is a mythology that we've invented.
It's not invented.
It's a term that we've invented.
Listen, let me say this, brother.
I told you guys, I don't want to have this discussion.
Sufis are free from you, bro. You don't know nothing about Sufi. Because
Sufis, when they talk about it,
they derive it from the Quran and Sunnah, bro. They talk about the teaching of Prophet Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But you talk about my feelings this, my feelings that, my feelings this.
That's nonsense.
This is your feelings, bro.
I talk about metaphysics.
How's that Sufi, bro? That's not Sufism, bro.
That's Fosi, let's not get into it. I don't want to debate you, because I can't debate you. I just get a headache when I debate.
There's no debating, bro. I'm telling you how it is, bro. You're not Sufi, bro.
I don't want to debate you. Just do your stuff. Where's Khalid? Khalid?
Yeah, Khalid's not here. He's still
Khalid's sleeping,
maybe
man.
Sleep.
No, he came back. He went back on the street. He came back.
Nah, he's still asleep. But GS, stay away from the Deen, man. When we talk about other stuff, we can talk about other stuff. You're like Maverick.
See, the way you coming at me like
no, I'm not. I don't even talk. GS, don't start on me, please.
No, don't start on me, bro. I hate when
I'm not.
Like,
I'm not starting on you, bro. I'm just saying, like, the whole, even the comment section, everything changes, bro. When we start having debates.
But they started talking about me today. I never started. They started. They want to have this discussion. I've spent the last 30 minutes.
I just go in it. Just put like
you made it point, and you haven't even let us answer to your point. But
you've already answered it, bro. Everyone knows the way it's gonna go. So let's guys, what's up anyway? How are you guys?
Good, man. Good.
It was a good discussion. Yeah, it was good discussion.
No, Billy. Wait, can I just read this comment? Billy just said, GS reminds me. I'm dead. He said, Billy, GS reminds me of Lenny from Ice and Man.
Oh my man, Lenny, oh, Lenny,
you know what, Walalo? You know what? Billy, you just a dumb little,
no,
dumb
Billy,
little head, Walalo. Come online and talk your shit, man.
Oh, I remember reading that book at school, man. That was mad.
I'm dead. Wallah, I got tears in my eyes. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, bro. All right, JS, don't take that, man. He called you Lenny.
He's an uneducated, intellectually flawed person. You know, like, I don't have to debate with these people.
Yeah,
these people are NPCs. They just follow the crowd. They don't think for themselves.
Yes.
People just follow the crowd. They follow the crowd.
You know. Let me tell you something. Yeah. You know, it's not about intellect. You know
that. You're right and you're wrong.
No, I'm not right or wrong. Listen to me.
The deen tells you to use your logic and your reason.
Listen.
Islam is a logical and reasonable religion.
When you're talking about deen marka laga hadlayo, dalil laga hadlayo, evidence laga hadlayo, it has to be from the text, from the Quran and the Sunnah and the ijma' of the Salaf. Your intellect goes out from the window. It's not needed anymore.
Your intellect doesn't go out of the window. Intellect is very important. You can't go out of the window because you still use it.
Can your intellect be a proof or evidence?
No.
Thank you. That's it. Point done.
No, it can't be.
Anyway.
But without your intellect, you can't use it.
You need debate. Wallah, you're not. I'm telling you, GS, right now, you're not ready.
I want to ask you a question.
I can tell you Islamic knowledge is not up there.
Listen, I want to ask you a question. I've got a question for you. Jamil. So when Allah says, when in the Quran it says that these people were worshipping the statues that they created.
In where?
In the Quran. It says in the Quran.
In what surah?
I don't know exactly what it says, but it says in the Quran. The Quran, you guys quote me. This is what you use when you say so Sufis are worshiping still. It says in the Quran, these people that the same people, the thing that they created, they worship. What is it? What is Allah telling you? He's telling you to use your intellect, to look your reason. Listen. So there is a role of intellect and there is a role of reason. It's the level that is the argument.
When you making an argument in a religion and you're using dalil or evidence, it has nothing to do with intellect. It has to be clear cut from the Quran, the Sunnah, and the Ijma' of the Salaf.
No,
not your intellect.
No.
You can tell me the Prophet said, the companion said.
What have I just used? When I give you the example, I used my
Allah
intellect.
said, the Prophet said, the companion said. I'll take it.
No, you're going extreme, brother. You're going extreme. There is a line. Okay, this is my problem with you guys. There is common sense. Okay, now if you want to go like further and say, can reason outweigh revelation? That's the debate that you want to have with me. Can reason outweigh revelation? No, reason can't outweigh revolution.
Can you? All right, listen.
You're not coming to me those things, brother.
Listen, when you're talking about the deen, tell me Allah said, the Prophet said, the companion said. These are the dalil and evidence.
I told you it's in the Quran, brother. Where
in the Quran? What surah? Are you talking about Surah An-Nur? Are you talking about Surah An-Nur?
You know what I know. Come on, we don't have to play like who's dumb.
I'm not asking dumb. I'm asking you. I'm trying to help you here.
Because you know what I'm talking about. Everyone knows this, man. This is common sense.
I'm trying to help you here. Calm down.
You're not trying to help me.
I'm trying to help you here, man.
You're trying to help me. You're trying to get me a technicality because I didn't know the exact ayat or the exact surah. But this is what Allah was saying. When Allah is talking about people worshiping.
So why are you bashing around Salafism and all this every day if you don't know your topic?
What do you mean your topic? Come on, man. You just be silly. This is your typical stuff, Wallah. This is your typical stuff. Continue.
But you just prove yourself. You just said it.
I told you like it's in the Quran. I don't know exactly where it is.
Right here.
You know what? Google it now. Get it out for you. But what is he? He's using the internet. But the discussion you should have made, you said, can reason outweigh revelation?
That's not what I said.
That's what you should have done. That's the way you should have spoken.
Listen, I said, if you're talking about the deen, bring me evidence.
It goes out of the window. I'm saying, no, it doesn't.
And the companion.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't go out of the window. No, it doesn't. You're not being very educated when you talk like that, bro.
That's a dalil. That's a dalil. Evidences. Allah said, the Prophet said, the companion said. That is the dalil. Anything else is not a dalil. Your intellect or your logic or whatever you say is not a dalil when it comes to the deen.
No, you use your intellect. You always use your reason, your logic. It's whether logical reason can outweigh revelation. That's the thing you want to have with me. This is the thing. This is why I don't like debating. Like, you go debate the Quran as well. I don't want to have this discussion with you. You guys are so jahil. It's like, it gives me a headache, Wala. It gives me a headache, Wala. It gives me a headache.
You got no legs to stand on, man.
You got no legs to stand on, bro.
The type of Sufis that believe that Allah is everywhere. Come on, man. Clowns, man. Wallahi billah.
Allah is everywhere.
Prove me from the Quran that Allah is everywhere.
Allah is all-knowing.
Listen, everyone's listening. I'm sure everyone's listening. Who said that?
That's an Ash'ari theology, man.
Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari. Are you talking about the Ash'ari?
Imam al-Ghazali said it in his book, The Incoherence of the Philosopher.
Okay, prove me from the Quran where it says that Allah is everywhere, or the Hadith.
You know what? I have to go do my research and put everything down for you. I wasn't prepared for your debate. I wasn't prepared for this. I don't want to quote myself.
What did I told you the other day? You're not ready. I told you, right?
You're not ready, brother. This is the thing. You're coming to me. This is my problem with Salafism. The way you're coming to me, I don't understand your terminology you're speaking. I've always said to you, if you want to talk about the science of the Tasawwuf or the science of spirituality, the scientific realm, they put in Western psychology into the metaphysics and understanding if there is a God, I could have that discussion with you. We can have an intellect. If you want to go literal, go debate with some Sufi scholar, Walala. Go debate with.
Cool. We'll leave it, GS.
Hakim Wad.
All right, brother. Let's move on.
Yeah. He's not ready. Come on. That's it.
Let's move on.
I just want to make one. I'm fed up with all these little ignorant people in the comment section. You people are so jahil. I feel sorry for you. Continue, bro.
Say jahil, not jahil.
The comment section. That's my child.
There are a bunch of ignorant people.
That's my
why Somalia is the way it is.
I love them.
Because of people like that.
Yes. Did he go to see when he did he go to see when he's younger? Did he only alif bata? Did he go alif bata?
That's a mockery, man. Just did you learn Afalata?
It's because there's like 20 of you guys. There's one little low warrior.
I thought it was only certain words he had this problem with. Every Islamic word, every Arabic word, every other word, he can't say it properly, bro.
Go continue, bro. Go continue.
And he's talking about Deen. Come on, man.
But the thing is, when you make a claim, and say that Allah is everywhere, you have to back that with the evidence. Evidence.
You know what? People that are more experienced and wiser than me have had this debate with Salafis. I'm not going to settle this debate in Somali speakers. So there's no point of it. It's kind of a pointless discussion. There's ulama that are trained for hundreds of years. There's ulama that have got PhDs that have this debate with Salafism. It's a school of thought. You agree with you?
I'll tell you guys now, the Sufis, when it comes to Aqidah, they run away like Shadadin. Wallahi. Because they can't back it with the evidence. He just said Allah is everywhere. Like Allah can be everywhere in this planet. When Allah clearly said in the Quran, Ar-Rahmanu ala al-Arshi istawa. In Surah Taha. Yeah.
Okay.
This is so many evidence, and the hadith of the slave girl that came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Prophet said, "Man ana," and then who am I? And then she said, "You are the Prophet of Allah." And then the Prophet asked her, "Ain Allah? Where is Allah?" And then she said, "Fis sama." And then the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, let her go free. She's a Muslim. She's a believer. Like these ahadith and many other ahadith and verses in the Quran clearly states that Allah is not within his creation. He's above his creation. But for the Sufis and the Ash'ari, what they believe is that Allah can be everywhere. He can be in your bedroom. He can be on the streets. He can be everywhere. That's what they believe. And this aqidah that they believe is very dangerous, brother. And they can't even back that with the evidence from the Quran and the Sunnah.
I've got a question for you. Is the Quran created? Is the Quran created or not?
The Quran is the speech of Allah. It's a kalam, it's a speech. Yes. It's not created. The Jahmiyyah believe that the Quran is created. We're not. We Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, we believe that the Quran is the speech of Allah. It's a kalam, it's a speech.
Okay. So you don't believe the Quran's created?
No.
So are you a Salafi or Ash'ari?
I'm a Salafi, brother. I'm not Ash'ari. The Ash'ari is a different thing.
So don't you believe that it's from your logic? Because everything, because Allah is one.
It's not my logic. I don't rely on logic. I rely on the Quran and the Sunnah, not my logic, bro.
Give me a second. If you're saying that Allah is one and that Allah is separate from His creation, are you saying the Quran is part of Allah? Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean the Quran is part of Allah? Because I told you, how can the Quran be part of Allah when I clearly told you the Quran is the speech of Allah? Does that even make sense to you?
That's why you don't even know your Aqidah, bro. Be quiet, man. I'm talking to a Jahil.
How can the Quran be with Allah when I told you clearly the Quran is the speech of Allah?
Okay, and I'm gonna put this to you.
Cheers, you can't even speak, you can't even speak
his own speech.
Bro, water, man. Listen, I told you, you're not ready for me. I told you millions times.
Jamal,
you're not ready.
Jamal, give me a second.
You are not ready.
No,
yes,
Jamal,
you're on the floor trying to get back up.
You are not ready. Go do some research. Wallahi.
I trapped you.
Wallahi, no, he's trying to get back up. You knocked him out. He's trying to get back up.
Bye-bye, man. I'm gonna mute my microphone, man.
You don't know where it is. Come on, man. You don't know where it is. How could if you're telling me this Allah is separate from His
I thought he was having an asthma attack for once.
I have a speech impairment. Make fun of me. Good for you. Good for you. But you know what? Come here. Listen to me. So, what is your debate? So you're saying God and Allah, God and the Quran.
His speech.
God, the Quran is part of God. That's what you're basically saying.
Listen, I'm going to make this clear for everybody, yeah? I'm not saying the Quran is part of Allah. The Quran is the speech of Allah. Know the difference. So, is that clear? Is that clear to you, GS?
No, but God must have preceded His own speech.
Listen, is that clear to you? The Quran that we read, is the Kalam of Allah. It's a speech of Allah.
God must have preceded His own speech. Are you telling me that when God says, no, are you telling me that God didn't precede His own speech? How does that work?
Listen, brother.
You shrink now, yeah? You're attributing the Quran.
This is the Aqeedah of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. The Quran is the speech of Allah. The Quran is not created. The Jahmiyyah.
Wait. Is GS saying right now he doesn't believe the Quran is the speech
that the Quran is created? We are not.
CD, let them talk.
Logical Jamil to show his ignorance.
No,
you're the one that's ignorant, bro. People are watching. You're the ignorant. Stop using these words, bro. You look like a fool clown.
The Quran is the speech of Allah.
How did he?
The Quran is the speech of Allah. It's not created.
You're saying that God. I'm saying God must have preceded His own speech.
How is that possible?
Because if you're telling me God lives up in the sky with what you're saying, if you're saying I prefer more.
Inna Allah hayyun la yamut.
You're saying that.
Have you ever heard that verse in the Quran? Inna Allah hayyun la yamut. Allah is alive. He doesn't die. Inna Allah hayyun la yamut.
No, you're saying God and the Quran are together. That's what you're saying. Well,
no, the Quran is the speech of Allah. Understand the difference.
No, but does God precede His own speech?
The speech. Do you know what speech is?
No. Hear me out. When you speak, does God precede His own speech?
Do you know what the speech is?
No. So when I speak, before I speak, I precede my own speak. The words comes out. The word's not part of me. If that's what you're saying, because the logic that you're using, Wallah, that's why you're fundamentally flawed, Wallah.
You're funny, man. You're done, man. Wallahi, you're done, man. You're miskeen. Wallahi, you're tab'an, man. You seriously need to study.
You
seriously need to study,
man. How is it logical that God does not precede His own speech?
The Quran is the speech of Allah.
No, but you're saying God and Allah, God, the Quran is part of Allah. It's the Quran part of Allah.
Listen, what do you mean the Quran is part of Allah? I just told you the Quran is the speech of Allah. I didn't say the Quran is part of Allah.
God is the speech of Allah. So God, the Quran is created by God then.
The Quran is not created. Are you dumb? Are you dumb or stupid?
You're dumb.
Wallah, you're dumb.
Bro, you're telling me that the Quran is part of Allah. God is not.
You're not ready for this topic.
You're not ready, bro. You're not ready.
Why is so bro?
You're not ready.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything. This is not politics, by the way. Okay.
I'm just showing you how ignorant.
Nothing to do with logic. It's got nothing to do with logic. Unless you have a qala Allah, qala Rasul, you don't have anything. You have no leg to stand on, bro.
Worship the Quran.
I'm telling you.
That's what's not right. You're saying the Quran is God.
How can you worship the Quran? Allah said, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. How can you worship the Quran when Allah clearly said, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ وَاعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ وَلَا تُشْرِكُوا بِهِ شَيْئًا. Allah is telling you, I did not create mankind and jinn except that they worship me. So how can you worship the Quran, you idiot? Do you make sense? You don't make sense. That's what I told you. You're not ready for this topic. GS.
No. You don't know what you're talking about. I let you come up for you. But then how does that, if for example, and I agree, you say it's a speech of Allah, yeah? But how could you guys abrogate it? So how could you say one part of the Quran, you could use it at that time, it's internal, the other part's not internal?
You're funny, man. Wallah,
no, you're funny because I have kicking you left, right, and center, man.
No, you haven't.
Why I'm kicking you left, right, and center? No, but you believe in abrogation. You believe that some ayahs be abrogated. So if you're telling me that this is God's speech, how can some ayahs be abrogated? How can some ayahs not be internal and other ayahs be internal? That's a dichotomy. So you're conflicted.
So you telling me the Quran is created? Is that
no, I'm not saying that to you. I'm arguing with you.
This is the angle that you're coming from. Do you believe the Quran is created?
I never said that to you.
So what are you talking about?
I'm just showing your ignorance, well, you don't know what you're talking about.
There is not. Who doesn't know what
it's the Quran, the eternal word of it's God.
On,
wait, it's the Quran, the eternal word.
Wait,
God's the speech of Allah. Am I right?
You're done, man.
God's the speech of Allah. You want the
God is the speech of Allah. What are you talking about?
It's the Quran, the speech of Allah. Yes. Are you abrogating? Are you saying there's other parts that are not to be taken serious and the hadiths outweigh this? Then you're saying that.
What did he say? What did he say?
Internal.
What did he say?
When you because Sunni believe that abrogation, so they believe that some ayats should be abrogated. So some ayats are not eternal, so they can be. So if the hadith say one thing, then the Quran says another thing. Those ayats can no longer be taken. So those ayats are not eternal; they'll be abrogated. So if the Quran is the eternal word of God and it's not created, it's the speech of Allah, how could you abrogate His creation? How can you abrogate His speech? You can't. You can't say I'm taking one part and say no one eternal and use the hadith. It's contradictory. It makes no logical sense. Also,
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but this is outside your thing.
No, but I'm just saying. The whole Sunni, he's where's he gone? He's still here.
He's talk to me and tell me stuff. This is why I don't debate with
Salah. He's still here. What are you talking about?
He ran away, man.
How's he run away? He's still here.
Okay, I gave him 2 questions. Listen to me.
You talk too fast, bro. Relax, calm down. No one's going to go away, man. Relax. We've got all the time.
Where did he run away?
This guy, he talks like a rabbit, fam. He's an excited kid, man. He talks too fast. Relax, slow down.
Shut up. Don't be disrespectful.
Relax, slow down, man.
So I gave him the first one. I go to him, is the Quran created by Allah or not? He goes to the Quran's speech of Allah. Then I went to him, God must have preceded his own speech. So God must have
I don't get that part. Can you explain that part? What do you mean by that?
For example, God must have existed before his own speech.
But God always existed.
Yes. This is something that comes with humans, bro. This is from the creation. You're putting human attributes on.
No, I'm not putting you.
You're like this creationism.
I just want to hear what he's saying.
This creationism stuff.
No, it's not creation.
Bro, I just want to hear
creationism. What are you talking about?
Let me finish my point.
Allah has no beginning, He has no end, bro. This creationism. What are you talking about?
If you say that, if you say that,
listen. Think about what he said, bro. Think about what he said, please. I'm not gonna say nothing. Think about what he said, bro.
Okay, fantastic.
Stop running your mouth. Stop running your mouth. Stop running your mouth, bro. You're running too fast. You're running too fast, man. Stop running your mouth and think.
Bro, I just want to, Fuzzy. Let me just hear what he said now.
So I go to him. It's the Quran created by Allah. He goes to me. It's the speech of Allah. Then I go to him. God's speech must have preceded. God must have preceded his own speech. So God must have existed before his own speech.
Okay.
Then I go to him. Then he goes to no, it's the speech of Allah, because the Sunni version is that the Quran is eternal. The Quran has ever existed, and it existed before the time. So in essence, they're committing, because he believes in Tawheed, they're committed shirk. So what's the word? How do you pronounce it?
Shirk.
Shirk. That's what they're committing. Then I go to him, okay, let me have your say. So I'll give you the fact. It's God did not proceed his own speech. So God did not create the Quran. It was just his speech. Then I go to him, how is it that you guys abrogate certain hadiths? So for example, there's hadiths within the Salafi for doctrine that they follow and they abrogate. So they believe that some hadiths existed for a time, some Quran ayats exist for a time, and others are eternal. So some of them, because the hadith contradict them, you can't follow them anymore because they were for a time, a specific time, hence not eternal. That was my whole thing. But he ran away from that.
Okay, but I get what you're saying. It's just for me, it's like the part where you're saying Allah must have preceded his speech.
No, of course, because if
the speech of Allah, it comes from where? It comes from His knowledge, does it not?
From Allah, but hear me out. If you're saying the Quran is the speech of Allah, the Quran is the speech, Allah's speech, Allah's through the Quran is speech, and you're saying it's uncreated, so He did not create this. So you're basically saying the Quran and Allah existed with Allah. That's what he's basically saying.
No, you're separating the two. The Quran is the speech of Allah. The speech is one part of, or you could say it's an attribute of God, like His knowledge.
But but even then, if you're saying, even then you can't have that debate. Jamil ran away from the debate. He ran away from it.
He's still here. He's just muted.
Question, and look, you can hear it from your voice, like you calm down. Listen, start thinking and start talking.
Put me into a corner. I just want to show you guys how
you didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing, bro. CD answered your question very simply, very respectfully, but you're not here to have a normal conversation and take points and give advice.
I was showing.
Yes, bro. He punked you. You fell in his trap, and now like your whole ego. You're running on ego now. That's all it is, bro. You're all running on ego right
now. You're taking jabs at him. Stop taking jabs at him.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
Wallahi, you're just taking
I was just kicking back in my couch, you know.
Yeah, I knew it. He was there all along.
I will never back down. I will never back down. But the problem is, give me 2 minutes, GS. You know, Diinta marka laga hadlayo, it has nothing to do about your opinion. It's about text, proof, evidence from the Quran, from the Sunnah. Allah said, the Prophet said, the companions said this. This is what we go by. This is the foundation. This is what we use. If we rely on your opinion, GS, or my opinion, then it's your opinion against mine. We're not going to go anywhere. We have to go back to the Quran and the Sunnah and see what Allah said, what the Prophet said, what the companions said, and what the scholars said about the issues that we're talking about. Now, marka laga hadlayo, the topic of Aqidah, is to do with belief. Okay? Asha'ira has a different belief to the Ahl Sunnati wal Jama'ah. Okay? The Ash'ariyya, they don't believe that the Quran is created, number one. Okay? But the Jahmiyya, they do. The Jahmiyya, they do. I know, thank you. You even agreed with me on that.
I did that purposely, brother.
Okay.
It was just to show your utter ignorance.
Where do we split? Us Ahl Sunnati wal Jama'ah and the Ash'ariyya. We split on the issue of Tawheed, especially the Asma wa Sifat, the names and the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is where we split, us and the Asha'ira.
I agree with you.
We, Ahl Sunnati wal Jama'ah, we affirm the Asmat and the Sifat of Allah, the names and the attributes of Allah. We affirm that. But the Asha'ira, they do ta'weel on it. They explained. For example, Allah said in the Quran that Allah created Adam with his own two hands. Do you understand with me, GS? The Asha'ira and the Maturidiyya, what they say is that when the word yad is mentioned in the Quran, which means a hand, it means power. Yeah? But us Ahl Sunnati wal Jama'ah, we stick to the meaning.
Yes.
But let me say, We say, we affirm that Allah has face. وَيَبْقَى وَجْهُ رَبُّكَ ذُو الْجَلَالِ وَالْإِكْرَامِ, as Allah said in Surah Ar-Rahman. That Allah has face, but it's not like our face. لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ وَهُوَ سَمِيعٌ بَصِيرٌ. There is nothing like Allah. But we share the word, the common word, which is face. My face and the face of the ant or the elephant is not the same. But we share the word face. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Yes. Because there is nothing like Allah. Allah said, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ وَهُوَ سَمِيعٌ بَصِيرٌ. There is nothing like Allah. So when we're talking about the asma wa sifat and the names and the attributes of Allah, we affirm for Him, and we don't change it. We don't change its meaning. Like the Asha'ira, they do. The Asha'ira and the Maturidiyya, they change everything, brother. They change everything completely.
Interpret the meaning. You're right. They interpret.
Do you agree with
me? Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not going to disagree with you. You're right on that. Like, you're right. So, can I explain to you why, though? Explain to you why.
Okay, go on.
So what happened was, basically there was this big debate within Islam. This was around 11th century. This is when Imam al-Ghazali was alive. And Ash'ari, in essence, Ash'ari became permanent because of this. So when you use logic and reason, they became very popular. They actually even locked up Ibn Hannibal, the Musattins were a lot. And these people wanted to, what you call, end. I wouldn't say end it, but they believed that reason was more important than revelation. And one of their arguments was that the Quran was the creation of Allah. Okay, the Ash'ari belief was that it was the attribute of Allah. So that was the difference. But from a logical perspective, in my opinion, when I have this discussion with Salafis, when I go to you, okay, you want to take a literal interpretation, because I'll be honest with you, Salafism confused me. Some of them take everything literal. They literally believe Allah's on the heavens, looking down on us. You know, they have that interpretation, and they have a right to interpret it. But they come from the idea of Tawheed, which is the oneness of Allah. And my opinion is, you can't follow like the Ash'ari. You don't follow the Ash'ari thing. So in essence, when they say Allah, when they say the Quran is the speech of Allah, and then they say it's not created, but has always existed, they're in essence saying that the Quran is part of Allah, which is shirk, which is a horrible thing to say.
No,
that was the point that I was making.
Now the thing is, the thing that you mentioned, that Allah is above the heaven. Yeah, with this, Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, we take the clear-cut hadith and the Quran, and that's what we stick by. The hadith of the slave girl that I mentioned, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam affirmed this as well, that the slave girl came to him, and then the Prophet said, the Prophet said, "Man ana, who am I?" And then she said the Prophet of Allah, and then the Prophet said, "Ayn Allah, where is Allah?" And then she said, "Fi sama," meaning in the sky. Okay, it's even if you use logic, meaning dalilul aqli, if you use logic, the basic Somali or that doesn't know anything about the deen, yeah, let's say he doesn't know anything about the deen, but he's just a Muslim. He raises his hands and he looks up to the sky and he says, "Ya Allah," but he doesn't look everywhere else and say that Allah is everywhere, because Allah clearly said in the Quran, "Am amintum man fis samai an yukhsifa bikum al-ardha fa idha hiya tamur." You can check these ayats. Ar-Rahmanu ala al-arshi istawa. Allah is above the heavens. Allah is not within His creation, and this is what most of the sects in Islam, this is what they believe. The Maturidiyya, the Asha'ira, the Jahmiyyah, they don't believe that. They believe that Allah is everywhere. So, and when you ask them for evidence and text from the Quran and the Sunnah,
they use logic.
They use talking about reasoning and logic. And logic has got nothing to do with Islam. It's about Allah said, the Prophet said, and the companion said. So the case is closed.
Brother Jamil, but this is important. Once you start saying, like, from your, like, it's easy. You could say that the God created the Quran. That would be your way out, and then you would actually be out of Al Sunnah wal Jama'ah. But once you say that God did not precede his own speech? Because you're from your Aqidah, I'm talking from your Aqidah, when you say God did not precede his own speech, and this is another thing I want to add to it. Then you say that then you say that yes, this is the eternal word of God, and then you start saying, oh, I have some hadiths that hadiths can abrogate the Quran. That logical explanation is only explained through the Ash'ari way. Like,
listen,
it can't be explained.
We've been talking now. We've been talking now for how long? For 10 minutes.
A long time.
You haven't quoted one verse from the Quran, one ayah from the Quran, and you haven't quoted one hadith. Yeah, everyone's listening to this. You haven't quoted one verse and one Quran. Nothing, bro. You haven't quoted anything.
No, but I have just told you straight out.
Yeah, this is your
Jamal.
You just talk for the sake of argument. That's what you do. You act like you are expert on every field.
I'm not expert on everything.
This is not your field. Listen to me. GS, this is not your field. Wallahi, this is not your field. This is not your field. This is not your topic. This is not your topic. Bring someone that more knowledgeable that I can debate, bro. This is not your topic. You try to be expert on every topic. You can talk about politics, no problem, but this is not your topic. Wallahi, it's not your topic.
No, because you can't agree with me.
Let's go back to politics. This is not your topic. Well, you've been talking for 10 minutes and you haven't quoted one single verse from the Quran.
I don't need to. Because we've agreed that God is the speech, that the Quran is the speech.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't need to? We're talking about religion here. It's about proofs from the Quran. It's about proof. It's about show me a proof, the text from the Quran and the Sunnah. You haven't quoted anything for 10 minutes.
I asked you a question.
It's for the sake of argument. That's what
I asked you a question.
It's for the sake of argument. That's what you do. You haven't quoted anything. Bring me a dalil.
No.
Bring me evidence.
Salafi can't follow Ash'ari when he wants to, yeah, and then debate with literalism.
It's not about logic, man.
You believe in a sky God? That's what you're saying. You believe in a sky God?
I don't want logic.
Come on, man.
Keep believing Allah is everywhere in your bedroom, you keep believing what you believe in, but you haven't quoted anything, yeah? So let's just leave it like that because your level of knowledge is not there yet. Your level of knowledge is not there yet, bro.
You believe Allah is a sky God because that's what you're saying. You say, Ya Allah, we look at the sky. Everyone knows that Allah is there. You say Allah is sky God.
It's not about sky God here. Don't change what I said. Don't change what I said. Don't change what I said. You just here for the sake of argument, bro.
What you're doing, bro?
Bro, do you just want to be famous or what?
Allah is a sky God because you look at everything literally.
No.
If I follow you,
that's not what I mean. I said Allah is not within His creation. Allah is above His creation. Allah is above His creation, and Allah is not within His creation, like you believe. Okay, we don't believe that.
You're telling me the Quran.
Bring me a verse from the Quran or Hadith. Okay,
I've come from the Quran. I'm debating from the Quran. I asked you a question, brother.
You haven't quoted anything for 20 minutes.
It's not about quoting. You don't need to quote
your field. This is not your expert on everything.
I got you. I got you where you wanted. Wallahi, I got you. I got you, man.
You haven't quoted anything. You haven't got nothing. They're all laughing at you in the comment section. You haven't got anything.
They're idiots, man. They don't know what they're talking about.
Wallahi,
literally.
Everyone is an idiot except GS.
No, hear me out. You're not even a Sunni, brother. You're out of the fold of Sunni Islam with your belief.
Wow, okay. So now you're making takfir on me now. Do you know how dangerous I am?
I don't think you're a Sunni, bro.
So what am I?
Allah's a sky God. Come on,
I said Allah is above His creation. I said Allah is above His creation, not within His creation.
Literally, that's an insult. So these used to Somali used to sky God. They were looking at Allah was above His creation.
I got evidence. Ar-Rahmanu ala al-arshi istawa. I got evidence. What have you got? Nothing. You just talking. BS. Shut up. Lay back. Learn your deed. This is not your topic. Get off this topic.
I literally destroyed Ibn Wahab's whole argument.
You haven't destroyed anything.
Ripped it apart. Put it in
my car. You are intoxicated, bro. You are angry. You're angry.
Yeah?
This is not your field. You're angry.
You're outside of the.
You haven't quoted one verse from the Quran. You haven't quoted one ayah. You haven't quoted anything. You've just been talking. You're just talking. Where's the evidence?
I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Get off. Let me talk to the other brothers here, man. Fosi, what you saying, my brother, man? This guy is crazy, wallahi billah. He just want famous man, just for the sake of talking and argument. We don't want that here. We don't want that here, man.
Destroy.
It's got the wafkare or it's getting red, man. Go.
Wallahi, I destroyed you, wallahi.
You haven't destroyed anything. Yeah, it's
embarrassment, man.
Taban. You wish you destroyed me. You wish.
I have a Sunni Muslim. I just want to Salafis in their box. You believe that Allah are the same thing.
Allah is above the heaven. Allah is above His creation. Allah
you believe in the sky God. You believe in the sky God.
Understand the difference. Bring me a dalil for 20 minutes now. You're talking air.
Oh man, you know what? On Friday we have a debate. I'll bring you evidence for Allah.
Bring me the evidence. You know what they say? Let me speak.
Don't keep changing your opinion.
You know what they say? Knowledge comes before action. You learn.
Allah is above the sky, and you believe the Quran is part of Allah. Wallahi, that's shirk.
The Quran is the speech of Allah. The Quran is the speech of Allah, not part of Allah. Okay,
you're saying
you're changing my words. The Quran is the speech of Allah. Okay, don't change my words because this is recorded.
Allah. That's the
correct. Don't change my words. Don't change my words.
That was the term you're supposed to use. But you don't want to have.
The Quran is the speech of Allah. Okay.
The
Quran is not created. Maybe that's what you believe. You have been defeated. This is not your field. You are not expert on this field. You learn. Ilm is important. Okay, maybe if you listen, you will learn something. Maybe if you listen, you will learn something. Maybe if you listen, you will learn something. GS.
Brother Jamil, wallahi, let's leave this. This guy, he doesn't want to listen, bro. He's here to argue 24 hours, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's been like this for weeks. It's been like this for weeks. He's right. He's right. Everyone's wrong. He's right. Everyone's wrong. He's right.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
What was it? Satellite philosophy to kick your ass, to show you how ignorant you are.
You don't want to have. You're talking bullshit. What are you talking about? You didn't make sense right now. What did you say? Constantly, bro, Jimmy, he constantly does this, bro. He uses big words, intellectual or educated, this, that. He comes out with articles from the Sun newspapers, the Daily Mail. Come on, man. This guy's a clown, man. Bro, Jimmy, what are you saying, man?
Basic stuff. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go away because Khalid's not here, and it's kind of pointless continuing this.
Yeah, go, man, go.
Take care, guys. I just want to clarify my stuff.
Yeah, bro, go. You're not needed here, bro. Go.
Brother Jamil, let me just clarify stuff, and I'm gonna go.
Bro, go, bro. You don't have to clarify anything, bro.
No, I want to clarify, guys. I'm gonna ask you Charlie. I just want to show how the Salafis are.
Bro, you don't have to clarify.
I want to clarify.
You've been defeated, well, it's embarrassing.
You've been defeated, bro. You've been defeated.
It's embarrassing for you.
Basically, was telling me
comment section, man. You're embarrassed. You're embarrassed.
When you look up, basically worships the sky god.
Wait. Yes. It's a speech of Allah. It's a speech, not an attribute of Allah. It's a speech, not attribute.
Of course, it's an attribute.
So what are you going against?
He doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe speech of attribute.
He said it's a speech of Allah. Now, bro.
It's a speech of Allah. He's taking it literally.
We talk about literally.
He's a clown. Leave him, man. Let him go, man. Go. Yo, go, man.
Go back, man. Go away, man.
You guys are ignorant. Charlie theology what he wants to do. The next week's slam. I'll do both ways. Take care.
Go, man.
Go away, man.
Go, man. You've been defeated.
Go away, man. Go away, man.
Go away, man. Go.
Go away, man.
Get off, man. Go, man.
Go brush your teeth, man.
Go, man. Bro, he's intoxicated, bro. Go, man. Go, man.
Stuff. Not that. But this guy, man, every week, bro, it's never I don't know, or brother, I don't know, you know.
Yeah,
my brother told me about it. For him, it's 2 minutes Google search, finding an article, and saying, "Oh, this is what it says." You know what I mean? Or you know, this is what it says. I'm sticking with this. It's never openness, never like having the dialogue A to B. You know. listen to each other.
The problem is, yeah, like if no matter what topic we talk about right here, yeah, Fosu, yeah, this guy will be head in first and just will talk about it, like for the sake of argument, like he's acting like he's expert on one field. Like for example, me, like certain topics that I don't know, I don't have to talk about it, Fosu, because I don't know. But when you're talking about the deen, it's not about logic, it's not about your opinion, it's not about what you know. It's about first is from the Quran, Sunnah, the Prophet said, Allah said, the companion said. He can't simply bring evidence. I've been talking to him for 20 minutes. He didn't bring me one verse from the Quran or one ayah. Nothing. Just argument. Just
I agree with you. I
argument.
agree with you. I said this before, bro. I said to you before that this guy is all vibes, bro. It's not nothing, no facts, nothing. And I even
Like
said
you're
before,
talking about,
when
I clearly said Allah is above the heaven. No, Allah is not within His creation, and He's talking about sky God. What's that got to do with what I'm talking about? I said the Quran is the speech of Allah.
buzzwords.
He's talking about the Quran is created. Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, I don't believe that.
He uses buzzwords to change the topics. This is what this guy does. He just throws another big word to change it. You know, keep deflecting. That's the whole tactics.
Well, it's a big problem when you act like you know everything.
I know this guy is full of himself, man. I'm telling you now, man.
He is a clown. Wallah, he's a clown, bro. He's a big clown that thinks he knows everything.
The worst thing is, yeah, Brother Jimo, before we had our brothers coming to him, and then he used the excuse of them being rude, so and so. You know what I mean? But now you come along, mashallah, you know, very polite, so and so, and he still denies it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Allah,
bro. He's like that. He's like that. He's
Allah.
aggressive as well. I'm not gonna lie. He's aggressive the way he approaches.
Yeah, Allah, he talks a lot,
other
man. He
brothers.
talks a lot of bullshit, bro. He swears a lot. He swears a lot as well. I realized. Wallah, and he always talks down on council estates. He has them. This guy, I'm telling you, he's got a whole. I don't know. He's got a whole weird background, bro.
Like, yeah. Oh my day. Is a wallah عادي ما وحبا كسينيو. وحبا كسينيو والله. I have no problem whatever topics he's talk about. You can talk about what Hadonis. If you want to be dumb and stupid, sound stupid, embarrassment, I don't care. But when you're talking about the deen, bring me evidence. Bring me text from the Quran and the Sunnah. Allah said, the Prophet said, and then we can talk. 20 minutes. He didn't bring one ayah or one verse or one hadith from the Quran. He just wants to argue and talk.
He doesn't know. And he's not humble enough to just
to learn. Yeah, he's not willing to learn, man. That's what I told him. That's what I told him. Al-ilmu qabla al-qawli wal-amal. That knowledge comes before actions and speech. Before you talk, you have to have knowledge. Knowledge is important. As Allah said, يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا علم درجات. هل يستوي الذين يعلمون والذين لا يعلمون? Are they the same? Those who have knowledge and those that don't have knowledge, they are not the same. They are not equal. So before he talks, he should know his topic before he comes on here. And he's talking about a sky god, There is no such a thing called a sky god. I was talking about that Allah is above His creation, not within His creation. The Asha'ira and the Sufis, they believe that Allah is everywhere. They believe that Allah is in your bedroom, Allah is on the streets, He's on the toilet. This is what they believe. This is the disgusting aqidah that they believe, the Asha'ira and the Sufiya. As Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, we believe that Allah is above His throne, above His creation, not within His creation. He's talking about a sky god, but that's not what I said. But anyway, let's leave him, man. I told GS he's not ready. Wallah, I won't show you Fosi.
Clearly.
Yeah, he's not ready. When it comes to this topic, you're not ready. Don't get involved. You can get the Quraniyun. The Quraniyun has been demolished in here. One verse of the Quran. The Qurani came to me here and said that the Salah is not a physical prayer. Then I quoted Surah 48, Ayah 29. He's talking about sujood and marks and traces on people's faces. Then he told me the word sujood means submission. It's a joke. Then I said, how can submission alone leave marks and traces on your face? He couldn't answer my question. Unless you're physically praying, putting your face on the ground. He couldn't answer that question. So the Quraniyun and all this BS that they're doing, I've dealt with them already, man. They're defeated, man. Oh, he's trying to say, and I destroyed them. You haven't destroyed everything. Wallah, you are taba'an. You
He's his own cheerleader, man. That's what he does.
Yeah,
he talks,
man.
he's his own cheerleader.
Miskeen,
I
wallahi.
told him to
You
leave me
never
alone.
know how embarrassing it sounds. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. ولا حول. وأنا كان لي ولا يوم ولا يعني مستحيل يسرى. والله مرة ما قف كان.
100%, man. This guy probably took. I don't know. He takes stuff, man.
drugs سعوناني كان موقتها. I think drugs. He's onto drugs. I think so. That's what I think.
Yeah, psychedelic drugs and stuff. I know. His head is wide different, one.
This Sufi Aqidah is dangerous, Fosi. That when they said that Allah is within His creation, what they believe, is that Allah, everyone can be Allah. Do you know what I'm talking about? This idea that's called Wahdatul Wujud. Have you ever heard about that, Fosi?
No, I haven't.
It's
I heard the basic, but I haven't heard.
Yeah, it's like that. They say that everything that moves, because first they say that Allah is within His creation. Then they said that everything is Allah. Like even hayawanat ka wax kasto daqaqa. That is what they believe. This is the aqidah, that wahdatul wujud, that the Sufis and the Asha'ira, that's what they believe.
But even to be honest, wallahi, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. This guy, he doesn't even do anything, any justice for Sufis, even has them. You know, the whole stance, he doesn't know. He read perhaps he read on it, you know, a little bit, but I wouldn't even take him, you know, credible when it comes to that stance, bro. Wallahi, I'll be honest with you. So let's be, you know, let's be just. You know, I'm talking about you know what I mean.
Even Maverick Bakukoslaya, Maverick, he's refuting TS on the comment section himself. Read what Maverick said on the last statement. His knowledge encompasses everything. He doesn't need to be there.
Hey, Maverick, you gotta watch out before he calls you a sheep, bro.
Maverick ba waxa dhahay koran. Maverick ba dhaamaba. Maverick waa og yahay Ilaahay meel kasta ma joogi karo. Maverick ba dhahayaba. Qur'aani Maverick mushrik ayaa dhaama isaga.
Ajib. Yo, Khalid, you there? Khalid. Bro, you got his number, right?
Yeah, but my
call him, see if he wakes up, man. Tell him to at least turn off the stream, man. It's only 5 hours and 50 minutes. Are you using your phone or your laptop?
I'm using my what's it called? My laptop.
Yeah. Call him, please.
Oh my god, what's my other phone?
Well, the guys, what's the comment section? Well, like the comment section is dead. Before Elliot was nice, man. These one talking about Hargeisa, what has, you know, the road, city planning.
He wanted that, innit? He started it, man.
I know. This guy, I'm telling you, man, this guy can't help himself, man. He's got a condition, man. He needs to go GP.
I've been trying to end it for the last hour, but you guys started it. You've been insulting me for the last hour, so shut up, man. Seriously, shut up.
You got a condition, man. Go check it out, man.
Stop talking about me, bro.
You're here. I'm not talking about you. You're here.
I'm talking
to you.
I'm not talking to you guys.
I'm talking to you.
Leave the fuck alone, man.
I'm talking to you, bro. Go get diagnosed.
You know what? At least Maverick can think for himself.
Go diagnose yourself, man. Go diagnose.
You guys are. You believe in the sky god. You believe the cross part of Allah. You guys are deluded, man. Bye bye.
We believe the Quran is the speech of Allah. Just carry on, go, man. We don't want to talk to you, bro.
Bro. I'm just waiting for Khaled to come because it was kind of my idea to have this concept of discussion. But you guys had to ruin it, man.
You ruined it. You
ruined it, bro. I just disagree with you guys. I told you, leave me alone. Let's not talk about this.
You said that after giving a speech for 20 minutes.
How many times did I leave that?
He gave a speech for 20 minutes and then he said, oh, you know what, guys? Leave it alone. How does that work?
It's a joke, man.
Think before you speak, bro.
High drugs. Very high drugs. This must be something.
It's out of touch, man. This guy's out of touch, bro. Come on, man. I'm saying he's out of touch. He's out of touch of reality, man.
Very strong, I believe.
Bro, you're the ones that are out of touch. You people will never be really successful because you just
out of touch. You're the guy who's throwing. You're the guy who's throwing around the word autism.
whatever the propaganda is at that time in history.
And you're trying to introduce this class system into us Somalis. You has them, bro.
No, I don't
Get out of here, man.
introduce class system. You just
Get out of here,
this
man.
person who lives in a state that can't think outside the box. What can I do? I can't help you. I can tell you how to move up in life, but if I can't help you, I can't help you. هذا حوصلي ولا you need help. You need psychological help ولا you need psychological help. You need real psychological help. May Allah help. Mercy on you. May Allah forgive you for your sins tonight.
Tomorrow.
May Allah guide you guys to the correct path.
دخترك قاعد.
You definitely need help, bro. That's why he's referring himself to all these psychedelic drugs and stuff, man. This guy is something.
You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Something's loose.
Now you're in my field. I just destroyed you in your own field to show you that you actually.
Loose, bro. You didn't destroy anything, bro. You didn't bring no Quran verses. No Quran, nothing. You didn't bring nothing.
No Quran, no hadith, nothing, bro. No Quran, no hadith.
No, if a hadith told me that, there was a sky god, I would have regard that as authentic. I give up, man. I give up.
You're nothing, man. Oh, man.
I give up, bro. I give up.
Give up. Feel can one cool shaggy has to
And you know what? You guys won. I'll give it to you guys. You guys won. God.
Why are you talking about one and losing? Why are you so stuck on this?
I give it to you guys. You won.
What are you talking about? Let's move on.
This guy,
it's not about winning or losing, bro. You're full of ego. You're full of ego, GS, man. You're full of ego, bro. You're full of yourself, man. Go humble yourself, man. Go humble yourself, man.
Take it.
Go humble yourself.
Your agreement, man.
ونك عادي ما بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
لا عادي هاي والله.
دكتور وين أبا أنت أو
أدو حد.
Animal doctor.
You're 99. You're 90. Who was it? 2007 Muslim, bro.
Don't laugh.
Nothing about religion, والله.
وحاو بانت animal doctor أبا أنت.
والله you know nothing about
أبا أنت اللي قصي بارا because
you know nothing about religion. You know nothing about religion.
Maybe if you
know nothing about religion.
Maybe if you listen, you learn something, brother.
Wallahi, nothing about religion.
Let me give you advice here, GS. Wallahi, imika daacad tahay. Dadka wax ka dhigayso, wax ka baro.
I don't need to.
Let's do a quick test. Jamil, let's do a quick test, bro. You go first. I want to test you first. GS, I'm being fair, so I'm gonna go, brother Jamil first.
No, I'm not gonna finish.
I got quick test. It's the quick test. Let me do my thing. Please, you guys were talking. Let me do my thing. 1 second.
That's silly, bro. That's silly.
That's silly.
It's silly because you're not fair. First of all, you're not neutral. You have a bias.
I'm neutral. Wallah, I'm gonna be neutral, bro. Wallah, I'm gonna be neutral. I swear on Allah's name. I
don't trust you, bro. I don't trust you.
Leave him.
You trust me. You never met me in my life, bro. You talking about trust? There's nothing to. I'm asking.
I know how you are, man. You're
details.
I don't trust sheep. If a wolf trusts a sheep, a wolf gets taken out.
What do you mean sheep? You're the one who sees DMT on the internet. You're the one who's taking. Who's the sheep?
Wow.
Who's the sheep?
Wow, because I was DM to the internet, I'm taking it.
Of course, socially, you got socially pressured into taking it, bro.
Social pressure to take DMT, bro.
Of course.
You don't know nothing about DMT, bro.
Okay, whatever.
Your brain,
okay. But besides that, listen, let's do a quick test from the Quran. Brother Jamil, start off. Surah Al-Fatiha.
Somalia is fucked up.
Brother Jamil, let's hear Surah Al-Fatiha from you, brother, please.
ninkaan horta akhriyo marka uu akhriyo bal bilow ku istaga bal Fatiha akhriyo.
I'm not going to do that, wala. I'm not going to do that.
That's Quran. That's neutral.
No. I'm not going to play into your game where you try to get me a little technicality.
How? Issues. How? You're saying how? What's wrong?
That's no point.
What's wrong?
No. We could discuss this conversation, but I'm not going to get into that one.
Let's hear.
You know.
The blessing.
Believe in a sky
Quran, bro.
I don't want to have a discussion with people that believe in the sky God.
Let's add positive vibes. Positive energy.
Anyone that believes in the sky God is no longer
positive energy, bro. Positive energy. Okay, let's hear you read the Quran, man. Let's hear you read the Quran, bro. Let's hear you recite the Quran, bro. Let's hear you recite the Quran.
Bridging the generation.
Let's hear you recite the Quran, bro.
Bridging the generation.
You hijacked the convo already, bro. It's already finished. What about it, bro?
I told you.
You hijacked it already, man.
Leave me alone.
You hijacked it already. It's finished.
No, I disagree with you.
Damage,
I disagree with you. You try to put me into a little corner, and then I put some bloody some next level stuff on you guys, yeah? And you guys were speechless. I showed that if you're using logic to prove the of your tawheed, if you're using logic, I showed how your logic becomes flawed. I rest my case.
About logic, I haven't used logic. I use Quran evidence and the Sunnah.
Fantastic. If you believe,
you haven't been one verse from the Quran.
And the attributes of Allah, that's good for you.
You
Have a nice evening. I'm off. Because there's no point me talking to you guys. Take care.
Bye bye. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم.
Allah is guy, man. He every week he does he outdoes himself, man.
عادي man, yeah. عادي man.
Bloody hell, man. But listen, is the phone ringing?
Nah.
It's not ringing?
It's not ringing, man. I tried to call him.
Oh, man. Hasman now.
I think we should leave it, man.
Let's go back now. Ma'awa ibn al-Hakam reported, I said, O Messenger of Allah, I have a servant girl whom I slapped.
I'm trying
to upset the Messenger of Allah.
I'm trying to send the rest of that, but I can't, man. I can't fit it in. I think can I not send a screenshot here?
No, man. Unless you no, you can't. Unless you can share your screen, and for you to do a screen share the screen, you have to have Khalid.
All right, cool. Let me I'll send it in small bits.
Yeah, just read out loud, innit, for the people.
All right, wait, let me just send the last bit now. Did I send the last bit? Is it there? Yeah, I did. That's it, man. Yeah, get the link from the private chat. Where's the private chat? Yeah, it's here.
What do you guys think, man? What do you guys think?
About what?
Let's see what the common people say, innit, on the conversation.
La ilaha illallah.
Because there's 21 people watching, 20 people watching or something. You're only getting like 4 or 5 people commenting, man. There's other people watching.
The thing about GS, yeah, I don't even want to talk about him, but it's just like, when you have that ego, man, and you think you're always right, your arguments are right, you force your opinions on people, you always think you're right, it's a big problem, bro. And he's aggressive as well, not just against me, but the brothers. I don't care what topics he talks about, but when you're talking about the deen, know your topic, know what you're talking about, come with the Quran, Hadith, the Ijma' of the Salaf, and then we're talking.
100%, I agree with you, Allah.
Yeah, man, don't come here wasting my time, man. Maybe he could have learned something, bro, but he's not.
The thing is, brother Jamal, we had some other brothers before, and they were harsh in it. So obviously, GS had a point to that, they were too harsh. They were, you has them, you know what I mean? Some other brothers.
They were harsh towards him.
They were harsh. So he had a point, you know what I mean? They dissed him.
You know what we were talking about.
So I gave him the advantage. You know what I'm saying? You're right. But now brothers like you come along who have good manners and so on, and he's going literally off the rail, bro.
Yeah. When he was talking about the other topics, I don't mind, bruv. Like even I was even agreeing with him on certain things when he was talking about the youth problems, the knife crime, I don't mind that. But the minute you talk about the deen, you have to know your topic. Dalil, evidence, Quran, Sunnah, Ijma' of the Salaf. That's it. CDs, the link is there. Hangout. Should we jump off? What do you think?
Yeah, we jump off, man.
Yeah, we jump off, man.
But hey, Somali, click on that link, and then the other link for the Hangout group is in the private chat.
Yeah. You check the private chat, it should be there. Check it now. Did you get it? Let me send it. Wait, I think it should be that one, man. Yeah. I've got two. Wait.
It's not working.
It's not working.
One second.
Oh, wait, it's here.
Is it working now?
Oh, wait. Let me get this one. You know what we should do, yeah? Just copy and paste it, and then you should do it that way if it doesn't work.
Yeah. Open up link.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
I'll send you another one. Check it out if it works. Let me check.
It's literally identical. They're all identical.
Are they all the same?
Yeah.
But how come my one is working, man? Rafosi, my brother.
Yeah, that's what we done, Somali, man. Click, open the link, man.
Yeah, just copy and paste it. That's it, man. I'm going to jump off now. I'll see you on the other side, Fosi. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Hey, for example.
Hey, brother. Thank you, man.
Next time, inshallah. I'm off, guys. Assalamu alaikum.